Mayor, we're ready to start whenever you are.
Very good. We're waiting for Mary, so I thought we'd give her a minute or two, but thank you. So Channel 8's ready to go, I take it?
Yes.
Mary's having difficulty with the link. I'm going to resend her the information.
Very good.
Okay, she says it's working. So there she is.
Yay!
Hi, Mary.
Howdy.
Okay, so I think we are ready to go. Gavel the meeting to order. Welcome everyone to the Boulder City Council special meeting of Thursday, August 20th. I have a couple of announcements to begin with, and then we'll move to roll call. The first announcement is if you are signed up for a public hearing and you haven't been able to get in, or you know someone who has tried to sign up for the public hearing and they can't get in, there's an email from Debbie Stamp that was sent out to everyone who signed up with a new link to the Zoom call. So if you know somebody who's trying to get in, you might tell them to check their email for a note from Debbie. And then I want to go over the 2020 census again briefly. The census is happening this year like it does every 10 years. In Boulder County, the response rate is 73% so far, which is fantastic, but there's still time for others to respond to the 2020 census. Don't be left out because everyone's response matters. Completing the census is safe and easy. It's also very important because it ties into federal and state funding levels. The questionnaire takes only a few minutes to complete, and all responses are completely confidential. There is no linking of personally identifiable information with any responses. And please encourage your family and friends to respond as well. The website is my2020 MY2020 census census.gov. So my2020census.gov, or you can call toll free at 844-330-2020. So with that, Debbie, to you.
Councilmember Brockett.
Caught me off guard there. Present.
Friend.
Here.
Joseph.
Present.
Nagel. Sweatlick.
Here.
Wallach. Wallach.
Sorry, I'm muted. Present.
Weaver.
Here.
Yates.
Here.
Young.
Present.
Mayor, we have a quorum.
Very good. Somebody want to introduce this item?
Our item this evening is a public hearing on the Xcel franchise agreement along with utility occupation tax.
This item will be presented by Tom Carr and Steve Katnack.
Thanks, Jane. So tonight, council is considering 4 ordinances. Ordinance 8410 would, if passed, place a potential franchise with Xcel Energy on the November ballot. There's a first reading ordinance 8419. That is the ordinance that if the ballot measure were to pass, the council would need a second reading to pass that to actually award the franchise. The charter requires 60 days between readings of an ordinance actually awarding a franchise. We're asking council to pass this on first reading today, but the council could pass it on second reading if the ballot measure passes. Also before council are ordinances 8416 and 8417. 8416 would extend the portion of the utility occupation tax that currently funds municipalization. It would repurpose that from funding municipalization to providing, paying back the general fund, providing utility bill assistance to needy members of the community, and providing funding for some of the projects that are proposed in the Energy Partnership Agreement. Ordinance 8417 would not only repurpose the utility occupation tax, but would also extend it to 2030. So we have, as Jane said, Steve and I will be doing the bulk of the presentation tonight. We are assisted by Jonathan Cohn, who will speak about the GHG gas reduction targets, what they mean, how they're reported, and David Gear, who will cover the utility occupation parts of the presentation. In addition, we have with us Kathy Haddock, Lex Teleshek, Matt Lehrman, Carolyn Elam, and Emily Sandoval from the Climate Initiatives team and my team, who are available to answer any questions that anybody might have. I'm sorry. Sarah, did you give me, because you did, okay. So if Steve's going to lead off by talking about some of the municipalization goals.
Good evening, council members. As you know, the city has well-established goals related to decarbonization, decentralization, democratization of the electric system, and in that considering rates, reliability, and renewables. As we moved into these negotiations, each of these were part of our consideration as we moved forward. And as we go through our presentation, we'll address how we work to bridge that gap between the decarbonization that Xcel has committed to and the level of renewables that the city has desired. This also includes, of course, that is the decentralization, where we are working towards more and more distributed energy resources across the city and trying to address resilience along with that. And we do try to provide a level of democratization in the settlement where the city has the ability to participate in the planning of how the grid, electric grid in the city is improved and worked on. Rates, while the rates for Xcel are set at the PUC, part of the projects we've agreed upon is to pursue a rate for bus electrification. Right now, that can be quite punishing to the economics of making that work. And we've agreed to work together to move a tariff forward. Reliability, of course, there are significant undergrounding projects we'll be doing, and the city will be participating with Xcel and deciding where and how those projects are done. And that certainly gives us an opportunity to address reliability. And of course, renewables, bridging that gap between Xcel's goals and the city's is quite critical to what we hope to achieve. With that, I'll turn it back to Tom.
One of the natural questions is, how does this compare to the proposed settlement that council rejected in 2017? As you know, there were discussions between Xcel and the city in 2017. We brought forward a settlement agreement, proposed settlement agreement to council, and council rejected it, I believe, almost unanimously. So one of the questions that we were asked is, how does this compare? How does this proposal compare to that one? So there's a chart in the packet that lays that out, and we've duplicated that chart here. I will go over this relatively briefly, not going to read every line, but with respect to carbon reduction or GHG reduction, There were no guarantees, no Excel assurance in the 2017 proposal. Now Excel is assured, at least assured of 80% reduction of GHGs, not just carbon dioxide, by 2030. You'll hear more about that later. The partnership agreement in 2017 just had a few specific projects. We believe the current partnership is more robust. The undergrounding in the 2017 settlement was backloaded in the over the 20-year franchise. In the current proposal, there's a catch-up total of $33 million. Half would be in the first 5 years. Both required a passage of a franchise ballot measure and suspension of the municipalization effort. In the 2017 proposal, the city had the option to opt out after 5, 10, and 15 years. In the current proposal, the city would not only have those opt-outs, but also opt-outs in 2022, 2024, and 2027 if Excel does not meet the GHG targets in the agreement. There was a buyout provision in the 2017 settlement, which I believe totaled about $500 million, a little bit more. In this proposal, there is a damages cap of $200 million, which includes the total cost of acquisition of the distribution system, including all assets, purchase of 2 substations, and going concern. Going concern was estimated in the prior proposal to be between 255 and 305 million. In the current proposal, it would be included in the $200 million cap. There was a requirement in the prior proposal that the city would purchase power for 10 years and then decline in there in exchange for no stranded costs. The city has the option to purchase power, but is not required to. There is no agreement on stranded costs. And with respect to IBM, in the prior agreement, IBM would have stayed with Excel. Under the current proposal, IBM would be a customer of the city utility if the city ultimately decides to create a municipal electric utility. So just this is an overview of the potential settlement. There's an assurance of 80% greenhouse gas reductions by 2030. Emissions check-ins in 22, 24, and 27, as I said. There's an energy partnership agreement to facilitate modern grid planning and help Boulder achieve its 100% renewable electricity goal. And I should point out throughout, we will talk about 2 different things. GHG reduction is one thing. Renewable electricity, 100% renewable electricity is a different thing. They are different measures. And the city is committed to 100% renewable electricity by 2030. The election has provisions that help maintain the feasibility of municipalization in the future. As I said, it provides an undergrounding catch-up and requires a franchise ballot measure and suspension of the municipalization effort. So we originally published, we published the franchise on the Thursday before the August 4th meeting, which was, I think, July 28th. And then on August 6th, the city published the proposed settlement agreement, the proposed energy partnership agreement, the proposed interconnection agreement. I wanted to sort of highlight some of the changes between what was published on August 6th and what was published last Monday in those agreements. So one of the changes was the city now would have up to 16 months to decide whether to exercise the GHG opt-out provision. The prior agreement only provided for 30 days. All franchise opt-out provisions, both discretionary at the 5, 10, 15, and 15-year anniversaries, as well, the GHG standards have been clarified. There's a provision now that allows city broadband fiber on poles. The prior agreement didn't provide for broadband connected to electrical poles, but did allow broadband in common underground trenches. The proposed agreement added the 2022 elections as one in which Xcel Energy can participate. The current agreement now provides that they will not make any reportable campaign contributions in either 2020 or 2022. This afternoon, we received additional language from Xcel, including the 2024 opt-out, the 5-year opt-out provision. So they would not participate in any of 3. We clarified that Boulder would receive reliability data using the SAIDI and SAIFI standards, as well as other measures of reliability, and the city has in return agreed to dismiss the pending appeal of a condemnation case. So, as I said, there are provisions to allow the city to opt out if Xcel does not meet certain GHG reduction targets by 2022, 2024, or 2027. This is the first time that they have committed to firm targets for those years. And I asked Jonathan Cohen to come and explain this slide in the next one.
Thanks, Tom. Appreciate it. Mayor, members of council, I'm Jonathan Cohen, Chief Sustainability Resilience Officer. So as Tom said, I think because of its significance, I was asked to do a bit of a deeper dive into the emissions section of the agreement. So I'll do a little orientation of the slide in just a minute, but there are 3 points that I really wanted to make with my time. So the first relates to the importance of these interim targets. So I think we all know that should council choose to submit the franchise and associated settlement to Boulder voters this fall, and should voters approve the agreements, tracking Xcel's emissions over the next decade really needs to be done accurately and consistently. So the interim targets were added to ensure Xcel's making the necessary progress to meet the 2030 requirement. So council has heard me talk a lot about the number of bills that were passed last year at the General Assembly, particularly the climate-related bills in 2019 that imposed new requirements on electric utilities, specifically through the requirements set forth in House Bill 1261 and Senate Bill 236. As you might recall, 1261 concerns the overarching reduction in statewide greenhouse gases. And those bills established the requirement for Xcel and other utilities to achieve that 80% reduction in emissions by 2030. So what the rules don't provide, though, is that level of resolution that really shows the progress being made in those 10 years. So the interim targets shown on this graph represent the emissions milestones that Xcel has agreed to hit in the years 2022, 2024, 27 before reaching that 2030 deadline. So as a reminder, these numbers represent Xcel's emissions statewide, not just in Boulder. So if you look at the graph, what you're seeing is along the top, you see that 2005, Xcel's emissions in the year 2005 are roughly 34 million tons of carbon dioxide emitted. So that is the baseline by which their emission reductions are being measured. So what the second point is that you can see emissions listed in the years between 2022 and 2030 are measured in a little bit different way. So you see it's not CO2 carbon dioxide, but it's actually CO2e or carbon dioxide equivalent. This is an important point that I wanted to raise both with council and the community. So in establishing the targets included in the settlement, CO2e was a preferable metric to CO2, so we can account for the emissions, both direct and indirect, of other greenhouse gases associated with Xcel's activities. So CO2e includes not only carbon dioxide, but other harmful greenhouse gases, including methane, which I want to come back to in just a moment. It's much more comprehensive. It's a better snapshot of emissions, and it'll be the basis by which we track Xcel's progress. Tom, would you click to the next slide?
Yes.
Thank you. Too far.
No.
So the next point I wanted to make is the importance of the tracking, measuring, and verification of those emissions. The agreement proposes using the climate registry to track, measure, and verify progress. The registry is a recognized platform for credible and consistent greenhouse gas reporting. Xcel reports their emissions in the climate registry's basic and electric power sector protocol, which has reporting requirements that include all aspects of the electricity supply system, including power generation, transmission, distribution, including indirect emissions associated with things like transmission and distribution system losses. We also intend to verify emissions through other means that are on the screen, including the Federal Register mandatory greenhouse gas reporting, Xcel's annual reporting to the Carbon Disclosure Project, and Xcel's annual corporate responsibility reports. So I do want to come back to this issue of methane for a moment. I think council has heard a lot of concern in the community, and rightfully so. Tracking methane associated with Xcel's activities is really critical, as emissions from burning and transporting natural gas are substantial and really do occur at every stage of the natural gas life cycle. So that includes pre-production, through production, processing, transmission, distribution. So while inventories typically only calculate the methane associated with the burning of natural gas, the upstream accidental leaks and routine venting, which is typically called fugitive methane emissions, can sometimes be overlooked. So, I feel compelled to mention also that in addition to its greenhouse gas potential, Methane emissions are also contribute to the formation of ground level ozone or smog, which causes respiratory and cardiovascular diseases, particularly in low income communities and communities of color where ozone levels are disproportionately high. And this is really important as we consider the equity lens of our climate efforts. So, as we discussed, all emissions, including fugitive methane, are to be included in the proposed emission targets. Both the Climate Registry, the General Reporting Protocol, and the Electric Power Sector Protocol, as well as the mandatory greenhouse gas reporting provisions in the Code of Federal Regulations, do require the tracking and reporting of fugitive methane, but the registry also requires verification through a third-party audit of the reported greenhouse gas inventory. So just to conclude also, in addition to the Climate Registry, we do intend to track Xcel's methane emissions through the One Future Consortium. So One Future sets individual targets for each segment of the natural gas supply chain. So as a member, Xcel is required to report annually on a comprehensive methane emissions rate. So that'll start in 2021, when Xcel will first report their methane emissions from the distribution system, and will be expanded in 2022 when they report the methane emissions from all segments of their business, including processing, transmission, storage, and distribution. So the methane limit, I'll just point out, is not specifically called out in the agreement, but the methane reporting will be captured in the overall emissions benchmarks. The last thing I would say is that starting in 2021, Xcel will be required to follow new requirements in Colorado adopted through the state's Regulation 7, and that seeks to regulate emissions from the oil and gas operations that are that precursor to ozone that I was mentioning. So starting in 2021, Xcel will have to submit methane emissions information to the state. So to conclude, the intent is to utilize all of these resources to accurately track and report out on Xcel's progress in reducing its emissions. Certainly, if there are additional resources we ought to be considering in addition to those listed, we can include those in our potential future verification efforts. With that, I would turn it back over to Tom.
Thank you, Jonathan. So how have we structured the agreement to enforce those provisions and make sure that Xcel actually follows through with the plan? So the agreement has provisions that allow for the city to depart the franchise, as I've said, in 6 different years. So the city would be able to depart at the end of 2025, 2030, 2036. 2035, every 5 years throughout the franchise. This is without any restriction for any reason whatsoever. Boulder may also end the franchise in 2023, 2025, and 2028 if Xcel Energy fails to meet the GHG reduction targets that Jonathan just discussed. I want to make clear that there are 3 ways that the city could decide to exercise any of those 6 opt-outs: by a 2/3 vote of council, by council placing a measure on the ballot, or the community placing on the ballot. The language doesn't say that it has to be council. It says that if voters passed a measure, then we're out. I want to now ask Steve to come on and talk a little bit about the Energy Partnership Agreement.
Thank you, Tom. So one of the significant agreements that we've developed is the Energy Partnership Agreement. And the purpose of this agreement really has been to provide us a pathway to work with Xcel in partnership to further the city's goals and really to address the city's values. So it's looking for opportunities to improve the resilience and reliability while designing solutions that are accessible and equitable to all the members of our community. It's also focused on really bridging that gap. As I discussed earlier, Xcel has a goal for 80% greenhouse gases, and Jonathan just did a great explanation of how we will monitor that. The city, though, has a goal of 100% renewable electricity serving Boulder by 2030. Tom, if you wouldn't mind advancing. So the partnership agreement really starts to set a vision for how we will work together. So we have goals and the values of the community, which are to reduce our greenhouse emissions, really enhance the resilience of the community, and ensure that we're creating an equitable economy. Excel also has goals that they're trying to achieve. So together, the intent of this partnership agreement is that we will work together. And the pathway for us to do that is through the electrification of our built environment and our transportation in order to significantly reduce the emissions from the city. So Tom, if you wouldn't mind moving forward. So the goals in the partnership agreement really have tried to establish both qualitative and quantitative goals. I do want to note that the partnership agreement, though, is really focused on not just the handful of projects that we detail, but more on a process of how we'll work together to introduce projects, to move them through an analysis to see if it's worth taking to the next level, and pursuing deep analysis of those projects. Even some of the projects we have looked at doing together, while they're great projects, it's a question of are they feasible and how can we move this forward? Tom, if you wouldn't mind moving forward. So I do want to point out that one of the core principles that we really anticipate as we look at these projects has been to ensure that they're equitable, that we're providing access to all of the members of our community, and that we're doing programs that not only address electrification, but include demand side management, which is gives us the ability to help people control their bills better. Transportation, which is addressing, of course, the other major contributor to our emissions, and moving other projects forward, such as pilots dealing with storage and other aspects that are to the broader benefit of Boulder. Tom, if you wouldn't mind. Part of the way we'll ensure that we are able to move these projects forward is through the governance of the partnership agreement. And what we have established is we will have an executive team that will be made up of the president of Excel in Colorado, our city manager, and other executive leadership from each of the organizations. And the purpose of the executive team, of course, is these are individuals that have the authority to dedicate resources and time and personnel to moving these projects forward. We then will establish an oversight team who are really the subject or the experts and also the managers and that level who can assign people, who can move a project forward. And what they'll be doing is also assigning project management teams then for the individual tasks. These project management teams will be made up of subject matter experts that really have the ability to deliver on each of these projects. And that to ensure that we're including the community and their expertise, we will also be establishing an advisory panel with up to 15 representatives from residential, commercial, industrial, and the university in order to ensure that the community has a voice in what we're doing. Tom, please. Each of these projects as well will be established with a set of goals and metrics and criteria for ensuring that the project is both viable and will be successful. So as we start to evaluate each of these projects, we want to evaluate how it moves us towards our goals and our values, and really what the change on emissions will be, how will it increase our renewable capacity, what's the overall system and site reliability impact as we pursue these projects, and what's the financial impact on Boulder residents and businesses. And that financial impact could be both a cost and a savings to our community. So Tom, if you would. Additionally, we've set a set of filtering criteria that projects must pass through. And projects need to be something that wouldn't have happened anyway. So this needs to be a project related to the partnership and how that'll move forward. It needs to be available to all of the relevant customers in Boulder that are within the project's target area. And it also needs to align with Boulder's commitment to racial equity and will include pathways for those community members that don't typically have the opportunity to access programs or projects. And the programs and projects need to be designed and structured to have the broadest impact to residences and businesses as much as possible. And it needs to include targets and metrics for each of these agreements. Tom, if you would. So also included in the partnership agreement is a set of data that Xcel has agreed to share with us. In the past, this has been some information that has been difficult to receive. And what this does is ensure that two things can happen. One being that should the city decide to opt out, we have enough information to understand what has changed on the electric system and how it's operating at that point in time, so that our current separation plan that we've been pursuing is up to date, and that we can pick up from where we're at with that plan and move forward. So along the lines, these points of data are valuable in informing that. But much of this data is also very valuable in informing how we design programs and projects in the community in order to best facilitate the deployment of resources, solar resources, demand-side management programs. Are there specific areas that are better suited to a different type of project? So all of these data points will really help us to refine the programs that we have and that we'll be undertaking in the future to make sure that they are targeted in a way that they can achieve the highest goals of our community. Tom, if you would mind. Along with that, we also have agreed to pursue some regulatory changes. Probably the most important one of these is to move through the legislature and increase or the elimination of the 120% limitation on on-site generation. This is something that exists in the renewable energy standard that was defined many years ago and provides a limitation on how much solar or other technology you can install on your facility. And we have heard a lot from our community about the frustration they've had with this limitation, where you may have a warehouse with thousands of square feet, hundreds of thousands of square feet of rooftop space, yet a very small electrical load and a strong desire to install more solar than they are allowed to. So we've agreed to move forward and try and change that. And as I noted earlier, we've also agreed to develop a new tariff to effectuate the conversion of bus fleets to electric buses. Right now, there are some challenges with the general service type demand rate that makes it very hard to make bus charging cost effective because of the significant load that that brings when you're charging a bus. We also are looking to remove barriers to larger amounts of distributed generation and to facilitate microgrid projects. Tom, please. Additionally, we've identified some beginning projects. As I noted, the partnership agreement is intended to be a process where we can review, examine, and move these projects forward. So in the microgrid arena, we would like to take a look at the potential for a microgrid at Chautauqua, along with a solar resource to support it in the area. We've looked at the capacity of solar on the water storage tank out there. Right now, that would be a very difficult project to do, but it is possible, but we need to do the study and move that forward. Additionally, Alpine Balsam is another energy center with a microgrid component to it. Currently, the city has moved forward with a study and a consultant to determine the feasibility of doing a project out there and what that might mean. So as that moves forward with the work with the consultant, we'll bring Excel into this and ensure that we can move that forward. The other projects we're looking at are energy storage through hydrogen. I also did want to point out, there are some cost sharing avenues that Excel has brought to the table today that need to be explored for these projects. In their wildfire mitigation filing, there is some funding for projects to enhance that mitigation. There is, of course, the 1% undergrounding fund that the city will be receiving. There's also the Innovation Clean Tech Tariff at the PUC that has been in place for some time that helped facilitate the work that Excel did with Panasonic down in Denver. And there's also the Transportation Electric Plan innovation portion of their current rulemaking related to transportation. A couple of other projects we're looking at are demand response and batteries in homes. And we would like to start examining the potential for a streetlight pilot. Currently, of course, communities have the opportunity to purchase their streetlights. What we would like to look at, though, is the next level of that and control systems and what can be done at the next tier of street lighting. Tom, if you wouldn't mind. So we've had, of course, many comments from the community about the recent RFP that we put out. And I just wanted to give an update on where we're at currently with the local power initiative. As we have moved through these negotiations, the work on the development of the Muni has not stopped. One of the activities we have had underway was a RFP for power supply bids and innovative financing. We received those less than a week ago. We have started to evaluate them. They, of course, are complicated and will require a lot of digging, but we received 10 different bids. Of those, 2 of those bidders were full requirement offers. That means they could supply the city with 100% renewables as we move into operation. They also provided some financing structures and some alternatives that we're really going to have to dig into. So that is currently underway. Of those 10 offers, we also received 5 partial requirement offers that were smaller, but some utility scale solar and wind, as well as some community scale projects. And we did receive 1 offer for a local battery energy storage system and 2 that weren't power supply proposals. The prices for the all requirement projects were very comparable to what we received in our 2018 request for indicative pricing, and as they've been modeled in our financial forecast tool. What was very interesting is some of the smaller projects may be very appropriate for the City Excel partnership. They're projects that are here locally that would help us close that gap that we're striving to achieve. So we will continue to dig into those particular proposals with that in mind. Tom, if you wouldn't mind. Also related to the current status of the local power initiative, on the legal side, we are currently stayed on a pause until the appeal related to our second condemnation action is resolved. And we don't know what that time frame would be if we continue. We're also waiting on a FERC decision on substation use and division. Again, we are waiting on a decision from FERC, and we don't know when that decision will be. On the engineering side, Xcel substation engineering designs are to be completed in October. Boulder substation engineering design and estimates are ongoing, and once we receive Xcel's, we will complete ours. The Xcel has completed its distribution engineering designs, and Boulder is actually, that should say, 95% complete with distribution system design, and anticipate having that design completed in October. Also a question about the muni budget. And this is our current plan. The anticipated timeline we were on was to move to a go, no-go vote in 2021. We anticipated that we would borrow the 2022 revenue from the utility occupation tax in 2021 in order to complete the project. As we have moved forward and the significant impact, of course, that COVID has had and the delay that it has caused, we have eliminated any need to borrow money from the general fund as we move this forward. But in order to do that, we have had to stretch out our timeline. So this particular anticipated project budget really removes any anticipated draw from the general fund, so we're not having any impact there. But it will only carry us through 2022. And in previous discussions, I've described this scenario as all stars align. So everything goes perfectly in this scenario, and we don't have any additional legal challenges, and we don't have any additional expenses. With that, we anticipate we could take this to a vote for municipalization in 2022, barring some unknown event. Tom?
So the enforcement mechanism in this whole process is the city's continued right to be able to create a municipal electric utility. And so these next couple of slides are going to talk about what that means and what the agreement does and doesn't do in that area. So as I said before, there is a $200 million cap on any award and condemnation, including acquisition cost, real property interest, going concern, damages to the remainder, and purchase of 2 existing substations. There is a cost of living adjustment that kicks in January 2024 for any departure after that. It does not include stranded costs. There is an agreement now on substation issues. One of the things the PUC did was they approved transfer of all assets outside the substations and told the parties to negotiate resolution of the substation issues. We've been working on that for the last 2 years and had not made a lot of progress. Well, we had some progress, and we have some FERC things that are going on, but the proposal before the council has an agreement resolving all outstanding issues for substations. In addition, under the agreement, Xcel would pay the cost of any updates to the existing substation interconnection studies and design drawings that are made necessary by changes between the time the agreement is signed and any ultimate departure by the city. The orders of the PUC that exist will remain in effect and will guide the municipalization effort if the city chooses to do so in the future. And any separation will be based on the list of assets outside the substations in the October 28, 2019 decision. So one requirement would be that the city will suspend the municipalization effort. If the voters approve the franchise, the current cost agreement through which the city is paying for Xcel to do work would be held in abeyance. Xcel would complete any of the work that's ongoing and stop future work. Xcel will release 2 letters of credit that are held to secure the city's payments, one in the amount of 1.7 million and the other in the amount of 2.6 million, although one of those may be just the work is done and so it needs to go anyway, but that's still part of the agreement. We want to make sure we get the city released from those obligations. The city will dismiss the current FERC proceeding, the condemnation case, and the appeal. So all the current litigation will be dismissed. That's after the November election if the vote is approved. But if council decides to put this on the ballot, the parties will advise the courts and the FERC that there's a potential settlement pending, and those cases are most likely to be held in abeyance during the election process. I want to turn to the utility occupation tax and ask David Gear to take over here.
Good evening, members of council. I'm David Gear with the City Attorney's Office, and I'm going to talk about the materials in your packet under agenda item 4B, which are the utility occupation tax options. As you all know, the utility occupation tax is a tax on Xcel for the privilege of occupying city streets, property and easements, and delivering natural gas and electricity to city customers. It was passed in 2010 to replace the fee that Xcel paid to the city under the 1990 franchise. The revenue from this goes into the city's general fund. In 2011, the tax was increased and the revenue was earmarked to be used for the purposes of exploring the creation of a municipal electric utility. The two portions of the tax have been amended and extended by the voters also in 2015 and 2017. Slide, please. Both aspects of the tax, unless extended, will expire at the end of the year 2022. From now until the end of 2022, it's anticipated that the city can collect $2.1 million for electric municipal utility exploration, assuming it continues to move forward or is modified, and then $4.7 million per year for the general fund. I think it's important to note that by the terms of both the utility occupation fund for the occupation tax for the general fund and for municipalization, both by their terms are set to expire when the city stops pursuing a municipal electric utility. So with the general fund portion, I think the city will be covered because there is a franchise fee replacement. And then of course that leaves the revenue related to the municipal exploration portion of the tax. Next slide, please. So extending and repurposing the municipalization portion of the utility occupation tax, it could be one of the revenue sources that the city could use to fund its share of the projects as part of the partnership arrangement with Xcel that Steve Katanek described, as well as to pursue some of the city's social and equity goals. In the ordinances that are in your packet, the tax is proposed to be used to provide energy-related assistance to disadvantaged members of the community, including support for utility payments and access or more equitably for renewable energy, improve system reliability and modernization and supporting clean energy-related businesses, including new approaches in electrification of buildings and transportation, and the enhancement of resilience. It also could be used, as I mentioned, to implement the partnership agreement with Xcel Energy and increase access to energy efficiency and renewable energy solutions. Those components are found in both options that were presented to you in the packet. Next slide. So in terms of the two options that are before you and passed on first reading, Ordinance 8416, which is on your packet page 234, simply creates this new person that I just described for the revenue that is generated by the utility occupation tax portion that is dedicated to municipalization. Next slide. Then there is ordinance number 8417, which is to repurpose and extend the utility occupation tax. This ordinance can be found on page 238 of your packet. And the proposal that staff put in the first reading ordinance was to extend the tax until the year 2030, thereby giving the city approximately 9 additional years to have funds available for all the purposes I stated, and notably to be one of the revenue sources that the city could use to fund partnership programs. If the city is inclined, or if the council is inclined to pass either of these ordinances, there's a couple of typographical errors that I would recommend that we correct tonight and do a second reading. But we do recommend that if you decide that the city should move forward with a settlement agreement and the franchise is approved by the voters, that the city, at a minimum, ask the voters to repurpose the tax, and if the council finds appropriate, to extend the tax to 2030 to fund the various activities that I've described earlier in my remarks. Next line. All right, so the schedule. Of course, tonight we are having a public reading on the various ordinances related to the municipalization effort and the tax measures. We anticipate that if second reading occurs, that we would bring all of the matters back at the first business meeting in September and have the final reading of them. Of course, Election Day is November 3rd. That's when we would vote on all of the measures that would be placed before the voters. And then finally, assuming that the franchise would pass, that the council would do the final reading of the ordinance granting the franchise that Tom Carr described in the beginning of his comments. And then thereafter, we would submit the documents for approval of the PUC early in 2021. So that concludes my remarks.
And that concludes our presentation. Alice Jackson, the CEO of Excel Colorado, is here and has a brief presentation. If it's okay with council, we could bring that presentation up. Invite Ms. Jackson to present briefly.
That sounds good. Alice, you're on mute.
Okay, does that work a little bit better, Sam? Thank you, Mayor. So I'll start again. Good evening, everyone. It's a pleasure to be with all of you here this evening. Thank you for giving me a little bit of time to visit with you in advance of the public hearing, which I look forward to listening to as well. First off, I want to start with a very big thank you to the staff and the council members who have participated in these conversations over the past several months. Regardless of the outcome of the vote this evening, I think both sides would acknowledge the discussions have brought us to better understanding of each other. We've also both gotten to know the different ins and outs of the things that we all want as we move through the discussions and achieve the settlement agreement that is before you today. If you'll go to the next slide, please. One of the things I like to focus on is we have had the pleasure of serving in communities across the state of Colorado for over 150 years. And that really comes with not only a lot of gravity, but also a lot of responsibility to those very communities on being the underpinning of economic development to drive jobs for those very communities, as well as making sure that we're taking care of our employees and the businesses that we have the pleasure to serve, as much as the residents and the communities that we represent and we participate in. Over the past several years, we've had significant shifts in the way that we have approached these communities and customers and really getting to know them and addressing their needs more and more. And I think that's evidenced from everything that we've done, from the major announcements on achieving an 80% carbon reduction by 2030 and moving to a zero carbon system by 2050, as anything else that we have shown in these coming years. And that's really important to us as a company as a whole for all the communities that we have the pleasure to serve. But this evening, we're here to talk about something that's particularly exciting. And if you'll go to the next slide, one of the things that I would like to just talk to a little bit, and I'm really excited to hear the great presentation that was just given by Steve and Tom and all of the other members of the staff there in the city of Boulder, because we didn't compare presentations before coming here tonight. And I'm happy to say that we have a lot of alignment, which is a really good outcome. So when I think about the core principles and the strategic things that we've been looking at as a company and that ground us in the things that we're going to look at going forward, you see these three vertical columns of enhance the customer experience, keeping bills low, and leading the clean energy transition. And what I've heard and I've had the pleasure of learning over the past several weeks and months with the city of Boulder is the focus on your 3Ds and 3Rs is core and fundamental to what you want to accomplish. And I think what you heard this evening from the staff is showing that we have found ways to incorporate a variety of different activities, whether it's through the Energy Partnership Agreement or just interactions through the franchise agreement over the years on how to achieve all of these things. And you'll notice that I've listed out a number of things here that you've already heard a great description of. And I think that they underpin, what we are looking forward to achieving together in these coming years. Because I really do believe that together we can achieve way more than separate. And looking at these things, everything comes down to a couple of different points. From a reliability perspective, we're addressing that in the undergrounding, the equitable planning that we're going to be doing on where can we address where reliability may not be as good as other areas, and does that impact low-income communities more than others, and how do we close the gap? How do we work on technology and bring that together? How do we have a process that includes democratization so that you all have a say in what it is that we're focusing on first and what comes next, as well as bringing ideas to the table and things that maybe we haven't even thought of, whether it's the city or it's the company. Approaching renewables in a more aggressive manner, both locally as well as holistically across our system. Addressing not only Boulder's needs, but all of the needs of our customers located in the state of Colorado. Figuring out how we work on that local generation a little bit more, and how do we make it easier and improve the technologies that we have to get there, that Boulder can achieve its 100% renewable goal by 2030 in ways that we can find to close the gap in helping you get there. And then last but certainly not least, the decarbonization piece of this. It is a core focus of our company. I'm sure you've all heard us talk about it a number of times and visiting in the community, finding ways to measure and track that and make sure that the city has the accountability that they're looking for so that we can move forward together successfully into the future. That is something I'm really looking forward to. I personally am also really excited as being part of the process. Sometimes I don't get in the weeds as much as I like to, and my technology background doesn't get used as much. I'm looking forward to engaging with Boulder over the next several years and figuring out what's the best way for us to move forward. And I don't want to sound like a commercial, but I think there's so much more in this agreement that wasn't even talked about extensively tonight. Whether it's the broadband collaboration, the wildfire protection, or the things to look at in Chautauqua, I do think that those are all incredible potential for the relationship between our entities to engage, grow, and develop. What you will notice on this slide is that I put rates at the bottom. And it's not because they're at the bottom, but because they underpin everything. They are important to us. They are important to our customers. We've got to make sure we find a way to keep bills low for our customers because it is the lifeblood of our communities, economic development, driving jobs, and building equity amongst all of our customers. And so that is something that is a focus of what we are going to do. And it's a focus of what we will continue to address and look at through the coming years. So in closing, if you'll go to the last slide, I'll say thank you. For the past 10 years, much of our interaction has been in litigation. We are incredibly excited. I am personally excited about this partnership, our commitment to the community and the customers that we have in Boulder, the future successes we will all enjoy, and the process of getting to know each other yet again. And we're listening and we are learning along the way. We know that over these coming years, there will be great experiences that we will all enjoy, as well as hiccups and mistakes along the way. And we want to learn from all of these, as well as assess them when they can occur. Earlier this week, in fact, we were made aware of concerns about us reaching out to stakeholders to participate in tonight's meeting. This, in our opinion, was not a violation of the settlement agreement, but we have not and we will not make any campaign contributions that will be reported during this election. However, we also heard from you that doing so was not in the spirit of our agreement. And I recognize this as a mistake. And I've taken the necessary steps so that it does not happen again. I want to say thank you to those of you who took the time to educate me and discuss this particular mistake. I and my team have learned more about how you all would like to interact going forward. And because this is important to me, I've also committed to not engaging in these phone calls or other campaign activities for the next 5 years. We really appreciate what we are building here. We think there are great possibilities as we move forward and we collaborate together to build this future that is possible not only for the city of Boulder, but to set a great example for the rest of our state. I want to thank you for taking the time to consider how we can achieve a clean energy future collaboratively. I look forward to engaging in the years to come and rebuilding the trust and as we focus on the possibilities and the potentials that we can bring together to our state and potentially even nationally. I firmly believe that we are all truly stronger together. So thank you very much for taking the time to consider this settlement agreement. Thank you to all the individuals, including my team, who have participated in getting to this point in the discussion. And I truly look forward to re-engaging fully into the Boulder community as we move forward. Thank you for your time this evening, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
And that concludes our presentation, and I'll turn it back to you for any questions council might have.
Very good. I want to thank staff for that great presentation. It was really well put together, very complete and comprehensive. And I guess I want to thank the staff team that has been behind us on the Boulder side. Through all these discussions, there has been a lot of work and there's been a lot of responsiveness by our staff. It's greatly appreciated. And similarly, regardless of how the outcome is tonight, I agree with Excel that we have learned a lot about each other. And Excel devoted considerable resources to the discussions that we had, including their distribution planning team. And so everyone has put a lot of effort into this. So regardless of the outcome, I will say that there has been a lot of good work on both sides, and I think it shows in the presentation that we've seen tonight. So I would just bring it back to council at this point for questions. So I expect there are questions for both staff and or Excel. And I'd like to kick it off with Mark Wallach and then Mary Young. Mark?
Yeah, my apologies in advance. I actually have several questions. The first one is for Steve. Can you give us a little more detail as to the nature of the innovative financing proposals that you received? That people are, to some extent, waiting on the edge of their seats to see if there's something very substantive or game-changing in the proposals that we've received, and it impacts the way in which we regard how the direction we take going forward. Can you comment on that in a little more detail?
I'm going to ask a member of my staff, Matt Lehrman, to step in and talk about the bids that we received. And I think Matt's here.
I hope Matt's here.
I know he was having a little problem getting logged in earlier, but I thought
he's not in as a panelist, that's for sure.
Sarah?
I'm seeing Matt first name only. I'm going to promote him and assume that that's Matt Lehrman. Bear with me for one moment.
Thank you. The wonders of technology and the frustrations.
Everybody hear me? Hello?
Great, thank you.
Hi, Matt.
Hi. Hi, Matt Lehrman, Energy Strategy Advisor for the city. It's a good question. We are still working through the responses. There were two proposals for innovative financing that looked at separation and engineering costs, that looked at acquisition costs, that looked at other costs related to the creation of the utility. Does that answer your question at a high level?
Not really. I'm trying to get a sense as to whether or not there is something that we have received that looks like it could change the game a little bit and take us down a different path. The subject we're here to discuss is whether to terminate our litigation and enter into a or potentially enter into a franchise agreement. And I would not want to go too far down that path if there's something out there that is so dramatically improved over what we are going to be entering into that we have to look at it. And so I'm trying to get a sense as to what does innovative financing mean? What does it look like? How would it impact our rates? How would it impact our ability to finance our litigation if we were going to still do that? How would it impact our ability to pay a condemnation award to Excel if we went in that direction?
So let me jump in here a little bit. Certainly, part of the challenges and what we need to dig into to understand these is there is the offer for that level of financing, be it for acquisition, for standing up the utility. The question becomes, though, is what is the cost of any of that financing? The city certainly has the ability to issue municipal bonds, which typically are at a more attractive interest rate. And the interest rate is certainly a significant component of anything we do on the system. Where we start to get challenged is what happens if we have significant costs in that bridge between where we are today and achieving municipalization. What are those costs and how can we define, or is there a better path to bridging those costs? And what is the cost of doing that?
And have any of those proposals attempted to address those costs and how they might contribute to doing it?
They certainly offer financing, but one of the questions we have to answer is, how do we pay that back? If we're not successful in moving municipalization to completion, but yet we have committed to an entity some commitment to pay back financing, how do we pay back that financing? And those are the type of questions we need to understand, because there's certainly a cost and an impact on the community if we continue to ask for additional taxes as compared to do we make future commitments.
Okay. Sam, with your indulgence, I have two questions for Tom. I have other questions, but I will then go to the back of the line if that's all right, and finish other questions later so as not to hog the virtual podium. Tom, I have a couple of questions for you. What are the chances that all stars will align in the litigation to get us to a vote in 2022? You are closer to that than most of us, and I want to get a sense of what kind of real timelines we might be looking at.
So Mark, from a litigation standpoint, there are several variables. We have an application under FERC, the Federal Power Act, Section 210 into FERC to force the substation. That's been pending for some time. If FERC rules in our favor, all stars are aligning. If they rule against us or delay, maybe not align so much. The condemnation case is currently stayed. We have an appeal pending on the authority of the court to require us to go to the PUC for on the substations, or it's broader than that, but it basically is the city's constitutional right to condemn. Depending on how the Court of Appeals rules on that, we would then go back to condemnation. There are several motions to dismiss pending in the condemnation case and an attorney's fee award. All of those would have to come out right. So as I'm an optimist as a lawyer, I always believe we're going to win. But if you know anything about litigation, you know you don't always do that. So from a litigation standpoint, there are challenges.
My other question is with respect to the draft settlement agreement and what looks to be like a revised M1. And that paragraph does not contain the additional elections in which Excel has agreed not to participate. But there is language in that section that has been stricken that to me is important. If PSCo is the only entity making a representation about non-interference in the election, what would happen if the parent company determined to do so, or the members of the board of directors of the parent company, or an affiliate or subsidiary of PSCo or its directors and officers? Would those be legal contributions? And if so, why did we drop that language that was attempting to address that issue?
It's a great question, Mark. First of all, in the paragraph that's in the packet, we have the 20 and 22 elections called out. I got the language late this afternoon to add the additional election for the 5-year out. So there are now 3 elections that they would be banned from. We agreed to that language come out for a couple of reasons. One, if an individual, a member of the board of directors, decided to make a campaign contribution, that's their First Amendment right. And I don't know that the city has the ability to reach into officers or board of directors. If the company were to give that person the money to do it, that would be a reportable campaign contribution that they would be required to report. So something coming from an individual's personal assets is not something I believe that we can restrict.
Let me just interject. When you say it's not something we can restrict, you can do anything by agreement that the 2 parties wish to do.
Well, the officers and employees and members of the board of directors are not parties to this agreement. It's only the company. So we would have to get agreements from those folks not to exercise their First Amendment rights. And I'm a little bit uncomfortable with that, Mark. So the company can't use others to do what it wants in terms of elections. That would either be illegal or a reportable contribution. What people do when they're, and the language that was in there, in my view, was so broad that employees would have been prohibited from making campaign contributions. And that's really troublesome.
I know it was. I drafted it and sent it. So yeah. That was the exact intention of the language.
Yeah.
I don't want to have a conversation down the line as to what is or is not permitted. I want it to be clear that Excel can exercise its First Amendment rights through articles, townhouse forums, letters to the editor. They can get on a street corner and speak to the issues. I don't want their money involved in this election. And I hear your response. I will then take it up with Alice in my next round of questions.
Thank you, Mark.
Okay.
Thank you, Mark. Next, we've got Mary, Aaron, and Rachel. Mary?
So I have some questions for Alice Jackson. And thank you for being here tonight. My first question is, why should we trust you, aside from you said so on your slide? And that's my first question. And my second question for you is, why does Excel care enough to have participated in this settlement, in these settlement discussions? And how will your shareholders benefit from this settlement?
Well, thank you very much for the questions, Councilwoman. So I'll take them in the same order that you put them out there. As far as the trust piece, I fully recognize that trust is something you earn. Trust is something that you build over time. And what we are working very hard to do with the Energy Partnership Agreement is to place an avenue so that that trust can be built and can be earned both directions between the company and the City of Boulder. I believe there are many things that we can do here that are going to build a lot of trust and potential for the future and continue to build upon it. I think the first level of trust is simply we came to the table. We were sitting there, we worked very hard, brought a lot of different parts of our company in to have the conversations to reach the agreement. And what you see in this agreement is a lot of the language that achieves Boulder's goals. It wasn't a matter of us putting out there and saying we can't do something. It was a matter of how do we help Boulder achieve their goals at the same time as we're trying to figure out how to achieve the targets and goals for the rest of the customers across our system. That is why I think you can trust us, is we are here for the long haul, we are committed, and we are going to help everything we can do to make this work. The second thing, why do we care? There's a lot of different answers that I could put out there for this one, but the one that comes to mind first is the fact that about relationships. In this state, we spent the past 10 years arguing about whether, Boulder was right, Excel was right, how much is it going to cost, what are we going to do? And what we set aside or what we didn't accomplish during those 10 years as much as we could have was figuring out how to reduce carbon on the system, how to make sure that our customers collectively were able to implement more technology. How do we advance the grid advancements collaboratively? So we care because we think there's great potential not only in the state, but within the city of Boulder to really make significant advancements. I had a couple of conversations with you all about what I believe in these agreements. I am particularly excited about the electric vehicle pieces of the puzzle. Boulder has the highest adoption of electric vehicles. We want to see that transition in the rest of our communities because it drives significant amounts of carbon out of the transportation sector. Does it make it harder on us to meet emissions targets? It absolutely does. It's something we're willing to work on and figure out how do we make this better for all of our states and all of the citizens in the state of Colorado. So that's why we care. It's about relationships, it's about building community, it's about being successful across the board on the carbon reductions that we are all focused on. And last and certainly not least, the shareholder side. Whether we sign this agreement or not, what I would say from the shareholder perspective, and you can see, in the discussions we had publicly on the shareholder side, there was little change when we announced that we were in settlement negotiations and even from the stock price perspective. What I would say from the shareholder perspective is that they know from an ES&G perspective, we are strongly focused on carbon reductions. And this is another example of where we are engaging with our communities to drive those carbon reductions forward and meet the needs that our communities have. Relationships are important, and this is a core function. And what we are doing here shows the relationship piece that we are committed to listening to our communities and building a future that truly does reach a better outcome for everyone.
Thank you, Alice. I have, if I may, I have a couple questions for staff. My first question is, how does, last summer, we received a presentation from staff. In that presentation, one of the things that was shared with council was that what our goals going forward should be, and I believe this was based on IPCC recommendations, going forward, that whatever we do should be broadly changing systems, and it should be replicable and scalable. So my question is, how does a municipal utility compare against this agreement with those goals?
Steve, do you want to take that?
Can ask Jonathan to kick it off, and then I'll close with the response around the municipal utility.
Okay, great. Mary, thanks for the question. And just for orientation, what you're referring to was a presentation we gave back in July of last year that was really the recalibration of our climate work to talk about the importance of how individual behavior change results in collective action, and then how we can make the biggest impact as we shift systems. So particularly on the energy side, I think this is one of the very interesting conversations that's emerged over the past decade. That municipalization really was at its core an attempt to change the system. So how we might be able to create our own utility and do what we wanted to do within. The conversation has shifted a bit as we start thinking about what we could do around replicating what we design here through a partnership. And so I think what we'll need to pay very close attention to is the projects and options that were discussed during the presentation by Steve in particular, how we can identify projects that could be scaled, that could be replicated in other jurisdictions. So what we've learned along the way is that, yeah, perhaps there are other communities that will follow our pathway in terms of trying to create its own utility. But there's this kind of striking of balances to say, if we really need to shift systems, it's not just in terms of the electricity that we are getting from the utility provider, but how are we creating new opportunities at the local level? How are we driving innovation? How are we integrating resilience and equity into our approaches? So that is going to continue to be really front and center in our climate work. And so as we start to expand, if it's in a partnership with Xcel, then we need to focus on those projects to expand those opportunities. If it's through a municipal electric utility, we know what we can do. We know what the authorities grant us by owning and operating the system. So I think they are complementary paths, but they take different flavors. And I don't know if that answers your question directly, but Steve is going to mop up and talk a bit about how it looks with a municipal utility.
Thank you, Jonathan.
You're just a hard act to follow, Jonathan. I think you answered that very, very well. As we've all discussed in the past, municipalization offers that local control and that local choice of what we do with the system. One of the elements of our partnership agreement, though, is injecting the voice of the Boulder community into what will be done on the electric grid and how we will push the envelope, how we can do innovative things that really provide examples and hopefully set pathways for other communities to follow. Boulder has always set itself above and as a leader, and I do think there is opportunity to continue to provide that leadership through example and through innovation. So while it is certainly not as simple as being able to turn to a city council and ask for permission to do something, now we have a few more folks that will be engaged in the authorization of what we're trying to do. But if we are successful in developing a strong partnership and a strong relationship, I think we have that opportunity.
Thank you, Steve. And I have just one more question, if you'll indulge me. One of the things in the presentation with respect to meeting the CO2e targets was to electrify buildings and transportation. So again, last summer, we were presented with an estimate of what it might take to electrify our buildings. So that would be commercial buildings and also residential buildings. And the estimate then was somewhere in the neighborhood of between 600 million and 1 billion. And I think this is for both a question both for staff and for Xcel. The cost sharing slide did not include anything on building electrification. So how would we achieve that through the partnership agreement versus how would we achieve the electrification of buildings, both commercial and residential, through municipalization?
So I'll kick that off. One of the challenges, of course, is the cost of making that significant change, though it is a necessary change. What we've recognized, and even what we talked about last July, was pursuing partnerships outside the city and really trying to establish business models where it's an attractive change to implement into a residential, into a residence. So it's an opportunity, and at the time we were talking to a big company about a partnership. It's an opportunity for somebody to establish a business model to move that forward. We also, in the partnership, have agreed to pursue grants and other funding resources as possible. But as we look at the future, what we need to ensure is that we're designing programs that benefit the homeowner to the point that the homeowner is also willing to share that cost of improving their home, and they're the beneficiary. So it is certainly a big challenge. It's a big cost, but that's part of the innovation we want to tackle.
And so just a quick follow-up question. Have any of the surrounding municipal utilities figured that one out?
Not that I'm aware of. I know that Platte River has instituted a program through the municipalities called Efficiency Works, and they have introduced some aspects of that utility as a service type model where the utility is really participating more and helping the homeowner achieve replacement of appliances and moving that direction. I'm not sure what the uptake is or how successful that program is. And I'll ask Alice to step in because I do understand Excel also has a program very similar to Efficiency Works up at Platte River.
We do. Thank you, Steve. And thank you again for the question. Yeah, there are a number of ways that parties can engage. One of the examples I can give you specifically now is about electrification or transportation. We have approached the Public Utilities Commission with a recommendation on how to provide rebates for homeowners to be able to install their chargers and to charge at the right times of the day, namely at night, so that there's not an incremental burden on the system, and to actually provide rebates for customers to be able to do so. One of the core tenets of that particular filing is we recognize that we need to make sure that there's access for a variety of income levels associated with transportation electrification. Over 15% of the dollars that we are proposing to either use as rebates or spend in that are specifically focused on low income. And so that really does help with the equity conversation in regards to that. But Steve's correct. We have other activities that we engage in with our communities and our customers on the demand side management or energy efficiency, where we pay rebates for them to use more efficient devices, to even to put in electric water heaters or heating devices in their homes versus doing the gas-based ones. So those rebates are currently available. And we are looking for interesting things to work on. So I know, Steve, we have lots to talk about in the Energy Partnership Agreement, but looking at air source heat pumps and how those work and, devising programs and rebates around those will be important in the coming years on figuring out how do we transition to more building electrification.
Thank you.
Okay.
And that's all.
Is that all?
That's all I
Okay.
have.
Great. Thank you, Mary. Aaron and then Rachel. Aaron?
All right. Thank you. So my first question is, I was pleased to see in the settlement document revisions or in the agreement revisions, the inclusion of broadband on the poles. But that's in the settlement agreement and not in the franchise agreement. And so the franchise agreement still lists uses that doesn't include broadband. And so my question, I guess, is maybe a legal one. Is that a problem? Like if we try to assert our ability to put broadband material on the poles, could the franchise agreement trump the settlement agreement in some way?
Well, I don't think Trump, I would use
Tom?
Sorry. Yeah,
I try not to use that word ever, really, but
yeah. Let's stay away there.
Go ahead.
I would say supplements. What the Excel has franchises with most of the cities in the state of Colorado, and they try to keep the franchise uniform. So as we went through, relatively uniform, as we went through our negotiations with Excel, we put in most of the additional provisions that the city was getting out of this agreement into the settlement agreement. There were some things that were so important, like the opt-out provisions. We insisted they had to be in the franchise agreement. Pole attachments are a sometimes controversial issue in this state, and giving the city the right to use it for municipal broadband was a big give by them. So we put it in the settlement agreement. It's my opinion is it is enforceable.
Okay, thanks for that. The next thing is about timing of the opt-outs. So I was also pleased to see the additional time on the opt-outs. The question I have is around how that timing might, a 16-month period that maybe started too close to an election to be able to be ready for that election, but ended prior to the next year's election. So do we have any knowledge of how the timing would work out of those 16 months with regards to, the chance to hold November elections?
Yeah, well, so the 16 months was picked in part because it's more than a year. And so it's my understanding, and Jonathan can correct me, that the climate reports are put out in the third or fourth quarter of most years. So we would have that data towards the end of the year. And then we would have 16 months to act on it, which would include well into the next year. So it could be as early as August that we got the data, and still would have the time to get to the November election. In fact, and have the opt-out provision work. The idea of the 16-month was chosen to give us that coverage over 2 different elections during a period.
Yeah, I guess, and so if the reports are coming out in third, fourth quarter, I think the timing all works out well. But if they came out in, I don't know, April or something, it might not so much. Is there any, because you wouldn't actually, or maybe May, I don't know, because you wouldn't actually make it to the next election.
Well, you'd still have until late August or September to put something on the ballot. So even in May, you'd have 4 months.
Hi, colloquy, Aaron. May I?
Yeah,
These
sure.
are also my questions. And I was thinking about it, especially because that 16 months also applies to like a community-led petition, right? And so I was trying to visualize, let's say it's pandemic and, things don't go quite right. And so then you feel like you've got 2 years, but really you've only got that first year because the 16 months will cut off well before November of the second year, if my math is right. So I was concerned about the same thing. Like, is that enough time if it's kind of too late in the season or something goes wonky in the season, you get it in April, but you can't get the signatures in time or it doesn't work out, or you think maybe council is going to put it on and council doesn't put it on. So the community doesn't try for a petition until maybe the next year, right? Then is that enough time?
Yeah, thanks for that, Rachel. And so then I guess then the question is then now a practical one. Would it be possible to maybe word it slightly differently such that to say that if the 16-month period did not include 2 November elections, that it would be lengthened until the second?
We could certainly draft it. We'd have to talk to Excel. So I'll put that on the list of things we can ask for.
Okay. Allison, here, just to put you on the spot, do you see an issue with some? And if you'd need more time, to answer that, it's fine.
Yeah, so thank you for the question. I think, if I could jump in, Tom, you did a great job when we were working through this of kind of lining out the time frame that it took to do the different steps, which got to the 16 months. I think the conclusion when we were looking at those is the goal was really, okay, you can't get it, the citizen-led one couldn't fit in the first year, but you definitely need the time to do it in the second. I think instead of maybe putting a month time frame on there, what we had talked about is that we need notice in order to change whatever franchise fees and things that we need to by that mid-December time frame in that second year, no matter what. So maybe instead of putting months on there and being worried about when does the report come out or not, maybe you draft it so that it's, it's the mid-December of the second year following. See what I'm trying to say, Tom? Is like instead of, if the measurement is 2022, the reports are going to come out in 23. You have until mid-December of 24 to notify the company that you're going to exercise your franchise exit. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for that, Alice. So and maybe we can come back to this in discussion, but if we do move this forward, maybe we take an approach like that, to make sure that there would be time, adequate time to prepare for an election. And then a few of my other questions have already been answered. So I just have one left. A lot of the community input that we've been getting has been around the feasibility of the opt-out. right? Because I think the negotiation of the additional opt-outs, has been a big feature of the agreement, but a number of members of the community are not sure that they would actually work. And so we've got the view if we happen to try to take those outs, which is great. And can you all hear me? Is my internet connection?
It's been breaking up a little, Aaron.
Yeah. Okay. Not much I can do about it. So, but let me know if you don't understand my question. But Alice, would Excel be willing to say? Can you say for the corporation that that you would not litigate our attempt to take an opt-out, that you might speak out against it using your rights of free speech, but that you would not sue to stop us if we attempted to take the opt-outs in the agreement?
Alice, we can't hear you.
Sorry, I muted myself again. What I would say is that I don't believe that in the language that's written there, now this is more of a legal question and I am not an attorney. I don't believe that we have an avenue to sue in the event that you take that opt-out. So Tom, I turn to you since I don't have my attorney on here and go, I read it as there's not an avenue. So therefore, I don't see the concern, but I would advise you to ask Tom if he agrees with that.
So Aaron, I guess, Alice, the thing that you could conceivably look at is whether or not you had actually met the goals. And so there's a factual question there. And I don't know that we could deprive them of the right to challenge. If we said they didn't meet their goals and they say they did, there's a provision that says we have to give them 90 days notice to assert that they haven't done, and they get a chance to cure in those 90 days. So I think that would resolve it, but that's the only area I could see. I mean, the 5, 10, and 15-year opt-outs are absolutely, I think, ironclad. I don't think there's any basis to sue. There could be this litigation over whether or not the goals had been met. And I don't know that we can resolve that because I think they'd have a right to.
Yeah. And certainly as I read it, I don't see any way to sue about it. It just I think it might be comforting for the community, Alice, if you all were able to say, no, we wouldn't try to sue you, even though there's no avenue to that we can see, but it would be maybe comforting to hear that from you.
Yeah, that if I call it, what would be the harm in saying that if there's no avenue?
Yeah, I think back to Tom's point is as long as we're all in agreement on, if the goals are reported and verified, then the trigger doesn't happen, right? I think that's the biggest question is would the city also sit there and say if the goals are verified by the climate registry, the trigger is not activated? I guess that's the flip side of it too, right? It's on both sides.
And so Aaron, to sort of elaborate a little on what I said, it should just be a number. And I asked Jonathan to comment. I've never looked at climate registry reports, but it would seem to me that if the number report, we've agreed on what the number is and what the reporting source is, there shouldn't be much basis to dispute that. But I wonder if Jonathan could come in and just talk a little bit about what he's seen in those reports.
Well, sure. Thanks, Tom. And I can also ask Alice to talk a little bit about how they see the reporting structure. But you're right, it is a number, and the process is to submit your data, and then it actually gets verified by a third party before the final numbers are published. And so, I think you're absolutely right. We'd be looking at a number.
Yeah.
So it's a strict quantitative exercise without, legal leeway, in other words.
So I'm loath to ever say that there could never be litigation, but it would be hard litigation to imagine if it's hard to fight over what a number says. You fight over what it means, but what it says. So we made efforts when we drafted those provisions to try to make them as simple and straightforward as possible.
And the language does seem fairly unambiguous to me. Just expressing some community concerns. So anyway, thanks for that. Appreciate the time. That's all I have.
Great. And then we've got Rachel and Junie. Rachel?
Thanks. And thanks everybody for the presentations. I will just say on the last point, like there's always room for litigation. Like I could come up with scenarios that I won't scare everybody with, but yeah, there's, I don't think it's ever, anybody who's gone to law school and read through a lot of cases, like, yeah, there's no way to say a lawsuit's impossible. Okay, so a lot of my questions were also answered, so I kind of have to go through. One, I think, is continuing off of a question that Mark Wallach asked, which was about the RFPs. So it sounds like we're not going to have that information tonight. Will the vote, if we put this on the ballot, will the voters have the benefit of that information timely to help it inform how they vote?
That's certainly our goal.
And so is there any like,
so I don't,
a date that's going to be released or
I don't the schedule in front of me, but we begin our interviews of the bidders here in I think it's a couple of weeks, and we go through those interviews and get our questions answered. And during that process, we will continue our analysis as we get answers. So while I don't have a date certain, I would anticipate by September that we will have that information.
Okay, that would be helpful. I think if we promote this to a vote, to at least have the voters have the benefit of that. And another one of Mark's questions, I'll just do all my marks at once here. He had asked about contributions from Excel employees. That sounds like he, had a goal of wanting to make sure that didn't happen. And so I just wondered, and I'm sorry if I missed it in the staff answer, how does that fit with our campaign contribution laws? Like, how big is the problem if employees and board of directors can finance opposition? Does that fall under any reporting or laws that we have of maximum individual donations or anything like that?
So I'm practicing law from memory, which is always a challenge. I've got David Gear on the line who knows this a little better than me. Generally, the law is that your ability to restrict campaign contributions for ballot measures as opposed to candidates is much more limited. As you probably know from reading Buckley against Vallejo in the old years, there's less risk of corruption when you're involved in a ballot measure. So what the Supreme Court has said is you can restrict candidate contributions because there could be a perceived payback for those. There are fewer limitations, and as I recall our campaign code, we do not restrict the amount that you can contribute to a measure. David, is that right? David, are you still there? Yeah, he's here.
David, yeah, there you go.
Why don't you give me a second and I'll just look it up.
Okay. He's going to resist. So if you could ask your next question, David will come back.
Okay. Let's see. Next question is, we talked about these repurposing the utility occupation tax. If we wanted to extend it and, if maybe we didn't want to put that burden out to voters in 2020, could we do that part in 2021? Could we have a vote on just that in 2021, extending it?
Yes, you could.
Okay. Let's see. So on rates, we're getting a lot of concern that, people feel like we are sort of agreeing to buy like a big house or large item without knowing the cost attached to it. So just, is there any clarification around what the rates could be or what like worst case scenarios are? I think, they were one of the 3 R's and people have concerns about like just that being a big question mark. So is there any way to shrink that question mark? I don't know who that's to. I'm sorry.
So Excel publishes their rates and they're controlled by the PUC, and the PUC restricts them. People will tell you that they have gone up greatly over the last few years and they'll go up greatly again. I'm not competent to comment on that. It's a public process through which the rates are set.
Alice, anything maybe you can add to that, address that concern?
I can to some extent, right? So what I can say is to, Tom's last comment about rates going up greatly over the past several years. What I can tell is before coming here, did a check of seeing where things have gone, and actually residential rates and commercial rates have declined over the past 5 years for our customers, and so that's a positive. What I will tell you is that we know that we have the electric resource plan coming next year. And to achieve the 80% carbon reduction by 2030, those resources will be decided there, which is a significant portion of the investment that we make on our systems. And through the legislation, there is a rate impact protection in there for customers of no more than 1.5% increase from those implemented generation actions over a baseline of normal actions that would have been taken. So that does put some more certainty out there. But as Tom said, our rates are regulated by the Public Utilities Commission and go through the process there.
Okay, and then one more for now. You're looking at equity. There's also I have a question about what could the city do better than Xcel, or what could Xcel do better than the city possibly on equity? And like with respect to rates, I think sometimes they can go down because, I put solar on my house. I think it works like that. And then, my rate goes down, but that, maybe doesn't benefit somebody who can't afford solar panels. So I just wanted to get a sense from both Alice and from staff on what are the trade-offs maybe in terms of equity and the possible deliverables if it's a city with a municipalized energy source versus Xcel.
Steve, do you want to talk about it from the staff's perspective?
Yeah, and actually I'm going to ask both Jonathan and Carolyn to comment on this. We have quite a few different things that we're doing, and certainly Carolyn can lead off with a lot of the opportunities we've been able to leverage today that we would continue if we were a muni, which is we know our community, which is always one of the benefits of a municipal utility, and we can focus in on our community much more with a laser focus, because a municipal utility is operating in a smaller area. But Carolyn, if you wouldn't mind talking about some of the programs we're doing today to help folks in the community.
Hi, Steve. So Carolyn Elam, I'm the Energy Manager in Climate Initiatives, and really a great question, Rachel. I think we're always jointly striving to figure out how to best deliver more equitable programs to our community. Things we've been doing as a city include making solar garden acquisitions on behalf of our low-income community members. Really striving to do that, that's something we're doing as a city within the bounds of operating with Xcel. I think the thing I would highlight the most within the partnership agreement, though, is this real commitment to alleviate some of the constraints on how we install solar and how we operate our utilities. I think that's one of the best benefits we have for bringing more solar. And you're exactly right. Solar is a principal way how we fix the utility costs for customers and also lower them. So I do think it's an important opportunity. It's certainly the path we would pursue under a municipal utility, and it's the path we are going to pursue in partnership with Xcel under a partnership agreement if that's the direction we go. So I'm not sure I would identify any specific distinctions. Just we need to do that in partnership with Xcel and really move, our ability to better leverage our lands and our resources to help our lower income members of our community and bring more equitable programs.
Thanks, Carolyn. Alice, anything from Xcel's side or I'm sorry, Steve, you maybe had more.
I was just going to see if Jonathan had anything you wanted to add.
I don't need to add much except at a higher philosophical level. And Rachel, I really appreciate the question because I think despite a lot of the energy opportunities we've seen emerging, many are being left out. So as we think about the need to design a socially equitable and resilient energy system, we need to answer the question, what is inequitable about our current system? And lots of great examples about policies enable communities, particularly communities of color, to develop local renewable energy generation, energy efficiency programs that can produce healthier neighborhoods, reduce energy costs, create good jobs, et cetera. So I just want to point out that I think it's a broader narrative than just using metrics like the jobs and economic development impact models. I think there are things that really misses the mark, at least in my mind. So I think to truly be supportive of equity concerns, just as Carolyn said, it is going to be one of our primary concerns, because as we think about resilience, social resilience has to be at the top of the list. And so designing around energy systems that are currently inequitable has to be really in our lens.
Thanks. And I know we're still rolling this out, but is there any chance that this settlement agreement got run through the racial equity instrument? That would be probably for Jane.
Or Steve.
Where's Steve? Sorry, I don't.
We
just so well identify who their questions are going to. I don't.
I'm supposed to be helping with that, and I apologize. But so, Steve, would you talk about what we did with respect to the equity filter?
So what we ensured is that we were consulting with the folks in the city that are really have become our experts in this, and tried to focus each of the aspects from the goals that we established to the vision to how we were going to define the metrics of all of the programs we do to ensure that equity was included in what we would apply to developing these projects.
Thanks.
And then I have an answer on the Campaign Finance Practices Act. And the reporting requirement for ballot measures is $1,000, and there's no limit on how much you can contribute under our campaign finance laws. And I think that goes to the concern that Tom Carr just mentioned in terms of being too strict in terms of regulating First Amendment activities.
Thanks so much. And then I don't know if Alice had anything to add on the equity question or trade-offs for city versus Excel on that front.
No, I think your team did a great job of answering the question. I would say that in addition, we would enhance within the partnership agreement. So we started working a number of years ago with the Colorado Energy Office, where there is a low-income solar program, and funds go through that avenue in order to identify the best candidates for receiving those. And being part of the Excel Energy system, you would still have access to doing those things in addition to working on the programs that we would be doing through our energy collaboration that we're putting in place.
Thanks. That's all I got.
Follow up on that question, just real quickly.
Go ahead, Mary.
One of the things in the partnership agreement is to pursue changes in state legislation. So how would those efforts at the state level impact the kinds of things that can be achieved with respect to racial equity goals?
And Jonathan, I'll turn to you.
Thanks, Mary. I think what we would want to start identifying are energy policies today that are perhaps, as I was defining earlier, inequitable. So for example, most policies today support, or policies, renewable energy policies support individual homeowners through tax credits, which excludes a third of all families and half of all families of color who don't own their homes. So as we start thinking about the policies that are perhaps not in alignment with our equitable energy system goals, what I would anticipate and hope is that we could use the partnership to identify those policies and find a pathway to go to the state legislature or go to the regulatory agencies to ensure that we aren't creating more inequities. So that's just an off-the-cuff answer.
So what you're saying is, if I understood you correctly, is that in a partnership agreement, or in a partnership, what would happen is Excel and the city would go together to the state legislature, or first identify policies that are not achieving equity goals, and then go together to the state legislature and try to change those. Is that kind of how it would work?
Well, that we didn't discuss that, but that would be what I would expect. So the council, of course, has your committee to look at regulatory affairs and legislative actions, and it could be something that the oversight committees could discuss in terms of where are the policies that need some tweaking or modification, similar to the discussion around the 120% rule. I will say that this is an area that we will do regardless. We're going to continue to really focus on where our policies are in misalignment with our equity goals. And so what I would hope is that we could use the additional horsepower of Excel to move some of those policies quicker than we might be able to do otherwise.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mary. Junie and then Mark. Junie?
Thank you, Sam. I think waiting with everyone else, a lot of the questions that I had been answered as well. But I just wanted to say thank you to Alice Jackson for her comments about commitment to community engagement, which is something that is very important to me. And that's something that I was afraid that would be missing in this agreement or this partnership. And also, I am really excited about the idea of serving as an example for other states, and hopefully eventually you can tell us what that really means. I suppose eventually we will know. And also talking about rebuilding the relationship. And I thought that was really great. So thank you for sharing these points. But I'm slightly, I need a little bit more information going back to what Mary was talking about, because my understanding for the opt-out of the franchise agreement, if Excel failed to meet its carbon goals, in lawyer term, that means that would be some type of a material breach. But when I'm looking at the guiding principles for the partnership, and I was looking at those 5 bullet points, talking about the cooperation between the CD and Excel, about the 120% limitation on site generation, and developing a new tariff for rapid conversion of bus fleet to electric buses, allowance of cross-property energy sharing, and removable barriers to large amount of local distributed generation, and also facilitation of microgrids in specific projects. So I'm wondering if this also factor into whether we can opt out of this particular agreement.
So the opt-out.
Go ahead, sorry.
Sorry. The opt-out provisions in the 5-year periods are without any restrictions. So a council or a community could decide that because Excel hadn't met its partnership responsibilities to opt out, and wouldn't have to give a reason, you could do that. The additional 3 opt-outs are just for GHG metrics and not for anything else. The idea, and one of the reasons we asked for the additional opt-outs was because there is some belief in the community that Excel will not participate in the partnership. For everything I've seen suggests that they will, and that they're anxious to use this as an example for other communities. But the remedy would be to opt out in one of the 5-year opt-outs.
So my question is, the partnership, meaning the cooperation for state regulations around these 5 things that I just mentioned they're more like, how do I put it? They're more carrots. They're not really part of the agreement, meaning that Excel doesn't really have to do these things. Of course, I would imagine they would try, but they don't have to do them.
I would never call something in an agreement a carrot. I would say that there are provisions in the agreement, and the failure to comply with those would be material breaches. I hate to talk about litigation, but you could always sue for specific performance and try to get performance that way. So those are real provisions, and they're meaningful provisions that we worked really hard to get in there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Junie. Mark, back to you.
Okay, I will try and hopefully succeed at being relatively brief. My first question is for either David or Tom. If things are not going well and we elect to repurpose and extend the utility tax, will a future council have the flexibility as one of the purposes of the tax to put aside a reserve for future legal expenses?
Not as it's currently written, I don't think. David?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I guess, I would also just further explain that I guess as a staff, what we have talked about is, if we are going to exercise an opt-out, part of the community conversation about exercising that opt-out will be, how do you finance the litigation to make it happen?
Okay. My next two questions are really for Alice. And thank you for being here. Alice, when we conversed, I mentioned that there was concern in the community about the statistics in your 2019 10Q for the third quarter that indicated $7 billion of capital investment. And the concern is that if over the next 5 years, and the concern is that if that were to be the case, and we were to exit and pursue the municipalization, that any stranded asset claim would be enhanced by the value of our proportionate share of the $7 billion. And you responded to me, and I was wondering if you might be able to explain it better than I can. Your number was much lower, and I was wondering if you could tell us how you got there.
Yes, absolutely. So thank you for the question. And yes, the 10Q does report in aggregate the spend on capital investments that the company will make on a 5-year basis, and particularly from the Q3 2019. It shows roughly a $7.7 billion spend for the company over a 5-year period from 2020 to 2024. But this spend is, not just for electric, and not all electric capital costs become stranded costs in the strict sense when you go before FERC and you talk about what that looks like. Particularly the costs associated that go into a stranded cost calculation or considered as part of a stranded cost calculation are costs associated with generation. And when you look at the 5-year spend over the same time period for the generation costs that we're making investments in, that's a $785 million number, not a $7.7 billion number. So that's the big difference, is that $785 million would be the cost really of spend over the 5 years that would be more appropriately considered in the stranded cost numbers. Does that help, Councilman?
Yes. And then I have one last question. Obviously, we've had an issue this week with respect to the non-interference in this election. I see the words and in provision M1, but what I'm asking you is, can you give us some assurance in front of our millions of viewers on Channel 8 this evening that we're not going to have this problem again, that you're going to adhere not only to the letter of the statute, but the spirit of it, and we will not be arguing in 3 weeks over the, Vote XL PAC that came out of Minnesota. I think you understand what this community requires in terms of true non-interference. And again, advocacy is one thing, but spending of money is another. And will you assure us that that's the way it's going to go, and we're not going to be discussing this again in 3 or 4 weeks during the middle of a campaign debate over what we're doing?
Yes, sir. I am happy to provide that assurance that we will not be spending money on a campaign or in any other way, aside from providing avenues for conversation, as you put it, the advocacy, to sit down and allow people to ask us questions and to answer those questions to make sure that they are informed going into the vote that they have in November.
Okay, as I've informed that our viewership is about 8 million, people will remember. So we're on record. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
Rachel, I've got you. Rachel, you're on mute. Sorry.
You know what I did? I think I lowered my hand instead of unmuting myself that time. So my question's on reliability, one of our 3 R's. And I understand that we, neighboring towns have multiples better reliability than us. And I just wondered what the context was. Like, I've lived in some towns where I lost power a lot, and my experience in Boulder is that our reliability is actually pretty good. So I just was wondering from staff or from Alice, like, what is our current reliability, like, starting point, and just the context for the multiples better that, Fort Collins or other towns might be at? And is it a multiplier of like 0.01 or 20%? Do you know what I mean? Like, where are we starting with reliability and how much room do we have to grow comparatively?
So I don't know if you want to begin with where Excel is, Alice, and we'll talk about Fort Collins in one moment.
Yeah, Alice, maybe just, and for context, like I used to live in a town where I would lose power for weeks for a week in January and then a week in July. And again, just has not been my experience in Boulder. So what is our sort of starting place for reliability?
So what I can tell you is where we benchmark against other utilities across the country, and our reliability is in the second quartile. So we're not the best of the best, but we're by far not the worst of the worst. What I would also say is there's always more that you can do from a reliability perspective. It's a matter of how much are you willing to spend. And so what we look forward to in the partnership agreement is really digging into the reliability around the Boulder area. We had some great conversations about how do you prioritize that on an equity basis, as well as kind of layer in that wildfire risk component as well, in order to identify the prioritization of where we're going to focus our efforts. And that is one of the benefits I do see in the energy partnership agreement is sitting down with city staff, the advisory group, and looking at where across the city are there opportunities for improvement, or where do we want to spend the dollars that are associated with the undergrounding first, particularly. And so that collaboration is going to be really important as we move forward and take feedback and figure out where to go with those dollars initially.
Yeah, and I'll answer the second part of your question, Rachel, which has to do how do we compare with the neighboring communities? And certainly Fort Collins is a very difficult community for any utility to compare itself against. It's one of the best reliability levels in the country. But that's because 98% of their system is underground. And they have spent decades in undergrounding those systems, and we're a leader in moving towards undergrounding as early as the 1960s. So in Fort Collins, at least when I left there, the statistic was once every 5 years, a customer would experience an outage on average. As we look here in Boulder, certainly the level is higher than that, and I'm sure Alice could eventually find it for us. Probably not off the top of your head, would, but and Longmont is about a 60%, I believe, 60 to 70% underground system. But Alice is absolutely right. If I were looking at, and we will be looking at, part of the criteria of the undergrounding that we would be doing is how do we improve reliability? And it is selecting the right places that have issues to underground those, where our highest level of reliability. And part of that data sharing agreement we reached was to receive reliability data so that we can determine where good projects can be done to do that. Also, as Alice mentioned, the wildfire mitigation and being able to look at areas in where tree trimming may be on a more regular schedule. I think Excel trims trees in Boulder on a 3 or 4 year cycle. In particular areas that you have significant outages, and they probably do this now, you increase that trimming cycle so you control the trees better. One of the things we have asked for along those lines, though, is that the community engagement around tree trimming follows the guidelines that we have and the values that Boulder holds with community engagement to ensure everybody's informed that what's going on and has some input into that tree trimming. So
okay.
I hope
that helps.
Okay, so I see no more hands up. So going once, going twice, going 3 times for more questions. Seeing no more council questions, I believe it's time to turn to the public hearing. And to kick us off for the public hearing, I would ask Sarah Huntley to give a brief orientation to how to testify using the Zoom platform. Sarah?
Good evening, Council, and members of the community who are watching, as well as our guests from Xcel Energy. My name is Sarah Huntley. I am the Director of Communication and Engagement for the city. So we do have quite a few people signed up to speak tonight. We have 88 people on our list. I'm seeing that we actually have 70 people, attendees, waiting to speak currently in the meeting. I suspect others will join us. So we're using a webinar platform tonight. So what people need to know who are waiting to speak is that the mayor will call your name. He actually does a practice where he calls the next 3 names, so people have a sense of who's on deck, so to speak. And as he does that, I will toggle a switch that allows you to mute and unmute yourself. So don't be alarmed that you can't mute or unmute yourself yet. When he calls your name, we'll have a few minutes to do that. We may have people in the community who are wishing to pool time tonight. So my understanding is, and Mayor, please correct me if I'm wrong, individual speakers will receive 2 minutes tonight. If you do have 2 people who are willing to cede their time to you, you may speak for 4 minutes. The way we will do that is when you're called upon, let me know that you wish to pool. The people you're pooling with have to have signed up in advance on the speaker list, and they need to be in the meeting. So I'll do a quick check with them just to make sure that they're willing to cede their time to you, and then we will adjust the time clock accordingly. There will be a timer showing so you can keep track of your time. We are going to be fairly strict tonight, I suspect, on trying to keep people to either the 2 or the pooled 4 minutes, just because we have so many speakers. I do think that's probably the major instructions. Did you want me to go through all the rules of decorum, Sam?
No, I don't think so. I think most folks here probably know them, and I'll remind them if they forget.
The one thing I might just let folks know, if you're testifying for the first time, we do only do audio testimony in council meetings currently. So you will be speaking, your name will show up on the screen, but you will be just speaking your testimony tonight.
Great. Thank you, Sarah. And before we start into the list, we do have 2 guests with us tonight from, one is from the Colorado Energy Office, Will Tour, and the other is from the Colorado Department of Public Health and the Environment. And they're here to share the state perspective on the discussions we're having now. So Will, if you're here, it'd be great to hear from you.
I'm seeing Will's apple. I'm going to make a guess that that could be Mr. Tour.
Thank you. Are you able to hear me?
We can.
Great. Yes, my name is Will Tour, and I am the Executive Director of the Colorado Energy Office, and will be joined by John Putnam, the Director of Environmental Programs for the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment. And I am here to urge the council to move the settlement agreement forward. While the state has been a neutral party in the ongoing municipalization process, we're excited about the value that this agreement could bring to statewide climate and clean energy goals, and encourage the full council to approve the settlement. I would note that Governor Polis also shares this view, and would like to share a brief statement from the governor. This agreement between Boulder and Xcel will help Colorado achieve our goal of 100% renewable energy by 2040. I applaud Boulder and Xcel for negotiating a strong agreement that will advance statewide climate, air quality, and renewable energy goals. We look to our local governments across the state to help define Colorado's leadership in transitioning to a clean energy economy. And this partnership between Boulder and Xcel promises a number of benefits, ranging from emissions reductions and support of home and office solar panels to advancement of cutting-edge technology in areas such as grid modernization, microgrids, electrification, and hydrogen. I look forward to working with Boulder and other cities across our state to maximize clean energy opportunities and savings for electricity consumers. To say a little bit more from the Energy Office perspective, last year the legislature passed groundbreaking bills that set science-based economy-wide GHG emissions reduction targets of 50% by 2030 and 90% by 2050, as well as legislation that really reformed the ways that utilities are regulated. including codifying Xcel Energy's voluntary commitment of 80% emission reduction by 2030 and requiring the PUC to incorporate the full cost of climate damages from GHG pollution in their economic analysis of utility plans. Since then, we've seen multiple steps by utilities across the state to move towards retiring their coal generation and replacing it primarily with wind, solar, and storage. Fundamentally, the combination of legislative leadership, regulatory action by the PUC and the Air Commission, historically low prices for wind and solar energy, and enlightened utility leadership have put us on a pathway towards rapid decarbonization of the grid and towards Governor Polis's goal of 100% renewable generation by 2040. John is going to talk more about electrification of transportation and buildings, but from our perspective, we see some real value to the state as a whole from multiple aspects of the settlement agreement. First are the emissions commitments, including the interim targets for 2022, 2024, and 2027, in addition to 2030. I think that gives additional clarity and certainty about the trajectory of emissions reductions over the decade, as well as the fact that these are clearly stated tonnage commitments, which avoids any arguments about the baseline from which one is doing the percentage reductions. We also think that the commitment that Boulder and Xcel would work together to support regulatory changes to remove or substantially increase the 120% limit on on-site solar generation has real value statewide. While obviously this would require legislative and/or PUC action, I think the truth of the matter is that if Boulder and Xcel walk in hand supporting that change, that it has a very high likelihood of success. And we think that these changes support state goals of expanding renewable generation and would have value well beyond the boundaries of the city. With that, I would turn it over to John to continue the state agency perspective on this.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is John Putnam. I'm the Director of Environmental Programs at the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment, and really wanted to pick up, I think, on Councilwoman Young's question from earlier in the evening, which is, what's the right path to scale Boulder's creativity, Boulder's energy, Boulder's leadership to meet the very substantial really huge needs of the state, of the United States, and ultimately the world. And if we take a look at where our emissions are and where our emissions are going, electricity generation has actually moved to the second position for carbon emissions in the state right now. And the top challenge that we face is transportation. Electric generation is number 2, but going down quickly, especially with a lot of the commitments to close coal plants, not just from Xcel, but from other utilities. And then the third, and eventually what will become the second, is structures. Those are places where I think it's important to give voters the opportunity to think about the opportunity to scale, as a number of folks have talked about. I'll think of it as really catalyze action here. We need to have innovative and aggressive pilot actions that we can scale into full movement here in the state to be able to really move quickly on reducing emissions in transportation, as well as in the structures segment. And I think the path of settlement provides real opportunity to do that more quickly in a way that other communities in Colorado will pick up and move. And that's really where we need to close the gap most quickly and most significantly. The agreement, proposed agreement, offers a number of ways to do that. You've heard about the pilot projects, some of the things that could be done with electrification of cars and trucks, some of the innovative approaches to look at, for example, multifamily housing, a more equitable way to provide the benefits of electrification, I think are going to be done best in a collaboration that could then scale more quickly around the state. And certainly the opportunity to go into the Public Utilities Commission with creative ideas like the tariffs for electrified buses, ultimately, hopefully electrified trucks and other sort of critical equipment. That's where we need to make progress, not just on climate, but also our fundamental ozone problems. And again, if Boulder stands by itself, we probably won't solve those problems. We need to move those benefits to the rest of the state. And with that, I know you've got a long evening ahead of you, a lot of very important people to listen to. Happy to take any questions, but do hope that you provide voters the opportunity to think through the best future for Boulder's energy and leadership.
Thank you, John. Council, any questions for the state representatives? Very good. Seeing none, I'll thank you, Will and John, for being here and sharing the state perspective. And with that, we will move on into public testimony. So look at the list here. The first three speakers are Howard Geller, Ramesh Bhatt, and Jack Walker. Howard?
Good evening, council members. I am urging you to support placing the proposed franchise agreement on the ballot this November. The proposed agreement has many positive features, including getting Xcel to commit to firm greenhouse gas emissions reduction targets during the interim between now and 2030 for the first time. The proposed agreement calls for Xcel to support either the removal or substantial increase in the 120% cap for on-site generation, as we've heard already a number of times. Innovative partnership projects will advance clean energy goals in Boulder and hopefully elsewhere in the state and nation. And the proposed agreement commits Xcel to develop a new tariff to support the adoption of electric buses. All of these policies should lead to significant greenhouse gas and other environmental benefits across the entire Xcel Energy system, not just here in Boulder. And we all realize that the task is not just to move as rapidly as possible to 100% clean energy in Boulder, but to do so in the state and beyond. For these reasons, I urge council members to support the agreement. And I also want to, before concluding, commend all the individuals involved in bringing forward a proposed agreement that has real value for advancing clean energy and the climate cause in Boulder and in Colorado. Now is the time to let the citizens of Boulder vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Howard. Next, Ramesh Bhatt, Jack Walker, and Suzanne Bhatt. Ramesh?
Okay, I got it.
I noticed you're in this meeting twice.
Hello, yes, this is Ramesh Bhatt. I'm a member of the executive committee of the Indian Peaks Group of the Sierra Club. We are very concerned and disappointed that the council is moving forward extraordinarily rapidly on this agreement. We don't know how much this is going to cost us. In fact, people pushing for this agreement do not even seem to be interested in finding out the cost. In contrast, city staff have told us repeatedly the cost of municipalization will be known soon. We have received a few hurriedly done RFPs. This is also rushed that the RFPs were announced only today, and it seems clear that an alternative route suggested by the RFPs would be a whole lot cheaper and actually get to our goals. There was even some innovative possibilities mentioned. Why not process these things carefully and then compare the true costs? Why rush? Boulder talks a good talk about helping economically disadvantaged people. Here's a great chance to put that into action by not moving forward with this agreement today. In all the good things like utility assistance and affordable housing that we can do with about $30 million a year that leaves our city as profits into Xcel's pockets. Another problem is that the agreement does not meet the city's goal of 100% electricity from renewables. Carbon reduction is not the same thing as renewables. In fact, Excel is talking about natural gas, which means fracking, which is literally sickening people and adding to climate change even as we speak. Is this the way we want to go? Many of you on council have personally promised the Sierra Club that you will support municipalization and allow people to vote on it. By moving forward on this, you will be breaking that promise. Finally, we should not pretend that all this is just allowing people to vote. Citizens will naturally think that this is a good deal if the council puts it on the ballot. Do not put it on the ballot this year. Do not succumb to Excel's pressure. Thank you.
Thank you, Ramesh. Next, Jack Walker, Suzanne Bott, and Susan Peterson. Jack?
Jack, you need to unmute yourself, please.
Okay. Again, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, in the past I've addressed you with a begging bowl on behalf of the arts. Tonight I'm not asking for money, rather I'm hoping we can persuade you to save some. Throughout the years this plan has been on the table, I've kept an open but cynical mind. I've watched the progress, the litigation, the arguments over the pros and cons. It's been fierce, it's been expensive, it's been divisive. I believe the time has come to stop, to review the alternatives and to carefully consider the opportunity of reaching an accord with Excel. There often comes a time in litigation where both sides realize it's best to seek a win-win solution. And that time has arrived. I've not yet read the detail of the complex agreement. I have read extracts. I've read many letters to the camera editor and written one too. I'm not here to discuss the legal document. Seems to have been well negotiated. Tonight I've heard clarifications. They sound good. I am here to urge the City Council to vote in favor of allowing us to vote in favor or against adopting the legal agreement. I have no doubt there will be much discussion leading to the November vote, and we'll be able to make up our minds after hearing and reading the pros and cons. There's an opportunity to stop spending legal fees and the time of staff and council members. We will find out by a vote in November whether or not to proceed. We must have a vote. It's time for our voices to be heard. Thank you for all the efforts that you put into this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack. And Junie, I see you have your hand up.
Thank you, Sam. I just have a quick question about, I believe it was Ramesh Bhatt. I hope I'm saying his name right. And I was just concerned about his question. He mentioned fracking in the franchise agreement. And I was wondering, what does fracking has to do? What's the correlation between these two things?
Would you like to direct that to Ramesh?
Ramesh or staff, because I would imagine either both would have an answer to that question.
So my suggestion, Junie, I'll write your question down. Why don't we turn to staff to talk about the impact as soon as we're done with public testimony, if that's okay?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Junie. And then after Jack, we have Suzanne Bott, Susan Peterson, and Mary Pettigrew. Suzanne?
Yes, I'm Suzanne.
Wait a second. Go ahead now.
Yes, I'm Suzanne Bott from Boulder. I'm really frustrated that this proposal arose and is being pushed through at lightning speed shortly before we were to know the full cost of municipalization, for which we are just now receiving offers of inexpensive, clean, renewable energy. In contrast, we do not know the full costs of a franchise with Excel, only that we'll be charged a premium for the extras needed to meet our energy, climate, equity, and resiliency goals. In addition, we will likely be saddled for many years with a portfolio including frack gas, which they have on their portfolio now and are talking about using gas technology in the future. That's going to I'm sorry, I lost my place here, as opposed to all renewables. I have many other concerns, including the inability of the city under this plan to control rates, which would disproportionately hurt our most disadvantaged residents. I believe that council should postpone a vote on this proposal until we have a full cost estimate on the muni and a fuller understanding of the rates and costs of an Xcel franchise. At that point, the public can fully compare both plans side by side in terms of costs, pros and cons, and then decide which is the best path for our city. Otherwise, this is not a real choice. If Xcel doesn't agree to allow time for a full analysis and comparison of the two plans, that should be a huge red flag to all of us. I understand that the pandemic has brought financial pressures to bear on the city, but there are alternative financing options out there, which were mentioned tonight. In addition, the future will hold many innovations in energy efficiency and in purchasing options. For example, Edie Houghton's Community Choice Bill. This seems like a particularly bad time to lock into a long-term agreement with a large, slow-moving monopoly rather than remaining free to pivot toward new technology developments. We've invested so much time, money, and expertise. It feels like madness to deny voters an honest comparison of both plans now. Thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne. Next, we have Susan Peterson, Mary Pettigrew, and Connor May. Susan?
Hi, this is Susan Peterson. I'm a resident of Boulder, and I'd like to talk about how Xcel is capitalizing on COVID. Xcel is capitalizing on COVID by rushing us to reconsider our previous vote for a municipally owned utility. Xcel is capitalizing on COVID at a time when they know that higher anxiety over COVID, racial tensions, economic worries, and Trump will disproportionately tip voters their way from at least two perspectives. The first way Xcel is capitalizing on COVID is by relying on the age-old political ploy to create or take advantage of a crisis situation like war or a pandemic, when an incumbent, in this case Xcel, seems like a safer choice. Simply put, it's fear-mongering. The second way Xcel is capitalizing on COVID is by trying to force us to an election in a year in which NPR reports, quote, pandemic puts a crimp on voter registration, potentially altering electorate, end quote. The article goes on to explain that those less advantaged people, those people in our community who many of you pledged to represent, would be less likely to register to vote without the direct face-to-face community interactions that COVID prevents. Thus, the people who would benefit from a more equitable, community-owned electric utility will disproportionately be denied a vote in this November's election. We're all anxious. I get it. We all want to return to a simpler time, but now is not an appropriate time for Xcel to be capitalizing on COVID. Now is a time for us to be bold in the face of Xcel's pressures to abandon our community dreams of a clean, green, equitable energy future. We're bolder. Let's act like it and inspire others to do the same. Please curtail negotiations with Xcel, who, by the way, is capitalizing on COVID.
Thank you, Susan. Next, we have Mary Pettigrew, Connor May, and Lynn Siegel. Mary?
Hi.
Hello.
This is Mary Pettigrew. Sorry, a little delay there. I appreciate Alice Jackson's sincere apology for the electioneering calls to community. However, I have to say your apology was slightly diminished in my view when you indicated that you didn't know that such behavior might be offensive to us, passing it off as, part of getting to know us. That really sounded tone deaf to me. I am not sure how you could not see that as unfair influencing. Why would that make me feel like Xcel is suddenly trustworthy and not our adversary when for the last decade you fought our efforts to pursue clean energy because you chose to build power plants that were coal-fired in the recent past. I'd be more inclined to believe the positive talk around all of this if Xcel and the city demonstrated a commitment to the partnership with Boulder by hearing from and actually engaging with, in a substantive manner, those in the community who are not rushing this to the ballot. I would be more comfortable if we were considering the potential of the RFPs before pushing this on the public. There are numerous serious questions that have not been answered by council, by staff, or Xcel. This all happened so fast. Even tonight, you've all mentioned how little time you have to go into things to talk about this issue sufficiently. Why are we rushing into a $2 billion decision? I really sincerely do appreciate that we could do innovative projects. That is excellent. Let's do them. But let's remember too that Xcel needs Boulder, in Tom Carr's words earlier tonight, to test some of these projects out. Will Tour, Jared Polis, they're excited? Wonderful. Even more reason to be sure that this deal is really great for Boulder before we give up our leverage with Xcel. If we don't take the time to do this right,
thank you, Mary. Thank you, Mary. Next, we have Connor May, Lynn Siegel, and Marion Thurnauer. Connor?
Thank you to staff and council for all the great work that you put in and for hearing from us tonight. At this time, I do not support sending the franchise agreement to the ballot. I could say a lot about each of the D's and R's, but I suspect that years and decades from now, the most important things to come out of this decision will be the impacts on control and accountability. So, control. The energy landscape across the US is changing quickly. If we want to be best positioned to benefit from future changes, we need to be free to make the choices that are best for the local community. This agreement, whatever its merits, will limit our ability to consider all the options and will make both our energy and broadband decisions subject to those with incentives other than the best interests of Boulderites. And accountability. Current events give us plenty of examples of governance problems that can afflict a system like Xcel's. First Energy in Ohio, Commonwealth Edison in Illinois, SCANA in South Carolina, PG&E in California. I could go on, but I think you're probably aware. These companies are not PSCo, but they show how things can go wrong. And we've seen enough bad behavior from PSCo to make clear that Colorado's system is unfortunately not immune from this kind of thing. The incentives and structure of a regulated monopoly will simply never be able to provide the level of accountability that we get from democratic local government. All of that said, I'm not a supporter of municipalization at any cost. However, we don't yet have enough information to make a final analysis. When I've asked friends and neighbors what they think of the franchise discussion, the most common reply has been to ask what the final cost of municipalization will be. And when I say we don't know yet, they're confused as to why we're discussing this now. We don't have all the info on local power, and the impact of the franchise will depend on outcomes at the legislature, at the PUC, or in Xcel's boardroom. Given the many times the citizens have said they want to pursue this investigation to the end, it's irresponsible to go back to them this year with only half of the menu and with so many unanswered questions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Connor. Next, Lynn Siegel, Marion Thurnauer, and Tom Wilkie. Lynn?
First, housekeeping, could you be sure to let me know, Sarah, if you can't hear me, because my computer kind of has a mind of its own sometimes and adds audio problems.
Sure. We can hear you.
Thanks a lot. As my father would say, this is surreal. This is a coup. We should not be here. Xcel itself is not prepared to make us the best deal because they have March in 2021 to get their electric resource plan before the PUC. Then they'll know what they could even give us. They don't know. We don't know. You know, I voted for the utility occupation tax in good faith that it was going to be here for 5 years towards municipalization. Not that Xcel should come in a coup and steal that away from me. I voted for that. The 120% rule, Why, Alice, is the 120% rule there? Where did that come from? Did the PUC did they rule on that for you? No, you went to them to block people putting solar on their place. So now you want to walk together down to the PUC to beg them to drop the rule that you put into place in the first place? Electric buses? Boulder is a small town. This is not New York City. We are not putting in large scale transit things. We are going down to small vans and other vehicles like this. Replicability, scalability, we can do it right here in Boulder. In Longmont, they've got $15 a month for low income people for fiber optics. We can do that in Boulder. We don't need Xcel to help us figure out what transactive energy is and what we can do in microgrids up at Chautauqua. We can do that ourselves. Done.
Thank you, Lynn. Next, we have Marion Thurnauer, Tom Wilkie, and John Schultz. Marion?
Hello, I'm Marion Thurnauer. I have lived in Boulder almost 20 years. Before moving to Boulder, I performed research in solar energy for approximately 30 years. I support Boulder's goals for clean energy and have followed Boulder's efforts to reach the stated clean energy goals. I appreciate the diligence of council and staff in bringing the effort to the point today where for the first time in all these years, Boulder has the opportunity to make a choice between two options for moving forward toward meeting the goals of clean energy. That is, continuing along the present path to municipal energy or adopting a new negotiated franchise agreement with Xcel. I urge City Council to place these options on the November ballot. Boulder citizens, the taxpayers, can evaluate the options and have the right to decide on this important issue. Council must not lose sight of Boulder's goals for clean energy. The climate is not waiting for Boulder. Thank you.
Thank you, Marion. Next, we have Tom Wilkie, John Schultz, and Patrick Murphy. Tom?
Hi, this is Tom Wilkie. Can you hear me okay?
You can.
Good. I've been a resident of Boulder since 1983. I have a strong interest in climate change. I've studied the issue extensively, and I recognize the importance of carbon reduction. I've also had a strong interest in the Muni, and I've been carefully watching that activity. And I saw the value in the Muni effort at the outset. But what I've seen in the intervening 10 years since we started the effort is complication after complication. The biggest complication that I've observed is the fact that our grid is interconnected to other parts of the grid, other parts of the county, other cities, and disconnecting Boulder from the rest of the grid will be extremely expensive. Several of the speakers tonight have said that we don't know the cost. We do know the cost is going to be pretty darn high. We also, several of the speakers tonight said that we're rushing into this. We've been at this for 10 years. If you haven't been paying attention, then maybe you say we're rushing, but we are not rushing. We have been going extremely slow on this effort. So for those reasons, I strongly support putting the proposal on the ballot in November, and I will be voting for it because I believe that's the best path for us to achieve some carbon reduction and to maintain our city infrastructure from a cost standpoint. So I encourage everybody who's listening to this to encourage your council members to put it on the ballot and to vote in favor of it. It's a good deal. We should go forward with it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Tom. Next, we have John Schultz, Patrick Murphy, and Kelly Reyes. John?
Mr. Schultz, I see you're in this meeting 3 times. I'm going to do my best to select the account that you can unmute, but if we need to work through this, we can do it. You should be able to unmute yourself now.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, council members and the members of the public and the people who prepared the excellent presentations that were given earlier this evening. They were very informative and I appreciate it. My name is John Scholes, and my wife and I are residents and homeowners in Table Mesa. I have over 20 years of experience as a litigation attorney, and I've experienced many complex, fiercely advocated matters reaching right points to settlement. In 2017, this matter was not ripe for settlement, and the litigation proceeded. With that in mind, I am raising points in support of the council voting to approve the post-settlement agreement on the November ballot for the approval of the city's voters. The city council should give the voters the power like the council gave voters 10 years ago. Because once more, the decision of the to settle or pursue further litigation should rest with all taxpayers and voting residents who will be paying or not paying. They should be cast ballots to make that decision. A vote should not be precluded by a limited people on the city council to either delay or deny the voters their opportunity to make a decision to settle. A second point is the time right for settlement to be available to voters because the city and paying voters and Xcel litigated and now know the issues. My third point is that the funds are limited by the pandemic.
John, your time is up, but if you'd like to email us the rest of your statement, that would be great.
I will do that. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Next, we have Patrick Murphy, Kelly Reyes, and Evan Ravitz. Patrick.
My name is Patrick Murphy. I live in Boulder. The wall between the pro-Muni and anti-Muni people has divided Boulder voters in half for a decade. It's time to tear down that wall with full truth and end the self-serving propaganda of the Muni. This 2-minute presentation will be the 91st I've made to council since 2014. Those presentations in the 24 articles of the Muni Naughty List document the history of bad leadership, bad legal decisions, and financial shenanigans. I challenge Muni supporters to review that history in those 24 articles and see the Muni effort for what it truly is, a failure. Rather than self-critical evaluation, the Muni has been based on supporters' blind hate of the highly regulated Xcel corporate monopoly and blind acceptance of the failures of the unregulated Boulder corporate monopoly. When Muni leadership ignores the true cost of the Muni and diverts our attention by focusing on anything else, they insult us and abandon their responsibility to represent true cost. Muni leadership has become a puppet that parrots the falsehood that Boulder wants a Muni. The 2 critical votes on the Muni were statistically 50-50. That was not a mandate for full steam ahead at any cost. It was a mandate for critical evaluation of not just the Muni, but the alternatives. Boulder received neither of those, and 3 times we've been refused the opportunity to vote for an off-ramp. The wall that has divided Boulder is crumbling as we wake up to the full truth, and reality blasts the Muni fantasy into oblivion. Our intentions were good. We failed miserably. We need to adapt, move on, and replace failure with collaborative success. Let us vote. Let real carbon reduction begin now, not 6 years from now. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. Next, we have Kelly Reyes, Evan Ravitz, and Paul Colnan. Kelly?
Kelly, you are unmuted, but we're not hearing you. Can you try one more time to speak? Now you're muted again.
All right, how about now?
Perfect.
Yep.
Perfect, thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm Kelly Reyes, a 6-year resident and homeowner, though that piece shouldn't matter, in South Boulder. The feedback I wanted to share on the proposed franchise agreement is straightforward. People deserve the opportunity to revisit their decisions when facts have significantly changed. In this case, both Excel's approach and Boulder's financial position have changed significantly. Additionally, the fact base for both of these is pretty clear, and it's unlikely that more time or studies will improve the position we now find ourselves in. And I will note that we will have the RFP results in time for the election. As such, it's more appropriate to put the agreement on the ballot and let the people of Boulder revisit the approach. A vote in favor tonight is not a vote against Muni or for Muni. It's simply a vote to entrust a revised decision to the same people who made the initial decision. I encourage council to add this topic to the ballot. While I have time left, and because tonight is really a process discussion on whether we should put this on the ballot, I would be remiss if I didn't also say that while I agree that this is the most urgent macro issue facing the city at this time, and therefore appropriate to add to the ballot in this manner, I also find it disappointing that this financial urgency is placed in a different category than that of individuals living in Boulder from whom other ballot topics carry much greater immediate personal urgency. I am frankly unclear why it would be acceptable to simply take public feedback and add this item, but force a convoluted process of petitions and hoops onto other items with equal urgency for some members of our community. I say this not because I wish the Muni topic to go through the same hoops, but rather because I'd like to encourage council not to limit their ballot decisions to only this topic. While I understand council is not obligated to add any issues simply because process guidance was not adequately provided, the optics of what is and is not being considered are starting to feel quite off. Organizers should not have to enter into backroom deals or make concessions on their proposed initiatives in order to get the same treatment that the Muni topic is tonight. It's a strange time to gather support for any initiative, but at a minimum, we should have applied the same approach to all items that fail to get proper signatures. I vote, but I've never come to city council. It's a testament how strongly I feel on this topic. We need to revisit how we got to this point on other issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. Next, Evan Rabbits, Paul Coleman, and Neil Colway. Evan?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Boulder shouldn't consider a franchise with a bad actor like Excel, which lied about giving us a $100 million gift of free smart meters, but is actually charging us for them. So much for the high standard of trustworthiness that Ms. Jackson touted this evening. Excel's guaranteed profit on top of every cost gives them an incentive to waste our money. For example, by building the Comanche 3 coal-fired plant, only in operation for 10 years and already obsolete and becoming a stranded asset. Excel's size means that any violations they are convicted of are trivial to them, a small cost of doing business. You cannot democratize by partnering with a giant and a liar. And what is City Attorney Tom Carr doing negotiating for the city? He has repeatedly proved he does not understand the law, giving incorrect information about charter amendment ballot initiatives in both 2016 and this year. In between, he proved he cannot write law properly, with his 2017 issue 2Q being so destructive and incompetent that the city had to appoint our campaign finance and elections working group to fix it, among other duties. Tom Carr, after his dramatic rejection by Seattle voters, has been in danger of losing his Boulder job almost since he got here. Nothing can stop Excel from promising Tom Carr a cushy job if he helps them finally defeat Boulder's 10-year attempt to break away from their abuse. I've said it for 20 years, expel Excel and Tom Carr. Don't marry your abuser.
Thank you, Evan. Next, Paul Coleman, Neil Colway, and Michael Holtz. Paul?
There, I found the unmute button. I'm Paul Coleman, 3555 Silver Plume Court in Boulder. Hello, council members. You're hearing this evening from the community about specific problems with the Excel agreements, and hopefully you've read all my emails that I've sent you about the shortfalls of the agreements and understood those emails. So I'm going to address something a little different tonight. If the franchise is put on the ballot, a passionate group of citizens will work night and day to defeat it. As for the UOTs, I will not be campaigning for or against the utility occupation tax. And without a citizen group to campaign for them, they don't stand much chance to pass. My take is it doesn't matter because I intend to see if the franchise agreement fails, but consider the situation the city would be in if the franchise agreement passes and the utility occupation tax fails. I believe the no's will prevail. But at what cost? We will have no option but to engage in retail politics. Elections in Boulder are won by going door to door. If you send us out in the middle of a pandemic to campaign, that will endanger the health of the entire community. COVID-19 cannot kill the muni, but COVID-19 could kill me. As a 68-year-old male, I know that if I catch COVID-19, there's a very real chance it could kill me. If you send me out into a pandemic to campaign, I will hold you all responsible, perhaps from my grave. There will be another initiative on the ballot next year to kill the muni, no doubt, and we will work to defeat that one. Then hopefully a go, no-go vote in 2022, and we will work our tails off to get a go vote. Why is it so important to put us through the meat grinder of an election campaign during this pandemic? Let's wait for a vaccine. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Next up, we have Neil Colway, Michael Holtz, and Steve Whitaker. Neil?
Hi. I'd like to thank the city staff and council for doing such a great job negotiating this settlement agreement with Xcel. I think it accomplishes at least two of the city's main goals of dramatically reduced greenhouse gas emissions from our purchased electricity by 2030, flexibility to pursue more community solar and microgrid projects and promote more electric vehicles. In addition, the settlement has these benefits. There would be PUC oversight of any future Xcel rate increases. For the possible municipal utility, there would be no independent oversight of its rate increases. And according to EIA data, Xcel's rates are already 15% lower than the average rate for the rest of Colorado's electric utilities, despite the complaints of many of the opponents of this agreement. Secondly, this settlement would avoid the huge burden to the city of managing our own utility. This burden should not be understated. The main argument against putting this on the ballot is basically that we should wait because we don't know for sure what the final cost to the city will be of maybe somehow getting a slightly better deal through forming our own utility. Although actually we do have a pretty good idea of these costs, which are high, and the potential benefits, which are low. Since this is a long list of commenters tonight, I'd like to sum up with a short poem. Put it on the ballot. Let the voters decide. The gap between the city's and Xcel's goals is no longer wide. We have a good deal. Let's stop wasting money on lawsuits. We have better things to do with our climate change pursuits. Thank you.
Thank you, Neil. A little poetry lightens the evening. Next, we have Michael Holtz, Steve Whitaker, and AJ Chamberlain. Michael?
After listening to the Democratic National Convention for the last few nights, I've come to the conclusion at its essence, this whole discussion about the Xcel franchise is about one thing, and that is democracy. That is, will we and you honor the multiple votes of the people of Boulder to pursue local control of our energy future for the purpose of achieving the lowest possible electrical service costs, 100% renewable energy sources, social justice and equity for our minority and disadvantaged citizens, and fighting the existential threat of climate change? Or will you ignore the vote of people and your own campaign promises to allow the effort to control our energy future to be overturned and challenged by a for-profit, shareholder-driven corporation? If you have ever owned and run a business like I have for 40 plus years, you would know that you must have the best available information and data to make an informed decision, especially one that impacts the future of many people and businesses. You are thorough and cautious and objective. You look at all the costs, risks, and benefits of the alternative solutions, then you make an informed decisions on what is the best interest in the short term and long term to your employees and to your business and to the community. You, the city council, and the city staff have not done your jobs. You should be undertaking a cost-benefit analysis of the Muni type approach versus the Xcel Energy franchise approach. You have not carefully considered both options, and you have not received all the information you need to make an informed decision. Therefore, you should not move ahead with this proposed ballot initiative. I think a couple of questions that you should ask Xcel Energy tonight and get a very firm answer is, what's the rush? And I agree with all the concerns about doing this in the middle of a pandemic. And why would a respondent to the Boulder RFP bother to come to an interview if the council puts the franchise agreement on the ballot and they risk everything by not having the chance to participate and know how they're going to control and help Boulder achieve its future? Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Next, Steve Whitaker, AJ Chamberlain, and Julie Zonheiser. Steve?
Mayor and members of City Council, you are considering putting a $2 billion plus agreement with Xcel on the ballot in a few days, but the energy market and opportunities for Boulder are changing rapidly, as indicated by Steve Katnack's report on the response to the RFP. As he indicated, it will take weeks to evaluate the responses, and there could be a game changer in there. Why the big rush to put the franchise on the ballot before we know all of our options? If we wait a year to put the franchise agreement on the ballot, what is the loss? Xcel is not going to go away. We will still have power. It will not cost us any more for power while we are out of franchise. We still have substantial UOT revenue to keep the Muni effort alive. If we wind up shutting down the Muni effort entirely next year, staying out of franchise provides opportunities. It will enable us to expand our search for other sources of lower cost renewable energy and financing beyond those we received in the recent RFP. I have not heard any of you say you are in love with the idea of having to get our electricity from a giant investor-owned monopoly. You just have not found a better alternative yet. There are examples in Colorado where a wholesale power provider paid customers tens of millions of dollars up front to sign up. We could use that money to complete the Muni litigation and get our Muni. Take your time, gather information, compare, shop, then let the voters decide. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Next up is AJ Chamberlain, followed by Julie Zonheiser and Regina Coles. AJ?
I'm not seeing AJ in the meeting. We do have a couple people who are in the meeting by phone. So I would ask AJ, if you are in the meeting under a different name, please send me a note in the Q&A. If you're in the meeting by phone, you can text me at 720-908-5722, and we'll come back around to you.
Great. Thank you, Sarah. Next, we have Julie Zonheiser, Regina Coles, and Evan Freireich. Julie?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yep.
Great. Mayor Weaver and City Council, my name is Julie Zonheiser. I live in Boulder. Thank you, council and staff, for all of your hard work on this issue. And I know this is a very hard time with many hard issues in front of you. I'm here to ask you to not put the proposed Boulder Xcel franchise agreements on the ballot this November. I believe the revised agreements don't sufficiently protect Boulder. I'm only going to mention a couple of areas. First, there are still inadequate election interference protections. Agreements do not specifically preclude interference in special elections and in all target emissions opt-out elections, nor do they prevent Excel from indirect campaigning by self-promoting mailings from now until the election, paid for by ratepayers. Agreements commit our community to huge investment over 20 years without comparison shopping. You wouldn't have a surgery, a roof replacement, or buy a car without comparison shopping, getting a definite price and being as sure as you could that you'd be happy with the outcome. Please allow time to review RFP responses and make comparisons. And I'm also concerned that the many of the prices are unknown and the devastating financial impact that would have on Boulder. Boulder has no say in rates, rate structures, and capital expenses. Excel incorporates into its rates, which will specifically and especially impact lower income ratepayers. And also, Boulder has almost no role in decision making. Most decisions are made by Excel and the PUC, and some will require legislation. There is no identified funding, no partner cost sharing in financing PUC intervention and lobbying at the legislature or in partnership projects. Please stop this process. We need to carefully review and compare all the alternatives to make sure we only go forward when we have the best deal for our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Next, we have Regina Coles, Evan Freireich, and Steve Pomerantz. Regina?
Unmute. Hi. Hello?
Hello, we can hear you.
Okay. Hi. I'm concerned about the undue burden 2 or more ballots will put on in this unusual year. Ballots go out in 50+ days. There's up to 8 state ballot issues and a number of important city issues on this year's ballot. Excel's regular rate increases affect everyone, but weigh more heavily on low-income residents, exacerbating social inequities in our community and making it completely unfair for them not to have full information. We need time to inform and include voters. Excel has showed us just how valuable this deal is for them by hiring a lobbyist and a fancy campaign management firm just this week to influence your decision tonight. I heard Ms. Jackson's apology, yet Excel continues to make bad decisions. This error has happened before. In 2014, the PUC had to ask Excel whether it had included anti-muni campaign expenses in its request for a rate increase. Excel said that a payment of $460,000 to a firm that organized the anti-muni campaign had been inadvertently placed in an account used to calculate the cost of service. We have voted before to stop corporate personhood, to get money out of politics. We have campaign finance rules that were created to be fair and transparent. We need to stick to that. What would you buy without knowing the price tag? Do not accept a deal without a price tag. Do not give Excel a blank check. Please vote no. Let's stick to our goals and our values and partner with energy companies who respect that. Thank you very much for all your work and time.
It looks like Sam's video has frozen, so I think I'll take the prerogative to call the next person on the list while he gets that resolved. Evan Freireich, you're up next. After that is Steve Pomerantz and Brad Siegel.
Hi, this is Evan Freireich. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. I am in complete support of delaying the muni, delaying consideration of this proposal. We have been given insufficient time to analyze a proposal. This effort feels rushed. You as council have been given inadequate time to fully understand this proposal and give your own feedback regarding the proposal and send the negotiators back to the table. There really is no consequences to Excel if they break their vague promises to Boulder in the agreement. It would be very difficult to restart the local utility effort if Excel violates the agreement. Excel knows that. If short-term finances are the issue, the city could look for outside funding or slow the push for the muni until our local economy rebounds. The muni will have extraordinary long-term financial and other benefits. That's what we voted for. if you put the proposal on the ballot during COVID, folks won't have the energy to appreciate the rewards of a local utility because they are, for now, focused on the short term in COVID. Voters were promised a vote when we would know the full costs. We don't know that yet. And we don't know that because Xcel is forcing us to sue them to get any reasonable numbers. The voters did not ask that every offer from Xcel was worthy of a ballot spot. Losing the possibility of a local utility means our ability to decide where our power comes from is gone. Xcel has said it wants to use nuclear power and carbon capture as part of its plan. Boulder wants nukes and fracking, right? One of the clever options for carbon capture Xcel is considering is taking the CO2 generated by its coal-fired power plants in Pueblo, shipping it in an existing pipeline in Texas to be used in fracking. Yeah, frack with it. Xcel is known to want to pursue advanced nuclear plants.
Thanks, Evan.
Well, remember Rocky Flats.
Thanks, Evan. Sarah, Sam's having a difficult time getting in, so I'll run through the next speakers until he can get back in.
Thank you.
Steve Pomerantz, Brad Siegel, and Tim Schochel. Steve?
Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, these agreements still have serious flaws. They keep changing as issues get raised, and there is still plenty more to be addressed, as you can tell. And contrary to what was said, that supposed clarifications to the opt-outs could still lead to litigation because of the no rights for third parties provision. 16 months doesn't work. The bizarre effective date scheme when the franchise goes into effect before the PUC even decides could bind Boulder without binding Xcel. The buyout dollar limit in the settlement agreement goes up over time when it should go down, and so on. But the biggest flaw is that once this franchise is in place, Xcel really has no incentive to actually perform. We could get nothing. Xcel will have succeeded in its number one objective, killing off the muni. So why should Xcel care if Boulder bails out 6 years from now? Boulder citizens will not wait around till 2026 to restart municipalization. We know the council could then pull the rug out from under us again. And we'd potentially be fighting Xcel's infinite coffers in court, potentially at the ballot box because this reportable contributions restriction is too narrow. Without us, muni will not happen, and Alex Jackson could be gone next year. And to paraphrase Alice, trust has to be earned. And so far, Xcel has definitely not. So if you want to work on a deal, I suggest that you set up a 6 to 12 months test drive public process that includes city staff, council, citizens, and Xcel before you put anything on the ballot. Use it to really clean up all the agreements, put real substance to the partnership agreements, cost, timeline, so on. Figure out how you will pay for all these projects. Remember, muni, you could just add it to the rates. Fully resolve all the big money settlement issues. Explore alternative ways to finance muni work. Really evaluate Xcel's 2030 cost plan. Work with the legislature to get CCA competitive power. Bottom line, do a test drive with Xcel before you sign on the dotted line.
Thanks, Steve. Brad Siegel, Tim Schochel, and Kate Lawrence. Brad?
Yes, I had pooled time. Two people, Tom Cannon and Nancy Cifelli, would pool time to give me a little more here, if we can set that up.
Sure. Stand by, Steve. Brad, Sarah's going to check on those two names.
Thanks.
Hi, Tom. I see you're in the meeting. Are you willing to cede your time to Mr. Siegel? You'll need to unmute to communicate with us.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Yes.
And who was the other one, Brad?
Nancy Cifelli.
Okay, I see Nancy. Let me see. So Nancy is using an older version of Zoom. I'm going to need to promote her to panelist for just a moment so that we can get her verbal confirmation. Nancy, you're in the meeting as a panelist. You should be able to unmute yourself and tell us if you confirm that you will cede your time. So I'm having difficulty communicating with Nancy.
Let's call it good, and we'll skip over Nancy when we get to her in the lineup. Brad, go ahead. You have 4 minutes.
Okay, yeah, I'm Brad Siegel from Boulder with some franchise comments. First point, thanks for the hard work. This is a tough one, and I appreciate everyone's responsiveness and hard work on this. Point, we're not there yet. I'm sorry, folks. This proposal is not ready for the voters because it's missing key information needed for an informed vote, and that means it can't go to the voters. That's the problem. We're missing essential cost comparison information. We have not completed a local power cost assessment. And everyone knows that, but it's kind of the elephant in the room. Without being able to compare what it would cost to do it ourselves, that is buy the house, with what Xcel would cost, that's renting the house, it's impossible to tell if a $2 billion deal is actually maybe a complete ripoff. In our personal lives, everybody knows you get a better deal by comparison shopping. We also know that when you have a short-term rental with an option to buy, like the city with Xcel, you don't rush into a long-term lease before first considering of buying the house that is local power might be a better deal. Pretty obvious. So the question is, why are we not exercising the same due diligence with public money that we would with our own personal finances? That's a really good question. Some claim we can't finish the cost assessment due to budget constraints from COVID. This might sound like a good rationale for scrapping local power. What is missing, however, and some discussion has been done on this tonight, is that our assessment can actually be done because it can be privately funded. And I mean, not just lending money. We can actually get people to put money up front to do this whole damn thing. It's being done in other cities in Colorado. And we are sure as heck ought to be considering that before we move on to a franchise. As you know, staff is working on this. Has been discussed tonight. And there are firms who can actually cover near-term costs such as this, helping us get over the hump to long-term benefits. If this particular RFP doesn't work, and this one's been done under a lot of duress, a lot of these guys that are putting in bids probably aren't that excited about working with an outfit that's considering doing a franchise anyway. It's a tough situation. I think we can definitely get something that'll work. It's a sound business model. They can make money long-term by helping us short-term, and millions of dollars are going into areas like Fountain, Delta Montrose, an outfit called Guzman's actually giving them a lot of bucks, millions of dollars, because they know there's money in the long term when you get things set up. A cost assessment for local power must be completed before considering anything else, and this can be done. An expensive franchise should not be on the ballot before we have an opportunity to compare it with something that could be better. Council, please remember the big picture here. I know everyone's trying to think about a lot of near-term costs, but those can be gotten over. There's a way to privatize some of this. Yes, condemnation is tough, as a lot of people have noted, including Mark. You've brought up some very good points, Mark Wallach. But $2 billion is a lot of money to be risking without due diligence. I guess I'm having a little trouble seeing what's being missed here on that one. And thanks for listening, and good luck with this tough decision.
Thank you, Brad. I'm back. I'm sorry, got booted out by my computer. Next, we have Tim Sheckley, Kate Lawrence, and David Takahashi. Tim?
Tim, you'll need to unmute yourself, please.
Okay, can you hear me now?
You can.
Okay, thank you. I've got 6 comments, basically. One, you've heard some of this before. The franchise won't save money. It'll cost millions, many millions more. The franchise is not needed. We've been operating without one for a decade. Why now? The rush is entirely contrived by Xcel and by certain public officials. I believe that they're really exploiting the pandemic situation. Number 2, in any case, the franchise is a separate issue from the muni. There are muni finance alternatives that you've heard about that have not been considered. Xcel is acting now because the muni was getting too close to success. Number 3, this is a rush process using the COVID-19 conditions to ram it through without proper public process. Don't take away our democracy. The slogan, "Let the voters decide," is an abdication of the council's responsibility. The city council abdicates its role and obligation to the public to fully vet their referenda before referring it to voters. The city council, the public won't understand these franchising documents any better than you do. And they're highly complex. This is not democracy. It's slapped together in a rush, frustrating public review and debate. It's not democracy. It's a dereliction of duty by the council. Number 4, don't give away our democracy to Xcel, private corporation with no duty to our people or city, despite Alice Jackson's assurances. As was mentioned, she may be gone tomorrow. The corporation may be acquired. There's a lot of things that could happen. There are no functional off-ramps. This is an illusion. There are many flaws in this idea. It won't preserve our rights or options. Xcel will litigate every inch of the way. We know that from experience. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tim. Next, Kate Lawrence, David Takahashi, and Jackie Goldner. Kate?
Kate, you'll need to unmute yourself, please.
Can you hear me now?
We can.
Thank you. Good evening. I support meaningful carbon emission reduction measures. Some Boulderites are saying that the council should not rush and should slow down in determining whether voters should have a say in deciding the Xcel proposal. I think whether we should slow down or not depends on what the ultimate objective is. Is the end goal to reduce carbon emissions as quickly and effectively as possible? Or is having a city-owned electric monopoly the ultimate objective? In either case, Boulder citizens are perfectly capable of evaluating the merits of this proposal. The mission statement of the Boulder Department of Climate Initiatives is taking bold, innovative, and collaborative actions to create systemic change that equitably addresses the global climate crisis and ensures quality of life in Boulder and beyond. In contrast, the Muni is an unregulated last century monopoly that isolates Boulder. In the past 10 years, the Muni effort has accomplished 0 carbon emission reduction. We can do better than this. We must do better than this. It is time to pivot to 21st century solutions. I urge the council to put the Xcel proposal on the ballot. We can have far greater impact on carbon reduction by collaborating with Xcel and pursuing innovative programs. Let Boulder citizens decide if they want meaningful carbon emission reduction programs. We can achieve our clean energy vision without bankrupting our future. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. Next, David Takahashi, Jackie Goldner, and Peter Meyer. David?
Hi. Thank you for hanging in on a long night. I had a statement prepared, but will ask some rhetorical questions instead. First, off-ramps. With the speed with which disruptions are occurring, think the speed and depth of COVID disruptions or the bankruptcy of PG&E, wouldn't annual opt-outs be both an incentive for Xcel to perform and a safety valve for this community to act with some adaptive agility should local control become necessary? Second, should this go to the ballot, in the interest of a direct democracy and civil discourse, would Xcel be willing to participate in public assemblies or town halls which serve to hear from and inform the voting public? The public's questions have not been addressed to date, and we are not confident that they will be. If you wish to build trust, this would go a long way toward nurturing it. Finally, when you cast your vote, consider that a supporting vote may be raising the ire of Greta Thunberg. I quote, "You say you love your children above all else, and yet you are stealing their future in front of their very eyes." Are you ready to confront a pack of angered Gretas? Thank you.
Thank you, David. Next, we have Jackie Goldner, Peter Meyer, and Susan Secord.
I am not seeing Jackie Goldner in the meeting. Jackie, if you're in the meeting under a different name, please comment to me in the Q&A box and we'll circle back around for you. If you're on the phone and you need to communicate with me that you're on the phone, you can text me at 720-908-5722. Otherwise, Sam, I suggest we go on to the next speaker, who's Peter Meyer.
Yep, so we've got Peter Meyer, Susan Secord, and Alan Bernstein. Peter?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
Great. Hi, this is Peter Meyer. Tonight I am speaking on behalf of Plan Boulder County. So Boulder has spent about $26 million fighting for the muni over 10 years. Over that same 10 years, Xcel took about $230 million in profits from selling electricity in Boulder. That money could have been invested in our community, creating jobs and clean energy. The staff presentation completely ignored this aspect. What about democratization? Plan Boulder County believes combating climate change is the single most important issue confronting the entire world. And Boulder has a responsibility to lead on this issue. Plan has supported the concept of clean local power from the very beginning through 3 ballot measures. There is democracy for you. And we view the current proposal to reverse course and vote on a franchise deal with Xcel to be needless and rushed capitulation. It's a bad deal for Boulder, and it gives up ground we have gained over 10 years of litigating. Let us not be a national example of capitulation. Boulder's efforts, along with dramatic changes in the industry, have pushed Xcel towards renewables. That's great, but we'd also like to reinvest the profits in our own community, as do Fort Collins, Colorado Springs, and many others. Furthermore, there are other private electric providers besides Xcel that are willing to give us a much better deal, a deal which could include a direct path to municipalization. We need to consider the bids that Boulder received, and we should look at them closely. We need time to make this consideration. Council should not foist that consideration upon the voters. There is no rush. We can continue without a franchise agreement as we have for the past 10 years until we get this right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter. Next, Susan Secord, Alan Bernstein, and John Russell. Susan?
Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you for your service to our city during these challenging times, and thank you for the presentations tonight. They were detailed and had good follow-up questions. However, I continue to have a great concern about the speed at which we're moving during a pandemic, and I urge you to defer to vote on the Xcel franchise agreement until next year. Why the wait? At that time, the city will have a final price for local power, and Boulder voters will be able to make an informed decision on the most effective path forward for reaching our climate goals. As we heard earlier tonight, the city recently received bids on its RFP to energy providers and creative financing. It will take time to analyze those bids. As our city council, your responsibility to Boulder citizens is to provide us with the costs and benefits of local power and also to weigh that against any franchise agreement. You can't do that now, but it seems you'll be able to do more next year. Please consider, if you put a franchise deal with Xcel on the ballot, you are effectively endorsing it. Citizens count on their elected officials to do due diligence, especially in a time when most citizens are preoccupied with concerns related to the pandemic. That means that each of you would be saying to the public, you've gone through the complex franchise and settlement agreements line by line, including the additional update terms that seem to keep coming in. And you have no doubt it will allow us to reach our climate goals, our reliability goals, our city's equity goals, as well as the best rates for citizens. Because once it's on the ballot, that's it. The agreement stands. It's not going to be changed. If you can't say that, please don't settle for it's good enough. Xcel has delivered the best and final agreement offers before, as they did in 2017, and they will again. We've come 10 years on this effort. As you know, it's largely taken this time because of Xcel's roadblocks. Please let us have another year to determine true costs. Please do let us vote now.
Thank you, Susan. Next, Alan Bernstein, John Russell, and Randall Erica Clark. Alan?
Unmute. There we go. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Great. Late evening. Thanks for all your work. It seems to me that the agreement has several features that many folks find attractive. Others feel that important elements of the agreement fall short. That's been clear from all the commentary. But in my view, this is, of course, that is the very nature of a negotiated agreement. The real question to me is, will City Council allow the citizens of Boulder to vote on whether or not to adopt the agreement? The alternative is for Council to say, no, you may not vote on this. I am struggling to grasp how Council could say, you may not vote. What would a Council member have to believe to refuse to let us vote? Perhaps you might think you know what is good for us, and you do not trust us to vote properly. Or perhaps you might think the mayor and the mayor pro tem should go back to the negotiating table and get a better deal, even though there is no reason to believe that is even possible, let alone likely. Or perhaps you might have made up your minds regardless of what anyone else thinks, and are simply insisting that we continue to pursue the muni. If so, this would be in spite of the understanding all along that the citizens would vote on whether or not to consider pursuing the muni, which, by the way, is exactly what allowing us to vote would accomplish. Vote yes if you want to accept the agreement, or vote no to continue to pursue the muni. I hope and suspect that none of the three alternatives I just listed are true. And if they are not, then the obvious right thing to do is to let the citizens of Boulder decide this by voting on it in November. Thanks.
Thank you, Alan. Next, John Russell, Randall, Erica Clark, and Joe Bredden. John?
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Yes. John Russell, resident of Boulder for 20 years. Please do not put the franchise on our ballot. Rapidly increasing global warming is extremely undesirable. Excuse me. Natural gas is a greenhouse gas, and it's methane. Given its history, I really do not trust Xcel Energy. I very much favor municipalization. I would like for the City Council to connect either with Guzman Energy or another such organization other than Xcel, excuse me, as Chief Seattle may, or at least I think should have said, the earth does not belong to us, we belong to the earth. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Next, we have Randall, Erica Clark, Joe Bredden, and Carrie Christ Jenner. Randall?
Okay, thank you. I urge you not to put the franchise agreement with Xcel on the ballot, definitely not this year, in the midst of what we are all going through with this particular election and with COVID. And I hope that you would review the RFPs and continue with the municipalization effort, which we've already voted for. And it was agreed that it would have to meet certain criteria before it would be accepted anyway. I've supported municipalization of our power system from its inception, and it was exciting. And I tirelessly supported the goal of having a community power system. It represents the values I moved to Boulder for. It would be a nonprofit public power system, which I support, and I think Boulder would be very proud to have. It would retain more money in our community, and it would allow us and you to be the decision makers about our power. These things would not be true if we pursue the franchise agreement with Xcel. Why would you want to abandon the muni now with RFPs sitting on your desk after all of the hard work and give this to Xcel. It doesn't make any sense to me. We voted for municipalization and we don't want to have to vote again. We've already voted for it and we're just waiting to hear what it's going to cost. And then we can compare it to other offers. My values are the values of Plan Boulder County, Boulder Clean Energy Future, and Leslie Glustrom, all of whom are tireless municipalization advocates. They've sent you all the data and the facts and the downsides of going with this franchise agreement. I just wanted you to know that this is how I strongly feel about this issue.
Thank you, Randall. Next, Joe Bredin, Carrie Christianer, and Andrew Heinley. Joe?
Howdy, can you hear me okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, good. Okay, so I want to say thanks for some interesting and very hard work, but I don't think we're there yet. And I'll just talk about 3 reasons. First, of course, you're hearing about a lot of concerns, but one thing that really strikes me is there's almost no content specifics in that energy partnership agreement. There's important data, nice goals, and interesting project ideas, but mostly it seems like a franchise would give Xcel the biggest thing it wants based on hopes they'll play nice and working out the details. And I don't see how history justifies that level of trust, at least not so far. I doubt they'll compromise shareholder interest in any way that they haven't specifically committed to. Number 2, the idea that the muni could always be resumed after an off-ramp. Yeah, no. It's technically true, but awfully misleading. It's one thing to reduce funding during this budget crunch, but it's another to zero it out for years before a possible out. By then, staff scatters to the wind and resumption is pretty unrealistic. And third, I don't know how many of you guys are thinking this way, but the notion that council is just letting the voters decide and staying pretty neutral. There's truth to that, but it seems like a bit of a cop-out. Most people you hear from tonight and in emails, etc., pay a lot of attention to this stuff, but it's complex stuff. And for most voters, it's an awfully short window to sort through it. And most will be preoccupied with other matters, election related and COVID related, and they'll largely be relying on you. So while voters would decide the final outcome, I hope you're fully owning the decision about whether or not it's been thought through enough for prime time. Personally, I don't think so. Thanks.
Thank you, Joe. Next, we have Carrie Christianer, Benoit Allenhot, and John Tayer. Carrie?
Hi there, can you hear me?
You can.
Thank you. My name is Carrie Christianer. I've been an advocate on this issue since, gosh, I guess close to the beginning. What a lot of people on this, who are listening may not know is that I did marketing for the original occupation tax in 2010, the theme of which was, let's keep our options open. I was open to municipalization, but I was also a CCA advocate at the time and thought if we can convince Xcel to do something that could apply to their territory wide in Colorado, that would be a really great thing. And that's what I think that this is. I think that for council members, I think that even though there's a lot of really passionate people, and I know a lot of them, you're not seeing a really good cross section of Boulder right now. You're seeing people that are understandably upset at the idea that their dream of municipalization may not be there. But I think that what you have to look to is the value that is beyond Boulder, not only because of the pilots and innovation, which some of the bids that everyone's talking about could potentially apply to, but the fact that the kind of innovation that Boulder could pilot could scale quickly to other communities. And finally, Xcel, I mean, believe me, I've been working so hard behind the scenes for all this time, trying to get some, very, powerfully innovative options that could be more like off the shelf for other cities. Here's the opportunity. And there's a lot of creativity ahead for all the people on this call that they could engage. I also think that the time is now to engage at the PUC because I'm involved in proceedings where we're already dealing with innovative grid issues and DER, distributed energy resources like storage and microgrids. The time to engage for the city is now. Let's get with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie. Next, we have Benoit Alahat, John Taylor, and Robert Westby. Benoit?
I'm not seeing Benoit in the meeting. If you are in the meeting under a different name, please communicate with me under Q&A. Otherwise, I suggest we go on to the next speaker.
Thank you. And the next speaker is John Taylor, who is pooling with two other people, Andrea Magel and Lord Call. If you could just confirm they're in here, John can have 4 minutes.
I see them in here and they both communicated with me that they're willing to cede their time.
Very good. John, you have 4 minutes. Very good. John, you have 4 minutes.
Great, Mayor Weaver and City Council. I was having a heated yet civil conversation the other night with our, hold on.
John, mute your other TV, please.
There we go. With a friend who has been a leader in the effort to municipalize Boulder's electric system regarding the proposed settlement agreement. My friend laid out a cogent argument for continuing the march toward condemning Xcel's electric system, pleading her case for the vision of an independent, locally controlled electric system. It's a wonderfully compelling vision. That is not the decision before City Council tonight. When the Boulder Chamber argued against continuing the pursuit of municipalization, we didn't rest on concerns regarding the ability of our city to operate an electric system. We know many communities effectively operate their own electric power systems at reasonable rates and with sound reliability. This is not new stuff. Instead, the Boulder Chamber primarily argued that the process of pursuing the vision of an independent electric utility would be long, expensive, risky, and would hinder our ability to make other green energy advancements. Based on that principle, our policy document states, quote, "We encourage Xcel and the City of Boulder to pursue all possible avenues for a negotiated resolution that is consistent with Boulder's clean energy goals." As we stand here today, 10 years since the initial vote to pursue municipalization, the City of Boulder has been engaged in nothing short of a pitched battle with Xcel. The consequences of that battle has been significant for our community, and much as the Boulder Chamber feared, with the lost focus on other green energy, energy equity, and climate protection opportunities, and the expenditure of something near $30 million. Maybe there's been gains too. Some argue that the City of Boulder's municipalization effort pushed Xcel Energy to higher standards of carbon reduction and green energy performance. We will never know. What we do know is that two of our Boulder City Council leaders, Mayor Sam Weaver and Mayor Pro Tem Bob Yates, with the authorization of their council peers, made the type of partnership overtures to Xcel leadership that our organization, the Boulder Chamber, encouraged. Appropriately, they took that step at a time when no one is certain how all the lawsuits and condemnation actions will turn out, and when both Boulder and Xcel still have the leverage of that uncertainty to negotiate in good faith. The fruits of their overtures from our Mayor Pro Tem, are the elements of the settlement agreement that City Council has a chance tonight to place on the November ballot. On its face, the agreement seems to be a positive step forward for our economy, our community, and our climate. There will be plenty of time to debate the merits of this agreement, though, over the next 2+ months. I know there will be thoughtful debate over multiple Zoom calls among the Boulder Chamber policy leaders. Tonight, though, we ask you to honor the good faith efforts of our City Council leaders, Xcel management, and the hard work of both staff teams to end the rancor and move forward together as partners to focus on decarbonizing our electric system and save our planet. And now it's time to give the Boulder voters a chance to weigh in. I know the friend I talked about earlier, someone who once sat in your City Council seats, will bend my ear for the next 75 days with her vision of a locally controlled power system. I also know that our other voters will find it even more certain vision for achieving our community's clean energy climate protection goals in the proposed settlement agreement. Finally, I'm certain that our business community members will have partisans on both sides of the debate. That's what democracy looks like in Boulder. And then on November 4, we will see where our community stands.
Thank you, John. Next, we have Robert Westby, Dan Powers, and KK Duvivier. Robert?
Chris, can you please reset the clock? And Mr. Westby, you might need to unmute yourself. Robert Westby, are you there? You'll need to unmute yourself. I can try to unmute you for yourself. Step away from the mute button so we aren't contradicting each other, and I'll press unmute and see if we can get you on the air.
Okay.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Mayors and council members, my name is Bob Westby, retired senior management at the National Renewable Energy Laboratory. My message tonight is I believe this council's deliberations are missing a critical consideration. Boulder is facing a severe and sustained financial crisis attributable to the virus pandemic. The small business sector and sectors of Boulder's population are facing particularly devastating and long-lasting financial hardships. It would be a mistake to underestimate the urgency and severity of these hardships. The operative question we need to have in front of us is municipalization or Excel the best path forward to address this issue? I believe the case can be made that municipalization would serve as an economic engine to significantly mitigate the current financial crisis. Moving forward with municipalization captures significant direct, indirect, and induced financial benefits for the economy of Boulder. There are two principal direct financial benefits captured by municipalization. Boulder's more aggressive transition to renewables would result in lower utility rates. Based on the best bid in the 2018 RFIP, there could be a savings of over $30 million a year. Two, municipalization would extricate Boulder ratepayers from the impact of rate increases of Excel's plans to spend $7.5 billion in the next 5 years. Boulder's part of that, a portion of that would be $300 million. There are significant associated indirect benefits. The indirect benefit dollars, the direct benefit dollars would recirculate in the Boulder economy and result in a multiplier of 3.1. This is an investment in Boulder's economy. In closing, I believe the council has a financial fiduciary responsibility to the citizens to go forward with municipalization. I urge the council to control the controllables and take the steps forward towards economic recovery.
Thank you, Robert. Next, we have Dan Powers, KK Duvivier, and Diane Dante. Dan?
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much. I want to thank you all for the amount of work that's been put into this complex and evolving document, but really the broader effort to find where there can be compromise between the city and Excel is powerfully encouraging to me. And it makes me reflect on how about 12 years ago, back when I was a young man, and the conversation got started about whether or not we should even renew the franchise with Excel. I was very interested and became involved in those discussions and debates. Many of you know at the time, I was working at the Boulder Chamber of Commerce, having followed on from my education at University of Colorado Boulder in environmental conservation. And the policy work that we got started with there was not debating the vision that the city had set out, but really quickly getting into the how. How do you actually achieve the decarbonization vision that Boulder has set out for itself? To think that 10 years later, I've been hearing people describe how the vote that could go to the people is both a mix of rushing into things and somehow too complex for voters to consider is a bit flabbergasting. And I want to keep this more on a positive vote and know that encourage you to consider the voters can decide on this. Truly, we are working on 10 years worth of spending money, and I've watched the trend lines with Xcel's impacts at scale to decarbonize happen, while millions of dollars have been spent by the city of Boulder to still be trying to hem and haw over whether or not they'd actually make this agreement that's on the table now and put it towards the voters. It's really not about the particular details right now. If you can't trust staff for what they've brought forward already, I don't know why you would think that more time would be worthwhile. Please put this to the voters and trust our educated citizenry.
Thank you, Dan. Next, we have KK Duvivier, Diane Dante, and Crystal Gray.
Thank you all for your time tonight. I don't think I can beat the image of a pack of angry Gretas glaring at all of you. But I think this is a classic example of why so many citizens are apathetic and unwilling to engage. Corporations always seem to win. The three strongest arguments I'm hearing for entering a 20-year franchise with Xcel are: 1, we've been at this for 10 years. 2, we haven't gotten anything for the $30 million Boulder has invested. And 3, stop the conflict, we're tired. I'm going to address each of these. Yes, Boulder has been at this for 10 years, and that's because Xcel has lawyered up and obstructed progress at every step. When Alice Jackson answered Councilwoman Young's question about what do Xcel shareholders get from this settlement, she forgot to mention that for just a year and a half of Xcel's profits from Boulder, they may be able to guarantee that they can keep Boulder in their group and that they won't lose them to another provider, which other cities have done across the states, getting higher percentage of renewables faster and often with other providers buying out existing providers. Until we have the RFP results, we can't know whether Boulder can be agile and get faster climate results. 2, yes, Boulder has gotten something for its $30 million. Change comes with pressure, and the priorities of Boulder and other cities about climate no doubt played a significant role in Xcel's recent conversion to embracing climate goals after decades of being indifferent about its impact on the planet and moving forward, building fossil fuel power plants. Finally, we're tired is the key playbook item of big corporations. Wear the other side down until they give in. If each of you on council put this franchise and endorse it by referring it, then you're rewarding Xcel's opportunistic strategies. I've learned Xcel has huge influence, and why would anyone get involved if they see that some of the brightest minds in Boulder have been working on this and are passionate about climate, and they can't beat a 150-year-old monopoly that's playing the game. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, KK. Next, we have Diane Dante, Crystal Gray, and Andrew Barton. Diane?
I'm not seeing Diane in the meeting. Diane, if you are in the meeting under a different name, please message me in Q&A. Next, I'll queue up Crystal Gray.
Yes, Crystal Gray, Andrew Barton, and Duncan Gilchrist. Crystal?
Hi, council members. First of all, I want to thank you for making the small changes that you did from the first reading to this reading. I want to talk about public engagement. Boulder has an excellent and inclusive public engagement plan adopted after a 2-year process, and city departments have successfully implemented the plan, but regrettably, the city council and senior staff have set it aside to meet Xcel's rush timeline. I ask you to reconsider this decision, develop an engagement plan, and include the Racial Equity Connector Group so the process can truly be inclusive. This might take you into spring, but you would be walking your talk on being inclusive, and you might just get a franchise that reflects diverse input from the community. One of the first things in the process is to evaluate, are we asking the right questions? If you ask the public before you got into the negotiations, you might have heard, keep our rates low and affordable, make rooftop solar available to low and moderate income residents, including renters. And you would have heard from me, ask Xcel to pay Boulder a franchise signing fee, like La Cruces, New Mexico asked of their investor-owned utility. And they received $20 million. $20 million is about the profit Excel makes off Boulder in 1 year. If we stay in franchise for 5 years, Excel makes 100 million. You probably would have gotten a lot of other interesting suggestions. And finally, thank you for discussing equity. City Council will appoint a utility board where you can appoint people of color, low income, that'll serve with IBM and Ball and advise you on policy. That's where real power lies and where you can really reflect the diversity of view. Thank you.
Thank you, Crystal. Next, we have Andrew Barton, Duncan Gilchrist, and Brittany Vermalea. Andrew?
Hi, thank you. My name is Andrew Barton, and I'm a student at CU. I'm here to strongly urge that you vote no on the proposed Excel franchise ballot measure. Over the course of nearly a decade through multiple elections, the Boulder electorate has made it abundantly clear that separation from Excel is what it wants. As representatives of the Boulder community, it is your responsibility to not hastily enter into a decades-long contract with Excel that has been allowed virtually no time for public discourse. To not explore the benefits of our numerous other energy options is an insult to the bill payer. It's the denial of the opportunity for cheaper energy and the pride of belonging to a community devoted to clean, sustainable energy. We don't need to settle for the worst options here. There are already other opportunities to provide cleaner, cheaper energy to Boulder. Even staying where we are right now, out of franchise with Excel, would be better than rushing into a more expensive option with this deal. Our lights will still go on, our power will still come, and we won't be forced to pay more than we already do. When we spend over $100 million a year on energy, we have the right to see and truly discuss what other options are available to us. As a member of the Boulder community, I want to be proud of our local elected officials. We have the opportunity here to really lead by example, to show other cities what sustainability and locally centered energy looks like, rather than a cautionary tale, an example for other cities to look to learn how to avoid a corporate stranglehold over our most fundamental necessities. So I urge you not to put this deal on the ballot. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Next, we have Duncan Gilchrist, Brittany Vermalea, and Julia Moravskit. Sorry about butchering that name. Duncan?
Thank you to staff and to council for all of you guys' hard work on this issue and for listening to all of us this evening. I do not support sending this agreement to the ballot. I strongly urge against it. There are many reasons why doing so would be imprudent. First of all, I heard a few council members express uncertainty as to whether a franchise with Excel would allow our city to achieve a future of energy equity. And they're right about being skeptical of this. If we're serious about correcting for the way that our energy system currently perpetuates inequalities within and outside of our city, we should ask ourselves, is an investor-owned monopoly that is regulated by a faraway, highly impenetrable state-level bureaucracy more likely to be responsive to the needs of vulnerable segments of our community? Or would a nonprofit public utility accountable to neighborhood-level citizen advisory boards be more poised to deliver a future of energy equity? Further, I echo the concerns of many other community members. Why the rush to put this agreement on the ballot this November? We lose literally nothing from waiting until our community can more fully digest the implications of this $2 billion deal. Excel will surely be around and interested in roping us into franchise in the future. The rush has been artificially induced and has led to an agreement that has many flaws that have not been substantially addressed by city council and staff. Boulder voters should not be expected to vote on the merits of a franchise with Excel until we have the full picture of what it will cost to municipalize. We're missing essential cost comparison information, so it isn't possible for voters to make a well-informed, objective decision, especially when we're dealing with a pandemic, an economic crisis, and a highly important presidential election. Please do not put this agreement to vote. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Duncan. Next up, Brittany Vermalea, Julia Moravskit, and Jim Morris. Brittany?
I'm not seeing a Brittany Vermalea in the meeting, and I'm only seeing a Julia under a different name, but she has communicated that she intends to speak tonight. So I'm going to give it a chance and see if she perhaps might be in here under a different name.
Sounds good.
Julia Williams, you can unmute. And can you let us know if you're also Julia Moravsek? You are unmuted, Julia, but we can't hear you. You may need to unmute yourself again. So when this occurs, it's often because there's a microphone issue on the user's side of things. I'm going to suggest that we circle back to you to give you a little bit of time to see if you can resolve your audio issues. But I will circle your name and make sure we get a chance to come back and try to call on you again. You can also communicate with me in the Q&A box, confirming that you are in the meeting under a different name than you're signed up as, and also letting me know when your audio is working. Thank you.
Okay, great. We've got Jim Morris, Micah Parkin, and David Klein. Jim?
Jimmy, you'll need to unmute, please.
Hi. I think Xcel is not a good organization to be involved with. I mean, look, what do they spend their money on? 1.79 million lobbying last year, 2019. And what do they lobby to do? Like reduce health regulations on coal ash, on nuclear power, air and water emissions. And what else do they want to do? They want to spend money on natural gas and methane and fracking. And as someone said, carbon capture, which is real expensive. And we're going to have to pay back them their 9% profit on that. They also want to invest in nuclear power. Last time they did nuclear power, it cost, I think, $400 million for Fort St. Vrain. And they still have 14 tons of nuclear waste there. Nuclear power in Colorado, at least. They're part of the Edison Electric Institute that does fundraisers for Senator McConnell with $5,000 tickets. They were fined $18 million for energy market manipulation since 2000. They gave $25,000 to the Trump inauguration. They didn't pay any federal income tax from 2008 to 2015. It used to be part of ALEC. I mean, this is the evil empire from Star Wars. Utility scandals, $60 million slush fund by the Ohio Energy First Company. Commonwealth Edison, $200 million fine for bribing state officials. South Carolina, utility employees plead guilty to fraud. New Orleans, $5 million fine for hiring actors to show up at City Hall and pretend to be citizens, which is sort of like what Walsh did tonight. Then like here, Arizona, millions of dollars to fill up the PUC with their lackeys. Well, they got Ken Reef, their attorney, to be appointed to be director of the Colorado Office of Consumer Counsel. They rigged the exam so that only their own lawyer could win the exam to represent the consumers. Then they argued against Leslie ever talking. I mean, it's a corrupt, evil thing to be involved with.
Thank you, Jim. Next, we have Micah Parkin, David Klein, and Scott Hatfield. And I believe Micah is under the name Julia.
She is. I've corrected that, and I'm calling on her now.
Hi, so sorry about that confusion. This is Micah Parkin. I'm Executive Director of 350 Colorado, and I'm speaking tonight on behalf of 350 Boulder. The climate crisis is ravaging our state with wildfires and droughts, while record temperatures, storms, and sea level rise ravage our planet. For a decade, thousands of 350 members have urged Boulder leaders to address the climate crisis and transition to 100% renewable energy. We believe municipalization holds the greatest potential toward that goal. Our city's 2018 request for indicative pricing for electricity resulted in several bids to present 89% renewables by 2024 at significantly more affordable rates than Xcel. Recent RFPs are similarly promising. We urge City Council to not place a 20-year franchise with Xcel on the ballot, which implies your endorsement and would prematurely block our community's efforts toward municipalization, which Boulderites have endorsed for years with our repeated votes and tax dollars. A franchise would severely limit potential options such as community choice energy. Xcel's primary goal is not addressing the climate crisis, public health, or equity, or affordable clean energy. Its goal is boosting shareholders' profits, which conflicts with our city's goals. Xcel plans to have fossil fuels in their energy mix for decades for power generation and via delivery of methane-leaking fracked gas as part of this franchise. Fracking is poisoning Colorado communities, especially low-income communities of color. It's contributing 40% of the pollution, causing our F-grade air quality, and it's significantly exacerbating the climate crisis. Cornell estimates fracked emissions from methane are 2 to 4 times higher than our state's current estimates. None of this is addressed in Xcel's plans, and a fossil gas franchise will ensure we're part of perpetuating these problems. Our community deserves to know the numbers on municipalization before tying ourselves to Xcel for 20 years. Boulder's been a climate leader and deserves the best option to achieve an affordable 100% renewable energy future. Please don't rush this decision during a pandemic. Boulder can do better. Thank you.
Thank you, Micah. Next, we have David Klein, Scott Hatfield, and Rob Cifelli. David?
I'm not seeing David Klein in the meeting. David, if you're in the meeting, please message me in the Q&A and we'll come back around to you. Scott Hatfield is in the meeting, so I'm going to call on him next.
Hello, you can hear me now?
Yep.
I can't believe I'm still here. So yeah, I think this is a rushed decision and this should not go to the ballot. It would put the community under the thumb of a bad actor. This is a huge commitment with a 20-year franchise, and she's just not rush into throwing Xcel a rather huge bone here. Boulder can do better. There's been offers of 89% renewables by 2024 at better rates. You should get a handle on the costs of Xcel's proposals, analyze the RFPs, get a better deal, probably a much better deal than they're often offering incentives. These have been offered to other communities. They could offer maybe some transition cost help. That's realistic. Help with energy efficiency programs. And with these types of things, the loss of funding to the city due to the pandemic seems a lot less valid of a reason to forego municipalization. There could be decarbonization issues with getting off of gas, fracked gas with Xcel. They could want to hang on to that, make it tough. You want to maintain some nimbleness to address climate change. For example, you could have big energy efficiency savings in next generation grid efficient buildings, which would want some grid cooperations. There's benefits beyond renewables. There's other environmental benefits that could be gained in addition to things like resiliency, operations, and grid services. As far as just calls to, give the voters a vote, we voted many times on this, and it's not a reason to ignore costs and the request for proposals. Pandemic campaigning problems are less of a concern to the other side, and it's very difficult to restart efforts.
Thank you, Scott. Next, Rob Cifelli, Shirley Jen, and Devin Simeone. Rob?
I'm not seeing Rob in the meeting, so we'll move on to Shirley. Rob, if you're in the meeting, communicate with me and we'll circle back. Shirley, you may need to unmute yourself.
Okay, I think I have just done that.
Yes.
Okay, my name's Shirley Jen. I live in Boulder. We all know that the greatest problem and challenge for the people of Boulder and for all humanity is global warming, and that limiting greenhouse gas emissions is critical. In considering a new franchise agreement with Xcel, it seems important to me to realize that Xcel is part of Public Service Corporation, a large company whose first priority is maximizing profit for stockholders. It does not seem wise to me to quickly turn control of Boulder's power supply over to Xcel for years to come. There are potentially better options. Guzman Energy, for example, is a wholesale power supplier that is working with various communities and providing clean energy at low cost. Fountain, Colorado recently signed a contract with Guzman, and according to Business Wire, quote, ratepayers are expected to save millions with the new wholesale power supply contract. It is imperative to not force Boulder citizens into a decision regarding Xcel until all city council members are very well informed about all the options for clean energy and understand that Xcel's high-powered legal team will be brought to bear in any disagreement with Boulder. Thank you.
Thank you, Shirley. Next, we have Devin Simeone, Kristen Marshall, and Emma Marion. Devin.
Devin, you'll need to unmute, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
You're good to go.
I'm good to go. Thank you so much. All right. Hello, my name is Devin. I'm 17 and I'm a youth member within this community. I think we can all agree that this year has been met with unexpected chaos and will undoubtedly be a summer I will never forget. Summer break, a time to recharge and have fun after a long school year of hard work. Instead, students are inside, exposed continuously to the never-ending news, informing us about one tragedy after the other, feeling more anxious and overwhelmed by the minute. Why do we have to carry the weight of the world at such a young age? I am concerned about the future of the environment and the living conditions in decades to come. Although I respect the people at Xcel and what you have done in the past, Xcel seems to have no urgency in taking action for our future. To Xcel, this deal is only urgent because without Boulder, their monopoly would be losing money. As such, I favor a direction that takes renewables seriously and moves away from fossil fuels that serve corporate profits. Choosing Boulder local power contracts such as Guzman Energy means that we will be choosing a path that will take the necessary steps to help prevent this crisis from becoming worse than it already is. Xcel promises only a fraction of what contracts such as Guzman Energy proposes. My generation will live with the consequences of your generation's decisions and separate consequences you will have to endure. Money has no value on a planet without people. I understand everyone is going through turmoil enough as it is, but I'm not only a teenager. I'm a Boulder citizen who is unsure and confused during these trying times and generally cares about this beautiful, progressive, and actively thinking city. There is far more to this decision than just a simple ballot vote. Boulder's energy goals are to decarbonize rates, decentralize renewables, and democratize reliability. So why not act like it? From what the people are presenting here, Boulder can do better. And I trust that your council and your authority to make it so. Thank you.
Thank you, Devin. Next, we have Kristen Marshall, Emma Marion, and Rick Healy. Kristen.
Kristen, please unmute.
Okay, can you hear me?
We can.
Great. My name is Kristen Marshall. I live in Boulder. And I don't know if the rest of you heard it, but we had a rain tonight. And so that was fantastic. And it washed away a lot of the grit and the silt that's been around because of the fires. But it didn't, for me at least, erase the obscurity and the unknowns about this agreement that you're asking us to put on the ballot and vote on. There still seems to be too many unknowns about this. So I urge the council not to put the franchise agreement on the ballot this year. I personally support the idea of a muni, and I think we should still continue to move in that direction. I believe it's a good direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Kristen. Next, we have Emma Marion, Rick Healy, and Sandra Larson. Emma?
Good evening, council members. Thank you for your time tonight and everything you do to lead our community. My name is Emma Marion, and I'm a Boulder resident and the organizing director at New Era, Colorado. We've been organizing young people in Boulder for 14 years to engage them in our democracy and move our community and state forward. I am virtually here today to urge you to stay the course and not put a rushed settlement agreement with Xcel on this November ballot. New Era has been supporting municipalization since at least 2011 because the burden of climate change falls disproportionately on young people, low-income people, and people of color. We will pay the biggest price for inaction and injustice on climate change. Municipalization is still Boulder's best tool to reach our community's climate and renewable energy goals, while opening the door for locally driven innovation in our electricity system and maintaining rates and reliability for our whole community. Boulder voters have been clear. We continue to support municipalization and climate action at the ballot box year after year. Community dialogue is a critical missing component here, and it must happen before we make such a massive decision on our energy future, especially during a pandemic and especially with so much on the line this election. Xcel's 11th hour proposed settlement in the middle of a pandemic should not come as a surprise to any of us. Though Boulder has a constitutional right to municipalize, they have delayed and obstructed this process nearly every step of the way and are not to be trusted. Even if we are able to meet our renewable energy goals with Xcel, their franchise settlement contains little accountability and takes our clean energy future out of our community's hands, which flies in the face of the path our city's voters have affirmed in election after election. Rather than revert to business as usual and stunt our city's progress towards our commitments, please continue on our path toward Muni and reject Xcel's settlements. Public goods should be publicly owned, not only for young people, but for the future of our planet. Boulder should remain a model when it comes to community-led efforts to decolonize access to resources and combating climate change. If you choose the wrong path forward, young people and our community as a whole will pay dire consequences. Thanks for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Emma. Next, we have Rick Healy, Sandra Larson, and Jan Burton. Rick?
Hi, thank you. This is Rick Healy. I am a resident of Boulder, and I am urging City Council to vote no on putting the agreement on the fall ballot. My main concern is that we simply do not have enough information to make an informed decision. Why don't until we get the estimates from the RFPs to figure out how much it's going to cost us to municipalize. My other concern is how trustworthy Xcel is. If we've learned anything over the last 10 years, it should be that Xcel will do anything within their powers to stop us from municipalizing. Thank Alice Jackson for all the work that she's done, and I believe that she has entered into negotiations in a trusting manner. But as the speakers have mentioned, who knows where Alice will be in the future? And by the time this agreement comes into effect, Xcel could have another person who feels very differently on this. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Rick. Next, we have Sandra Larson, Jan Burton, and Chris Nichols. Sandra?
Good evening. Thank you for your time and listening tonight. 3 Colorado utilities have signed deals in just the past few months with a wholesale energy provider that focuses on renewables and has provided financing to make the transition. These communities will get cleaner energy at a lower cost as soon as 2021. This is what the new energy economy looks like. The transition to cleaner energy is the most economical alternative, and it's happening in competitive deals made here in Colorado. Our city has about the same number of customers as those 3 utilities combined. Like those communities, we should have the control to decarbonize our own energy future. Also key are our goals to decentralize and democratize. With a multi-state corporation beholden to shareholders and expected to pursue standardization across its markets, it's hard to do that. For example, I live in a condo in an ideal spot for rooftop solar photovoltaic. Under Xcel, my neighbors and I can't pool the power from both sides of our shared roof. We have to have individual panels on individual meters. Who gets the power from the sunny south-facing side, and who gets stuck with the less sunny north? That's just one example of how people who live in condos, apartments, and mobile homes are often left out when we talk about lowering carbon footprints. That's an equity issue too. We do care a lot about rates, those of us who live there, and many of us don't have the capital to make energy improvements on our own. Our houses are small, we share walls, we live in what could be very low carbon footprint housing. Our city must be able to innovate locally to solve these issues with full community control and a very explicit connection to the affordable housing and social equity issues we face. Our citizens are capable of critically evaluating the muni, but that's not the vote being offered to us in November. As an educator, when I write a multiple choice test question, I call that a distractor. We shouldn't be voting on a pig in a poke. Please delay the vote till we can see full proposals and comparative costs for all the possible energy futures now on the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra. Next, we have Jan Burton, Chris Nichols, and Bob Hopper. Jan?
Good evening, Council and Mayor Weber. Thank you for your service, especially in holding extra council meetings to prepare for ballot measures this fall. I urge you to vote to support putting the franchise agreement on the ballot this November. And why now before all the costs are known? Number one, council and city staff have negotiated a good agreement in good faith. The voters have a right and a responsibility to vote on something this important. Number two, we have almost run out of money, and in order to continue, we will have to approve new spending, which is somewhat questionable. And number three, I and this community have a real sense of urgency around climate change. And this is the fastest path to emissions reductions. In addition, we will be part of a bigger picture at the state of Colorado, where we can help achieve much greater results. Don't be persuaded by the argument that we need more time to understand the details of the agreement. We have 2 months to evaluate. Please give the voters a chance. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jan. Next, we have Chris Nichols, Bob Hopper, and Elizabeth Hartman. Chris?
Hi, my name is Chris Nichols, and I wanted to urge City Council not to proceed with putting this measure on the ballot in 2020, but give yourself some time to evaluate this. You know, the previous speaker said, you know, you have all the information, you know what's going on, you know what needs to be done, go forward with it. The problem being is that council members have even stated that you don't have all the data. You don't have the RFPs. We still haven't received the condemnation costs. You know, these were the things that citizens asked for, citizens were looking for, and we're looking for guidance from City Council in order to help that and push that measure along so that we can make an educated decision in regard to our energy future. You know, Xcel, yeah, you know, they're saying some great things tonight. Allison said some great things, and it sounds good. But the problem being is that if you turn the table to the other side, the litigation measures have been immeasurable. It's been held up over 10 years. And, you know, I think it's really important for City Council to have data and be able to make that evaluation, have that data passed on to the voters so they can make that decision and move in the right direction that they believe we should. Problem being is that in the allotted time, the data won't be there. We know condemnation costs won't be there. There's question as to whether or not the RFP data will be there in time. So I urge you to not put it on the vote in 2020. Get the data, pass that data on, and move forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris. Next, we have Bob Hopper, Elizabeth Hartman, and Marty Hopper. Bob?
I'm going to assume that Bob Hopper might be on the same line as Marty Hopper. Bob, if you're there, please unmute.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Good. Hi, my name's Bob Hopper, and I've been a Boulder resident for 41 years. As a retired psychologist, I'm usually very supportive of parties in a conflict talking to one another. Much of my clinical work involved conflict resolution of various kinds. In the case of the negotiations between Xcel and Boulder, however, the results are highly suspect. The details of the agreement are unclear and difficult to analyze. The whole process seemed rushed and hasty. It feels like Boulder is being railroaded into signing a blank check, which gives Xcel control of our energy future. While many of our neighboring cities like Longmont and Fort Collins and Estes Park have control of their energy, pay less than what we do, and have much more renewable energy, Boulder has been a captive to Xcel. Xcel has fought the Muni every step of the way. Their quest has been to maximize profits to their shareholders and to make an example of Boulder. An agreement is a great idea in principle, but this one seems not ready for prime time. It's not ready to be on the ballot. We need to know the final costs. We need to know what the other alternatives are out there. And we need to know the consequences if Xcel doesn't meet the terms of the agreement. There are many, many unanswered questions and concerns. With climate change as the elephant in the room, I ask City Council to slow down this rushed process, clarify the facts, the alternatives, and the consequences, and only then put this measure on the ballot. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Bob. Next, Elizabeth Hartman, Marty Hopper, and Roby Robichaud. Elizabeth?
Hi, can you hear me okay?
We can.
Great, thanks. This is Elizabeth. I'm from Boulder. I love this city. And I voted to explore municipalization in the first vote. I guess that was a decade ago. Since then, we've spent tens of millions of dollars and more importantly, 10 years of wasted time. Climate change, as you know, is time sensitive. So I would like you to put the measure on the ballot now. As Jan said, voters have a responsibility and a right to vote on this. The wasted decade is really tragic. Since that first vote, I have worked in clean energy research and innovation from Barcelona to Shanghai, and with many utilities from investor-owned to municipal utilities. And from this decade of experience, I know there is no clear distinction between investor-owned or municipals as good or bad. It just depends on the leadership at the utility. Luckily for us, Xcel is one of the most progressive utilities in the country. Under the leadership in Colorado of Alice Jackson, it was the first investor-owned utility in the country to announce 100% zero carbon electricity goal. In contrast with Xcel's increasingly ambitious goals, I have been increasingly dismayed by City Council recently. I trust Xcel to run an electric utility with decades of experience doing this. Our City Council has never tried it. This is an essential service. It must be reliable. The city wants to buy a bunch of old poles and wires when the infrastructure is decaying and the technology on the edge is increasingly complex. This is just not something that I propose we try. The City Council has wasted a decade, tens of millions of dollars, and a lot of trust. Please place a measure on the ballot. Move forward with Xcel as a trusted partner to actually reduce emissions now instead of wasting another decade. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Next, we have Marty Hopper, Roby Robichaud, and Michelle Smith. Marty?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Hi, my name is Marty Hopper. I live in South Boulder, not far from the NCAR substation and the power transmission lines that run west to Bear Canyon. Last summer in 2019, Xcel began a huge project to replace those transmission lines, which at that point were over 50 years old. Starting in late May of 2019, public comment was solicited. I and many others wrote letters requesting that Xcel bury the transmission lines. In fact, over half the comments submitted were requests to bury the lines, with most folks citing concerns about the high winds and wanting to restore the natural beauty of the area. Only 3 weeks later, I received a response that Xcel was not going to bury the lines. 2 weeks after that, Xcel began the project. I have 2 points from this experience. First, Xcel had the opportunity to bury the power lines and chose not to. Something that Boulder will live with for decades. In fact, the new poles are 20 to 30 feet higher than the old ones. And second, citizen input on the project was sought only 5 weeks before beginning the project. This was a clear slap in the face. It's obvious that a project of this size would take years to plan, so asking for public comment only weeks before the start of the project was an insincere corporate exercise, reminding me of Lily Tomlin's character who says, "We don't care, we don't have to, we're the phone company." Is this what we can continue to expect from Xcel As a psychologist, I can say that the best predictor of future behavior is past behavior, and that once a reward is given, in this case, the franchise, motivation to perform plummets. I ask that you slow down consideration of the franchise, not put it on the ballot this fall, and stay the course on creating Boulder's own muni. Thank you.
Thank you, Marty. Next, we have Roby Robichaud, Michelle Smith, and Rachel Seng. Roby.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yep.
I've been engaged in renewable energy for 25 years, Boulder resident for 23 years. I have started but not finished reading the settlement agreement and franchise documents. They are complex, a number of vague, not so well-defined provisions. A key summary bullet from the city website states, rates. Our energy future must ensure competitive rates, balancing short-term and long-term interests. That's a nice statement, but it provides no concrete information about what the outcome will be. Competitive rates, by whose estimation? Competitive with what? Most of the other bullets are similar in their vagary. Boulder currently has some leverage in dealing with Xcel as it pursues municipalization. To agree to Xcel's proposed franchise document before Boulder receives and evaluates responses to its RFP will negate most of its current negotiating leverage. Please do not put the franchise agreement issue on the ballot in November. It would be far better to wait until we have all the costs and facts on the table from both sides. From the developers who respond to the Boulder RFP, let's get their specific costs, benefits, and features clearly bulleted and explained. And let's get Xcel's franchise agreement with specific costs, benefits, and features clearly bulleted and explained. The voters of Boulder deserve the right to vote on full proposals on both sides with full disclosure and transparency. That will provide the closest apples to apples comparison and give the voters the best opportunity to make a fair judgment in what they want their energy future to look like in casting their votes on this contentious issue. Please get all the facts and costs on the table before asking voters to vote. Thank you, Council, for your efforts and your consideration.
Thank you, Roby. Next, we have Michelle Smith, Rachel Seng, and Mark Gelband. Michelle?
I'm not seeing Michelle Smith in the meeting. Michelle, if you're here, please communicate with me through Q&A and we'll make sure we bring you back in to the session.
So next is Rachel Seng, followed by Mark Gelband and Josh DNR.
I'm also not seeing Rachel in the meeting. So I'm going to go to Mark Gelband, who is in the meeting. Mark, you'll need to unmute, please. Mark, you need to unmute. Okay, it looks like maybe you're having some technical difficulty. I'm going to try to unmute you from this end. I'm not having any luck either.
So we'll pass over Mark for now, and if we can get him unmuted, we'll come back to him. So next is Josh Dinar, Rebecca Dixon, and Eric Stoutenberg.
Josh withdrew his name from speaking earlier this evening, so we'll go on to Rebecca. Rebecca, you'll need to unmute. There you go.
Hi there, my name is Rebecca Dixon, and I'm chair of the Sierra Club Indian Peaks Group. Tonight, I'm speaking for the Sierra Club. I want to thank you for your work on this. It's a difficult decision, and I want to thank you for listening to all of us tonight. So Boulder voters gave a green light to the Muni 3 times. Young people in particular were and are excited about the Muni and what it promises for their future. 6 of you said you would support the Muni. City staff in general supported the Muni. And now we're negotiating a franchise agreement with Xcel. So this is confusing at the very least, and it's moving way too fast, as many people have said. and it is eroding trust that the city will honor voter decisions. You might say, well, we're going to put this to a vote too, but it's a different vote. Rather than being a go, no-go vote on the muni, you're asking us in about 2 months to figure out whether we want to do a go, no-go vote on a franchise agreement with Xcel. That has not been the conversation. This is a real turnaround, and we voters simply are not ready for it. We don't know enough about the agreement to make a good decision. So another thing we don't know is what could happen if we get new national leadership in November, and it might happen. Joe Biden has said he'll devote $2 trillion to acting on climate change, and he might be elected. He's ahead in the polls. $2 trillion is a lot of money. We could do a lot with that. How much of that might go to cities to help us do something different in terms of green energy? $2 trillion is an energy game changer. Do we want to be tied to a fossil fuel industry company given what is possible in the next few years in terms of energy? If this is a good deal, it'll be a good deal a year from now. Please don't put this agreement on the November ballot. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. Next, we have Eric Stoutenberg, Brian O'Brien, and Stephen Lawrence.
I don't see Eric Stoutenberg in the meeting.
Okay, then next would be Brian O'Brien, Stephen Lawrence, and Nancy Cifelli.
I don't see Brian O'Brien in the meeting either. But I do believe Stephen Lawrence is here. Steve, you'll need to unmute, please.
Hello, are we on?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Very good. Well, thanks for this opportunity to express my opinion about putting the Xcel settlement agreement on the ballot for the fall. I applaud Stephen Kutanak and his staff for developing a compelling argument with Xcel. To be upfront, I'm in favor of moving forward with this agreement. However, the debate is not about the question, that's not really the question on the table. The question is, do we allow Boulder citizens to vote on accepting the Xcel settlement agreement or reject it and hope for something better downstream? There are passionate agreements on both sides of the argument, as we've heard tonight, at length. Boulder is one of the smartest and best educated populations in the country and perhaps the world. We can figure out the pros and cons on both sides on our own without the intervention of City Council. So let us vote. For the entire history of the Muni, we've been promised that there are off-ramps, quote unquote, for the Muni if a better deal can be had. Well, we have a very promising off-ramp today. If we take this off-ramp, the settlement agreement with Xcel provides for other off-ramps if that deal isn't working out. That sounds like a reasonable deal. While perfect information about the cost of the settlement agreement, or the Muni for heaven's sakes, are uncertain, perfection will have to wait for the next world. So in summary, let us vote. Democracy demands it. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Next, we have Leslie Glustrom, Gerald Erling, and Allison Burchell. Leslie?
Good evening, Council, and hi, Alice. Thank you for spending the evening with us, and it's great to see you here. It's awesome of you to do. And thank you so much to Council for your excellent questions earlier this evening. I think you're on the right track, but you need to keep going. There's still quite a bit that needs to be done. You had a big sales job. It's easy to make your eyes glaze over, but you would never drive a car without test driving it. You would never buy a house without having a house inspector in. You wouldn't be fooled by the nice placemats on the table and the flowers in the middle and all that sort of thing, or the beautiful woman draped over the car to sell it to you. You would make sure it actually worked. So we need to do that. And you've heard a lot of things. This is not ready for prime time. There are things that you can do, but you would need to do them before you put it on the ballot. It completely overlooks the question of coal. Xcel has over $1 billion of coal. It's fast, quickly becoming stranded assets. That needs to be addressed so we're not held responsible. The $7.5 billion in Colorado in the next 5 years, huge implications for rates. That needs to be addressed. Reliability, we need actual goals so we can start to catch up with Longmont. The opt-outs don't work. There isn't clear language that allows citizens to put the ballot measure on. Please read that section 2.4 and 2.5. Broadband can be undone by section 10.1 in the franchise. Read the whole thing. That's just the kind of thing that Excel uses. We are not preserving our place in municipalization because J5B in the settlement agreement basically says we agree to keep disagreeing. We don't have a leakage rate for methane. That's absolutely key. We will become the laughingstock of the global climate community. So please get this work done before you put it on the ballot. If we do an election next year, Excel is supposed to pay for it. And we haven't wasted a decade. We have a lot of solar and a lot of efficiency, and we've done a great job. So thank you, Council.
Thank you, Leslie. Next, we have Gerald Erling, Allison Burchell, and Macon Coles. Gerald?
I'm not seeing Gerald Erling in the meeting, Sam. I'm thinking we should go on to Allison.
Okay.
Allison, you'll need to unmute yourself, please. I'll try to unmute you since it seems like you might be having difficulty. That is not working either.
Okay, why don't we go on and we'll come back to Allison and Mark. Next, Macon Coles, Randy Compton, and Marguerite Behringer.
Macon, you're live. Can you unmute?
Good evening, Council. We on past councils always knew that municipalization is a long game, a generational effort that can transform energy flows and put the brakes on the speed at which we are hurtling toward climate change. At each of the 4 times during the last 10 years that some aspect of this project was headed to a vote in Boulder, Excel has made a significant change that reduces its reliance on fossil fuels or increases the use of renewables. So the very pursuit of the municipalization project by Boulder has brought about significant benefits to the environment and to all of Colorado customers. The pursuit of this project has kept Excel's feet to the fire. Now is not the time to abandon this project. At the charter amendment on this matter, ballot question 2-0 in 2017, the city bound itself to give the voters a final vote on municipalization after the total costs for acquisition are known. These costs are not known yet and will not be known for another 2 years. For council to put a franchise agreement on the ballot before the costs are known would be to ask voters to choose based on inadequate information on a matter that is very complex. Paraphrasing Richard Dawkins, it would be like asking voters if Einstein had gotten his algebra right. I spent 8 years on the council from 2007 to 2015, reading thousands of pages, spending hundreds of hours studying the issue. Now this task is placed in the hands of all of you. Please do not abandon the municipalization process. Bring it to the finish line. A vote when all the numbers are known, fulfilling the promise to voters made. Question 2-0. Thank you.
Thank you, Macon. Next, we have Randy Compton, Marguerite Behringer, and Karen Condiff.
I'm not seeing Randy Compton in the meeting, but Marguerite is here.
Hi there, this is Marguerite Behringer. Thank you everyone who is still listening intently into this call and to those of you who are tweeting in the background. My name is Marguerite Behringer and I work in energy policy here in Boulder, and I serve as the Colorado Electricity Policy Liaison for roughly 8 clients across the US. I'm here tonight to plead that the city refrain from pushing the franchise agreement through. The deal we are presented with tonight has made a lot of hard work happen and creative thinking, but what we have here is a lot of smoke and mirrors. I saw few meaningful budgets, timelines, or adequate recognition of the impact of COVID-19 on our local economy. The franchise does not offer transparency, participation, and it lacks real commitments beyond the lame efforts Xcel has already planned at the state level. Xcel offers Boulder no protection against rate increases, future taxes, or tariffs. The franchise does not promise that Xcel will scale down on its natural gas production, fracking interests, nor legislative lobbying, given that natural gas is a cornerstone of Xcel's quote-unquote clean energy plan. That is not democracy. That is not what Boulder wants. Another key issue is the business model of this utility. This will not operate to serve the people because investor-owned utilities like Xcel make their money from spending our money. Those shareholders earn approximately 10% on equity, which is directly taking money from working class residents into the hands of a few millionaires. Xcel's performance at the PUC level is often filled with guises, complicated data sheets, and speedy timelines. Under this model, there is no democratization and no involvement. This agreement will not give Boulder's progressive, creative, and often educated community the sense of global leadership we have deserved. The world is watching, Council. Do you want to be on the side of local innovation and deep commitment to our values, or on the side of the giant bureaucratic heart of capitalism corporation? Xcel wants to use Boulder as part of its accounting book of investments, and our city should invest in local interests and wealth. Thank you all so much for your complicated and dedicated time to this issue.
Thank you, Marguerite. So next would have been Sophia Shivers. She's a high school student who had to go to bed, but she sent her opinions in an email, which all of council just received. So the last speaker tonight is Karen Condiff, and then we'll go check on Allison Burchell and Mark Gelband.
Hi, this is Karen. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. So, I've been listening tonight and paying a lot of attention to this issue. I don't believe that council is providing leadership. If you think that putting this on the ballot is actually giving the voters a chance to decide, you're delusional. There is a pandemic raging, and as someone pointed out earlier, we will not be able to go door to door. How are we supposed to get our voices heard in this community during a pandemic and get a reasonable conversation going in our community about this very complicated issue? It was obvious to me listening to the questions that council had earlier in the evening that you guys don't even understand it, and you have all of the information at your fingertips. So how do we expect the voters to understand what's going on? The other thing that's going on this fall is we have a wannabe dictator that we're going to be trying to get out of the Oval Office. We should not be spending time during the election on this issue when everybody needs to be working on that particular issue of getting Trump out of office. We've got a wildfire season that's shaping up to be the worst in our lifetime. Who knows what will be going on with that? So I would really urge you to vote no on putting this on the ballot. It's a horribly flawed agreement, and there's no reason on earth I can think of that's a remotely good idea. So thank you for your efforts, but they're falling short, and I urge you to vote no on putting this forward.
Thank you, Karen. So, Sarah, if it's okay, let's go back and see if Mark Gelband can come through, and then after that, Allison Burchell.
Okay, happy to do so. Mark, you should be able to unmute. Okay, he's still not unmuted. I'm going to try it again. Sometimes Zoom will let me unmute people and sometimes it won't. I'm afraid tonight is one of those nights where it won't let me do unmute on my end.
All right, let's try Allison Burchell and then we will close public hearing.
Allison, can you please try to unmute? There you go.
Great. All right, good evening, council and everyone else, including everybody who's endured. You've heard a lot this past week and this evening from hundreds of Boulder citizens and community experts about the concerns, inadequacies, inconsistencies, unknowns of the proposed franchise and agreements. To a certain extent, this is normal. And I know Alice knows this too. But beyond Boulder, economists and cities are taking a serious look at taking back ownership of privatized for-profit services, especially utilities, because public ownership is increasingly proving to be cost-effective, reliable, equitable, and efficient at addressing rapidly changing demands of the climate crisis and all the demands of the new energy economy. And indeed, all the recent polls flying around our community this week, letters to editors, comments with council demonstrate our community is informed, honors our accomplishments to date, our democratic decarbonization path, including having been invited to sit with the Pope during the encyclical. Staff has outlined a process to complete the valuable RFP analysis that will support a viable alternative path, and they can complete this by September, and to complete the separation work by 2022. There is the option to apply for grants from the Biden-Harris Commission, and we haven't even factored that in, and we haven't worked with Xcel to factor that in. So I would just like to leave you with a quote from a city council member from Xcel's hometown. With respect to where they feel they're at on the 5-year anniversary of their so-called clean energy partnership. You want me to mail it in?
Please mail it, Allison. Thank you very much.
Okay, I will. Thanks, guys, and sorry.
Okay, with that, we will close public hearing and bring it back to council. And I have a process suggestion here. I would suggest that we get through any questions that council members have. We have one from Junie. Once we're through with questions, we'll take a short break, 5-minute break, and then come back and deliberate. Does that sound okay to everyone? Bob, your hand's up. Did you want to say something? Okay. So if that's okay with everyone, Junie's question, I'll try and paraphrase it, Junie, and then you can tell me if I got it right. How does fracking relate to this agreement? In other words, there was mention of frack gas and fracking, and how does it relate to what's in the agreement with Xcel? Did I get that right, Junie? Okay, so Jonathan, would you be the right one to answer that?
Thanks, Sam. I'll take a swing at it for sure. And I wanted to thank Ramesh and also Becky Dixon, who also spoke on this issue earlier tonight, and the rest of the Indian Peaks Group Executive Committee. We do a lot of partnership and work with them. So as I mentioned in the presentation earlier this evening, the tracking of methane associated with Xcel's activities is vital. Methane emissions from burning and transportation of natural gas, including fugitive methane, will of course be tracked and will contribute to Boulder's ability to exercise its opt-out. That said, the sourcing of natural gas is not included or contemplated in the existing agreement.
Great, thank you. Junie, do you have any other question about that?
No, I don't have any other question on that one, but I did have another question. Can I ask it now or should I wait?
No, let's do it now. Let's get our questions out of the way and then take a break.
Thank you. There's a question, I think it was from Micah Parkin, and she asked about community choice, or she was talking about community choice. And she said that this franchise agreement would limit community choice energy. And I wanted to know if anyone can offer some clarity on that.
So, Tom, do you want to take that? I mean, we did have a debate during the negotiations about what we can lobby on and can't.
Sure. I'd have to go back and check the language. I'm not remembering exactly. So community choice energy is right now a study at the state level. And it would be a state law one way or the other. I think there's some language in the agreement that limits the city's ability to support it, if I'm not mistaken. But if you could.
No, that's not true.
That's not correct. We had a big fight about this, and we ended up with no limits on what we could lobby on at the State House.
Okay, so there you have the answer. The Community Choice Energy is a state program, and the city can lobby in favor of it.
So it's a proposed state program, Junie. It's something that Edie Hooten carried in the last session and wasn't able to be passed. There was a lot of agenda shuffling as a result of COVID and the disruption there. Edie had also carried it previously, and it was a point of discussion that ended up in the franchise agreement that neither party to the agreement would limit what the other party could lobby on at the State House. So that's my understanding. Bob, do you have any comment on that?
That's exactly right, Sam.
Okay, so I've got two more hands up. Bob, I've got your hand. Do you have a question?
I do.
Okay.
Just one question for Steve. Steve, I know that the proposed settlement, if it was approved by the voters, and if Boulder ultimately went out and resumed condemnation, would cap the condemnation costs at $200 million. If we were to proceed now, maybe it will be higher or lower, we don't know. And of course, it doesn't address stranded costs, but there's two other costs of municipalization in addition to condemnation and stranded costs, and those would be the separation of the two networks, and then of course the startup costs. Do you have current estimates on what the separation costs would be, or ranges, and also what the current estimate of startup costs would be? This would be over and above condemnation and stranded costs.
Yeah, currently our estimates, our startup costs will be about 30 million. And the separation costs with the information we currently have would be around 180 million.
Great, thanks Steve, that's it.
And that's a little bit plus or minus because of the deal that we've made on the substations. So it depends on time, whether it's 5 years from now or today.
Okay, great. Thanks, Steve.
Thank you, Bob. We've got Rachel and then Mary. Rachel.
Okay, first question's for Alice. We've heard a lot tonight about kind of what's the rush, and just limiting it to this agreement. Does this have an expiration date, the settlement agreement from Excel's perspective, or could we kick this over to November 2021 or a special election like in the spring?
Thank you very much for the question, Councilwoman. This is a question that I've been asked a number of times from various parties, and my response is the same that it has been before. And that is every agreement comes up at a certain point in time, and it matters what's happening in those environments and where it goes. So holding this for another year, circumstances could change, and we would have to come back to the table and have another conversation on whether it's the same agreement or a different one. I can't commit to that. What I do know is this is an agreement that we reached in the conversations we had today, and this is the one that's before all of you and the citizens to decide if it's the one that should go forward or not.
To drill in a little more on that, though, are you saying like it's from, could we decide tonight that it could go forward in a March special election, and that works from Excel's vantage point, or are you for? Is Excel's position that this is an agreement that is to go to the voters in November, I guess?
This is the agreement to go to the voters in November.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that. And then a question for staff, I guess, Steve, I'll start with. And we went over this on the earlier part of the night, but just to clarify, what is staff's position on when we will know the full costs that we could go, for the anticipated information for a go, no-go vote? We've heard a lot about we're so close to the finish line, kind of. What is the exact timeline for that finish line?
So one of the major cost components is, of course, the acquisition cost, which will be defined through condemnation. Currently, our condemnation is stayed by the court, and Tom can certainly fill this in much better than I can, until the second condemnation appeal is settled. How long those take are, it's hard to determine. Those could take quite a bit of time. Once that stay is lifted, we have to start the process of condemnation. So that could be late, well, and Tom, I don't want to guess and jump on that. I'll let you make a guess.
Well, we've always said it's about 18 months from filing to getting the judgment. So this again, Rachel, is one of those issues. If everything goes well, we could make the 2020 ballot. One of the challenges that we faced is that because of COVID-19, I think the appellate courts are operating a lot more slowly than they did before. It's been a long time that this has been briefed and they haven't scheduled oral argument yet. So that's the whole current holdup. We are hopeful that we'd still work by 2022. There's also 2021. I'm sorry. There's 2022. There's still a possibility also of an appeal that would delay that further, but it's possible.
It's safe to say we're at least approximately 2 years from the finish line. From that's staff's best guess.
Yes.
And then one last question. One of the speakers mentioned something about the broadband provision not being like properly tethered, or a section 10.1. Is that an issue? Is that something that we need to clean up?
The broadband provision, which I think is paragraph M or L in the settlement agreement, refers to 10.1 because 10.1 says things like the city has to pay for any attachments, the city has to not do any damage, and so that's the only reference to 10.1. But the provision in the settlement agreement, in my view, is enforceable.
Okay, that's all I got. Thanks.
Thank you, Rachel. Mary?
Yeah, my first question is actually quite simple. What is the equivalent between the CO2e and renewables? So in other words, what is the 80% state target for Xcel equal to in terms of renewables?
Well, I can start and let Jonathan finish. It's to some extent apples and oranges, Mary. You're measuring two separate things. Obviously, the more renewables you have on the system, the fewer greenhouse gases you'll emit. But I don't know that there's a one-to-one comparison. We just want to make clear that they are different things. And the city's goal is 100% renewables. And that should result in far fewer greenhouse gases. And Jonathan, do you want to fill that in?
I think that was fine. And just to emphasize that point, and maybe Mary, if you want to maybe rephrase the question so we understand it a little bit better, just to emphasize, yeah, Boulder's goal is 100% renewable electricity. And where Xcel plans to be in terms of their renewables portfolio might be a question for them. Obviously, they do have a requirement to hit the 80% emission reduction by 2030, and then the interim targets that I showed earlier. So if there is a clarification there, I'm certainly willing to try to do a better job.
Well, what I'm trying to understand is the gap that would be left for reaching our renewables goal in 2030. And how can we close the gap if we don't have apples to apples comparison? So I guess I will ask Alice, what is your renewables goal for 2030?
So, Mary, what I would say is some of it depends on the technologies that come forward in the next electric resource plan. What I can tell you is we've been communicating with our communities about the certified renewable percentage that is important to many of those communities across this state. And when we've shown them the trajectories, what we've shown them is that by 2025, we will be at 55% renewables on our system. And as you look towards that 80% carbon reduction, we are anticipating that renewables will comprise even maybe northwards of 70% of the system by 2030. So, I'll say it's probably between a 65 and 70%, but some of that is highly dependent on other technologies developing. And zero carbon technologies, I would say, and coming into the next electric resource plan at the commission.
Okay, great. Thank you. And my next question is, one of the things that came up in the testimonies several times was the Guzman situation in Fountain. And what is the likelihood that Boulder could obtain something like that?
So let me kind of build a picture of what Guzman has done. And as was noted by several members, Guzman has stepped in with 3 separate utilities in the state to help them separate from their existing power suppliers. And in the case of 2 of those, that was, they were REAs that were moving away, I believe, from Tri-State.
REAs.
Can you say what an REA is, please?
I'm sorry, Rural Electrification Associations. So
co-op? Is
co-op.
that? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So what has happened there is through a case that Delta Montrose fought against Tri-State, there's a formula for calculating an exit fee in order to let them out of their contract with Tri-State. And what the Guzman, I believe, is involved in each case is helping them to do, in the case of Fountain, who is departing, I think, from Excel. I may have that wrong. They're paying their exit fees. The difference is these are already established utilities that have their own system. So as we've gone out for creative financing, it's a much larger and a different type of package than simply wrapping funding into the power supply for the exit fees. So what we have received is not similar or not what Guzman has done. And I will say Guzman was not one of our bidders.
So if I'm sorry, go ahead, Aaron.
Sorry, if you finish out, I just had another question on this when you're done.
Okay. So what I understand you saying is that Fountain, Delta Montrose already had their own utilities, and they were basically getting out of an existing contract, which Guzman was paying for, allowing them to get out of that contract based on an established formula.
Yes, and rolling it into their rate in the future.
Okay.
And
thank you.
So if I can just add just a little point of clarification. Thanks, Mary. So Steve, those are offers that require an existing utility to already exist, right? So if we finished forming the municipal utility, we might get a similar deal as that, but we would have to have the utility to get the similar kind of deal that those other cities got. Is that?
Well, we were certainly hoping as we put out bids for creative financing, we would see something like that, which we haven't specifically. Don't necessarily need to be a municipal utility for the creative financing component, but their deals were isolated and smaller. Ours is what we're trying to achieve is much larger and more complex.
Well, I guess just so I understand, I mean, I know there are other entities that could also take advantage of a deal like that. But for the city of Boulder to take a deal like that, we couldn't do it while we were still having Excel as our power provider and with them controlling the poles and the wires and such.
No,
isn't that right?
That's correct. We couldn't.
Right. So the city of Boulder's path to something kind of similar is like step 1, form the municipal utility. Step 2, get a somewhat similar deal. More or less.
All interwoven together in one big action that we're trying to take.
Yep. Okay. Thank you.
So I have a couple more questions. Somebody brought up the idea of the municipal utility as an economic engine. And my question is how long after starting up a municipal utility would it be possible for it to become an economic engine? If it would.
We have the financial forecast tool out there that as we look at all of the multiple variables that we're trying to identify the cost of, everything from the acquisition to the separation to standing up the utility to our power supply costs, which are a significant component of the operating costs of the utility, to the potential stranded costs. Each of those variables, depending on the level, set our cash flow fundamentally that we examine over the course of the next few years. So if, say, our acquisition costs came in much higher than we anticipated, what that does to the cash flow over the course of the next few years, because we do also have a commitment to rates equitable to Xcel's, what that does is reduce our cash available to do other projects and other things on the system. So that economic engine question is a function of all those variables and how much space there is fundamentally between a cap in rates at Xcel's level to what the municipal costs of operations would be, including paying back our debt.
So is there like a high and a low time frame?
What we have tried to look at is over the course of 5 years and 10 years, what our cash flow would be. So as if costs were to come in low, we could be cash flow positive all the way through that 10-year period. As we start to approach the edge of affordability or financial viability for the muni, we start to see there may be 2 or 3 years where we are not cash flow positive, and what we need to start doing is adjusting budgets, because we do have capital improvements that we would do on the system. So the first thing you start to do is turn that knob and slow those down and have those match and align with your budget. So it's difficult to say where we would be till we have those final costs identified.
So we really can't count on it being an economic engine right away.
No, what we had hoped for, though, was certainly that as costs came in and we identified that we would be. Now, I will say with the current values that we know, and with the cap that the settlement agreement applies, the 200 million, currently it is still financially viable to pursue the muni as we move forward. And there is some room in there for stranded costs as well. So we would be cash flow positive over the course of 5 to 10 year period.
Okay, thank you. And then my final question is, somebody brought up the idea of a franchise signing fee. And did that come up over the course of the negotiations?
I think we raised it early on. It wasn't something that was acceptable.
Alice, could you address that, please?
Tom, I don't recall us having a discussion about a franchise signing fee. I'm not quite sure what that is or how it works.
I think what they're thinking of is what happened in Las Cruces, which was a very different circumstance. And maybe we didn't even communicate the request to you. But I have a vague recollection of it being something we discussed early on, but I think we went in a different direction.
is that something that could be considered?
I can't opine on that. If you're asking me, Councilwoman, I don't know what it is, but I would say that the agreement that's on the table is the one that stands for the decision this evening.
Okay, thank you. And then just another piece of an equation, and this is probably for Jonathan. What is our electricity, or what component of our energy mix does electricity make up currently?
Yeah, so Mary, just so I understand the question, so electricity is compared to heating or transportation?
Yeah, transportation.
Boy, you heard me with the numbers question late, but here is the way I will answer this, and I can get back to you with verified numbers. When we did an evaluation of what our overall electricity load was, we were looking with some reserves around 250 megawatts. And if we included electrification of transportation and electrification of buildings converting from natural gas, it increased that by about 100 megawatts. So that might give you the proportion that way, but I can give you some of the more detailed numbers if that's useful.
Percentages would be helpful. What I'm trying to understand that gap is where I'm trying to go with this. I'm trying to understand the gap in terms of a percentage. So for example, if the numbers that you gave me earlier about the equivalency between CO2e and renewables was somewhere between 65 and 70%. So for the sake of easy numbers, if it's 70% renewables, as Alice said, by 2030, then the gap between our goal and what Xcel would get to is 30%, right? Because our goal is 100% renewables. So if our electricity was 50%, then it would be 50% of that 30%. So that would mean that the gap is actually 15%.
I didn't want to.
Am I communicating?
Yeah, no, you are, and I don't want to lob the ball over to another person, but I know at one point Matt Lehrman, who I believe is still on the call, actually had the numbers, and I don't want to put him on the spot if he doesn't. And if he doesn't, we can come back to those. So I can email those to you. But I'm going to pause for just a second and ask. Steve looks like he's raising a finger too.
Yeah, Carolyn looks like she has.
Okay.
Yeah, and I apologize. I don't have the exact number either. We did calculate it, and I want to say it's the equivalent of around 14,000 metric tons a year, but I need to double check that. But right now, electricity is 50% of our emissions, and that's with the 30% renewable mix. And so we did do that calculation, and so we'll definitely send that out to you in an email. We have that.
No, I think you just gave me the number I was looking for. So if it's 50%, then it would be 50% of the 30%. So that leaves a 15% gap. Is that correct?
I think your math is sound. Yes.
Okay, that's what I wanted to understand. Thank you. And that's all I have.
Okay, so I see no more hands up. So I'm going to first ask for a motion to extend the meeting past 11.
So moved.
Second.
Any objections? Seeing none, we'll continue the meeting. I'm going to suggest that we take a 5-minute break and then come back and deliberate. Any objections? Very good. We'll see you back here at 11:22. We are waiting on Mary and Junie, and then we'll get going again. There's Junie. And there's Mary. So we are ready to get going again, and this is deliberations. If council will humor me, this is one of the times that I would like to jump in and go first and frame up my thinking, if that's okay, and then I will sit back and just moderate the rest of it. But I'd like to share my perspective on this, if that's okay. You know, over the last 10 or 15 years, Boulder has done a really nice job at coming up with some very crisp energy and climate goals. We know about the 100% renewable electricity by 2030. One thing that did not previously get mentioned, but I think is really important, is 100 megawatts of local distributed generation as a goal. We're at about 65, and the partnership might be a way to get to the remaining 35. And we talked about the 3 Ds and the 3 Rs, and those are all important. And during the discussions with Xcel, those were always part of the discussion. They were out there and they informed kind of every element of what we did. Decarbonize, you've heard we've got a commitment to get to 100% renewables. Xcel will get to something in the ballpark of 70%. We have to close that gap. And decentralized, well, that's all part of the increased distributed generation, distribution planning. Hopefully we'll allow more of that. And democratize is to allow the city of Boulder to represent its people in discussions about how to modernize the grid, how to plan it, and how to make sure that it's equitably serving the entire city with its distribution system and the ability to put renewables everywhere. When this came forward, the municipalization in 2011, one of the key points was that it be subject to equivalent rates to Xcel or better. And with the full muni, it could well be better, but it have at least equivalent reliability, if not better, and that it focus on renewables and enable a high penetration of renewables in our footprint. And there's just no question that a muni would enable the city to have control over all of those elements. So there's no question that a deal like we're discussing tonight with Xcel cannot be as good as a muni. The question is, how good is the deal and how likely is a muni? And so those are the 2 things that I'm keeping in mind as I'm thinking about this going ahead. As has been expressed, there were financial concerns about getting to the go, no-go vote with our final numbers with the money and time that are left. And so another council member expressed that almost a year ago. I was starting to worry about it a little bit as we came into 2020 and then COVID, right? And so we all know what that means. It's additional uncertainty, and the muni effort can no longer lean on borrowing from the general fund like it had been able to do in the past to close cash flow gaps. So, one thing to know about where we are as far as the timeline, as we've heard, we're not actually in condemnation yet. We have an appeal of the 2nd suit. The 3rd suit is stayed. And so we haven't even started that. And so whether it's a year or 18 months and then an appeals process, there's likelihood that we could potentially get to 2022 and not have all of the numbers. We also have FERC and the schedule at FERC as we look to understand what our stranded asset costs would be. And then there's a whole host of other legal entanglements, which include substations, they include some attorney's fees fights, they include the management that we've had to do with the interconnection agreement, which we couldn't do because we didn't have the substations worked out. So with all of these outstanding concerns, I was concerned before COVID. And then COVID has come along, and even at the beginning, I expressed to Mary at one point that I thought we should ride it out and see where it went. But I didn't understand what COVID was going to look like. I didn't understand all the small businesses that were going to go out of business. I didn't understand the health and safety concerns. We have eviction concerns. So there's this whole host of concerns that just came along with COVID that not only are they pressing on the budget potentially of the effort to go forward, but they also mean a potential loss of future tax appetite. So if we figure that in 2022, if the stars align, we would have a go, no-go vote. But if the stars don't align, we need more money. And it might even be after a go, no-go vote, we need more money as well. And so the concern that COVID brings up around that is, do we want to go back to the voters? Would we be able to successfully go back to the voters to get the money to either get to go, no-go decision or to be able to support whatever remaining cleanup legal work we needed to do before we could actually start the separation work? So that was the context. in which I was thinking when we got the offer from Xcel to begin settlement discussions. And one of the principles we've always had through this whole process, and I've been a Muni supporter since I started working on it in 2011, and I've been a Muni supporter because it would be what would clearly and without a doubt get us to our goals. It's just a matter of when would that be. And so, as I think many of you know, I've been in discussions with Xcel in the 2013 timeframe, and then again in 2016 and 17, and now this most recent round. And I can say unequivocally that this is a radically different deal than what we had looked at before. I mean, we brought out the 2017 deal, and I was part of also sitting down with Xcel at that time, and I couldn't support it. You know, we wanted to daylight it because we wanted to show the community what had been worked out, but it was a terrible, terrible deal. And this is a fairly good deal. So this is not municipalization, right? We know that a partnership with another decision-making entity like Xcel is going to provide us with less freedom of action, but it doesn't close off everything that we're trying to do. It just makes some things less less easy to get, like rates. I'll put rates out there, right? We will always have Xcel rates if we're in this partnership. Maybe there's a few special tariffs that we can work out, but at the end of the day, the rates will be as set by the PUC and Xcel in their process. And what I'll say about this offer is the partnership is what intrigues me the most about it. Because, you know, this partnership could be a nothing burger, right? Because we don't know. It depends on the commitments of both parties. But the difference between the two previous flavors of partnership that I recall talking about, this one has a leadership structure. The other one's talked about projects mostly. This one, we started focused on process. How do we set up a process by which Boulder is integrated into the distribution planning? And the executive responsibility for making sure that happens rests with our city manager and their climate staff and energy staff, and with Xcel's Piesco Colorado's CEO, right? So if it's not working, we know where to go. And the commitment of the executive team is to meet quarterly, so 4 times a year. And so we have the route to say, this isn't working or it is working, and we know who to talk to. It's our city manager and our staff. It's Alice Jackson or whoever comes after Alice and her staff. So that has never been on the table before. Not just that we could be involved, but that there's a few layers of responsibility for making something happen. And, you know, the deal does address elements of decarbonization. So if Xcel gets to 70% renewables, we know what our gap is. And we're going to be persistent. I have faith that future councils are really going to push on that gap, and that's going to raise issues with the state legislature, and it's going to raise negotiations with Xcel. I mean, we are not aligned with Xcel on how to close the gap yet, but that is something other communities want to be able to do as well, and we don't want to pay a premium for that. So that will be one of the focuses of the partnership. Democratize, well, the fact that we have a seat at the table is partially democracy. It means we have representation. We don't have final decision-making authority like we would if it were a muni. And decentralized, that's going to be a central element of the grid planning. How do we create more opportunities for renewables? How do we do it equitably? That's where we get to the 120% rule. That's where we get to, you know, how can we make it so that power generated in our footprint might be able to help people who can't otherwise have, say, solar because they're in an apartment building? How do we make solar gardens work for Boulder when we have really aggressive goals for that? And the other thing that I think is going to be a sleeper, but is really important, is the information that will be shared with the city. We've been trying to get some level of reliability information, and we've got some, but it's been really spotty. And this agreement will regularize the exchange of information between the company and the city, and it will give us and our staff a far better understanding of the way our grid operates. Right now, Xcel understands it, we don't. Now, our staff now has a much better understanding now that we've mapped it out, but that information sharing empowers us to ask for what we want in the partnership. And so that is something that I think is easy to overlook because it's not particularly sexy, but it is something, knowledge is power, right? And in this case, knowledge of our grid is power to improve the resilience, improve the amount of renewables that can come on it, and so on. The other piece of this is, as long as we've talked about municipalization, and I've said this many times myself, we want it to be something that's scalable. And, is municipalization scalable? Well, we know that we could probably get it done, but is it going to be an example others will follow? Now, we've beaten the path, and so it couldn't take nearly as long as it took us, but even if it was half the time, would that be something other communities would do? Whereas if we develop a successful partnership with Xcel and we make it work, and not just kind of work, and not just work in the dog and pony show way, but we actually are part of this planning process, I expect that there will be other communities interested. And if we work out the kinks and the structures, that might be more easily scalable to those other communities than municipalization is. The other things about this offer that I think we all need to understand is, I kind of started listing these legal issues that are outstanding. Well, this ties them all off in one way or another. So one thing it actually does at the end of the day, not only do we stop spending money on lawyers if we do it, but if we go to pick it up again because the emissions targets are missed or the partnership really didn't work, it was just for show, and we get out at 5 years, we restart with a much better position than we have today, in my opinion. We restart with a much cleaner slate of action items that we have to go through, which makes municipalization potentially a bigger threat, which means hopefully we'll have more accountability and hopefully the threat's not needed. But it's the birch rod in the cupboard, as FDR said, about how to get accountability. This 5-year discretionary exit is not in any other franchise agreement right now. And so if we execute this, voters approve it, we would be setting a standard that others will look at. These greenhouse gas exits, we had a little tussle with the company over this, but we ended up with the greenhouse gas emissions being denominated in all greenhouse gases. So it's not just carbon dioxide, which is the biggest one that comes from power generation, but it includes methane and fugitive emissions, and it includes the other greenhouse gases associated with electricity generation. So this is the entire spectrum of global warming gases that come from electricity, and the companies sign up for it, for which I give them great credit. And then I also want to say that I believe that Xcel will want to see this succeed because lots of eyes are on this, right? If you think about what we heard from the governor and the energy office and CDPHE, it is because of those eyes that I think will get more attention to making this work. The other thing that I think is important to note is that we have gone with a third party to do our greenhouse gas validation. So in the reporting to the CDPHE in the state, there are ways that Xcel can ask for credits, and those are not the credits that we necessarily would agree with or not. So we put these not only in terms of GHG, but also a third party. So it's not going through the Air Quality Control Commission or CDPHE. And that's another element of validation. So I'm just outlining those deal points because those are the parts that I think are important. It's still not a muni, so I'm not representing to anyone listening that this is as good as a muni, but it has advantages which are different than what municipalization has. Then I want to talk about a couple of elements of my decision making, and I'll be done. I want to emphasize that tonight is not the final vote to put this on the ballot. This is a substantial discussion. But if we learn something or something comes to light that we did not expect, the final vote is on September 1st. And so if we learn something crazy that we have not talked about here, we can pull it off and not put it on the ballot at our September 1st meeting. And then as I look ahead, we're going to have a vote in one of 3 years, 2020, 2021, or 2022. That's it. Those are our choices. And I would say in 2021, there's a good chance there will be a referred measure to stop the muni effort, and past versions of that measure that I think we'll see have gotten us nothing, right? Stop the muni, you get nothing. You spent 25 million bucks, you get nothing, but at least we stopped the muni. Well, that's not very satisfying, and that's totally all or nothing. And 2022 will look a lot like that as well. The idea that we'll know everything in 2022 might be true, might not be true, we don't know, but that would probably be an all or nothing vote as well. Whereas now, if we take this forward now, we have a choice between the deal that's on the table from Xcel or continuing with the muni. If we vote this year to continue with the muni, I doubt there's going to be a vote in 2021 to pull it off, because we will just have had a community vote that said keep going with the muni, even in the context of COVID. So I think that having the vote this year has a lot of advantages to the way it will turn out for Boulder. That's one thing. The other thing is we know almost everything we need to know. We have a report not released, which lets us have a pretty good perspective on what stranded costs might be. Xcel would not agree with what is in this report, but that's okay. That's what the FERC would be for. But we have that. We know the cap on award, 200 million. Steve just said 180 million separation and then 30 million startup. There you go. You know, I can go into the financial forecasting tool on the city's website, and I can look at what our cash flows are going to look like. You can even vary the stranded asset numbers within a range. So I think we have almost all of the information we need, at least on the cost perspective. We know where Xcel is going as far as their commitments to emissions reduction. And so I feel like a vote this year is actually the best for Boulder, because either way we go forward, it's clarity. This is the best deal that I've seen so far. Maybe there are better deals out there for a city in our situation. I'm not quite sure what they would look like. So from a strategic standpoint, it seems to me like having the vote this year is the best possible outcome for the people in town. And since it has to happen in one of those 3 years, it seems to me like this is the best of those 3 years. And then I'm just going to step back a little bit and say COVID is a thing. It's a really important thing. It's going to continue impacting our community for years to come. It's not going to be much better having this next year, and may not be better in 2022. We don't know. Vaccine, great. How long does that take for us all to be immune? So in light of that, we've heard from people, and I've been friends and supporters of theirs for a long time, that we want to get to the numbers, and that was the commitment that we made. But sometimes things change, and we have had a big change, which is COVID. We've had some other changes, which is what Xcel is now committed to, which they were not even the last time we did this vote. So it seems to me like this is the year to have this vote, because we're going to have it anyway next year or the year after, and it's not going to get any better. We have a deal to look at, and I want to have the community, personally, I feel like I need to ask the community, what do you think? In light of COVID, in light of this potential deal, in light of what's going on with the muni, what do you think? I'll just say the last thing here is whatever the voters decide if we go forward with a vote, I'm committed to making it work. If it's the Xcel deal, I'm going to be in there saying, where's our undergrounding? When can we get started? How do we plan it? We got 15 million to spend in 5 years. That's resilience for the community. How do we make it happen? And how do we make it in a way that promotes renewables? If it's the muni, great. I don't think we'll have to have another fight next year if the muni goes ahead this year. And then we just need to make it happen. We need to be strategic, and we need to really focus on execution and maybe even some other settlements of particular issues. So that's why I've been thinking about, you all know I've been a huge muni supporter for the whole time, and it's because we could get all of our goals. But this is a different day, and things have changed, and that's why my perspective on when to have this vote has changed. And I'll just close here with a thank you. I mean, I want to thank all the people who came out to testify to us. Everyone's passionate about this, and they should be. This is climate change. This is the future of our city, our nation, and our planet. So of course, we all care about it. The question is, what's the best way forward? And I feel like I have to ask the voters to know what the answer to that is. But I will say, the staff team has done an excellent job on our side. This presentation was fantastic. All the work that had to come together to get this done. I'll say again that Excel's team did their work. They negotiated with us. We formed this partnership vision, which, it's way more fleshed out than any previous vision, soup to nuts. It's just more detailed and better. So the framework's there to succeed, and it's there because our community has gotten us here, because the company has changed over time, not always easily or willingly, but we're where we are now. And if we go down the path of the partnership, I want to see if we can make the partnership work. If we stick with the muni, we go ahead with that. But everybody here, the staff, the council members, the community, everybody here wants to cut carbon emissions as fast as we can. And so I feel like we want to go forward with a vote this year, let our community tell us what they want to do. And I think this is the best year that we could have the vote. And with that, I will see if anybody else wants to go next. Mark.
Well, after about 15 minutes, Sam, I must say I agree with everything that you said. And I know that you've been very complimentary of the staff. I also want to render my compliments to you and Bob for the work that you did as well. I give great weight to what you said because I know how committed you have been to the municipalization movement over the years. And so what you have articulated tonight carries a lot of weight with me. For me, there are a couple of considerations. Some of you may know I did a long hotline post about some of my thoughts earlier today. I'm not going to reiterate all of that nonsense. I look at it first, is there merit to the transaction that has been negotiated? Not perfection, but is there merit and substance to it? And I think there is. And so at that point, to me, it makes sense to let voters weigh in on whether that's the correct path we should take or not. We've heard a great deal of testimony as to why we should usurp the right of voters to weigh in on this, and I have empathy for it. But to me, voting is an important part. And the remedy for people who find this agreement wanting is to vote against it and to work against it. And if that's the way the community comes out, I will understand, and we move on from there. I also want to point out that a lot of people have commented that this is some sort of 20-year enslavement to Excel. It's really more in the form of 4 or 5-year contracts with some fairly unqualified abilities, very unqualified abilities to terminate the relationship if for some reason we find it is not working for us. I also note that of the probably 80 speakers that addressed us this evening, I think it was only Jan Burton really keyed in on the financial consequences that we're dealing with now and the lack of funding that we have in terms of moving forward. And I think we need to be cognizant of that. We are, as you said, Sam, we are just in a different position than we used to be. And so at the end, although we promised a go vote, I think we are fulfilling that promise. It's not the perfect go vote. It's not in the form that people had hoped to see, but it is in fact a go vote. And I believe it is time for this community to be able to weigh in and say, we agree with what you're doing, we disagree with what you're doing, and to let the voters of Boulder set the path. We're not killing the muni tonight, no matter what we do or with our vote. We're simply saying it's time for other people to speak, and the community needs to give us direction. And I'm prepared to let them do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Next, I've got Adam, Aaron, Mary, and Rachel. Adam?
Actually, they were all ahead of me, so I'm free to go last in that group.
Okay, sorry. Aaron, Mary, and Rachel. Aaron?
Yeah, well, Sam, thank you for that extremely well-reasoned and eloquent summation of our situation. I essentially agree with everything that you said. So I really, you've thought that through, and thanks to you and to Bob for taking all the time to work this through, as well as to staff and to everyone who's been working on this. So I won't reiterate all those points. I'll just hit a couple of highlights to reiterate, to emphasize, which is that, I've been looking forward to getting all the numbers and getting the go, no go vote from the community. And we've been working towards that for years. And I've said to many people that that's what we should do. And I wish that we were there this year. We had hoped to be there this year. But the reality is that it's a minimum of 2 years out and quite possibly longer. And then what's changed this year is the COVID crisis, and as Sam said. So that I feel like things are different enough now with the financial difficulties that we have and with the potential kind of shift in priorities. I mean, climate change will always be a priority for this community at the very highest level, but we also have a lot of community members who are struggling and suffering right now that we need to pay a lot of close attention to. And of course, we're not voting tonight in favor or against the muni, right? What we're talking about doing is putting a potential agreement in front of the voters. And I've always felt that for an issue that was this consequential and this where the community was as divided as it is on the question of the muni, that the final decisions and should always be in the hands of the voters. So if the voters say, this settlement is the best thing for right now, then like Sam said, we'll work super hard on that partnership and getting as far as we can with it. And if the voters turned it down, then we'll keep working on the muni just as hard as we have before to get that to a successful conclusion. So I think for where we are today, I think it's worth letting the people of Boulder weigh in and put this on the ballot for the fall. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. Mary, Rachel, and Adam. Mary?
So I will start out by also extending my gratitude to the Herculean effort that both Sam and Bob put into this, as well as staff, and from what I understand, Excel staff as well. So huge thank you. I will support putting this on the ballot because I think it has the potential to create that systems change that we need. I was very struck, beginning with last summer in July, when we heard about what we needed to do is have systems change that is replicable and scalable. So since then, I began to ask myself, will the Muni do that? And I've been asking myself that since. Along with the legislation that passed last year, the 80% of emissions reductions by 2030 that Excel has to do, this settlement is putting more pressure on that. making Excel more accountable. So I think that that has merit in and of itself. The fact that we would keep our seat at the PUC by partnering with Excel and going to the state legislature together for asking for changes to some of the barriers that are out there. I think that's really powerful. I think that is part of what can create the systems change. And I also think that that's going to help many, many, many more people beyond in Boulder and beyond. I think that's really important. The fact that we're 12 to 18 months out for getting all the costs, and that is if all the stars aligned. And we've been doing this for 10 years. The stars have never aligned. And so I don't expect that we would have anything happening by 2022. We also have this deep budget impacts as a result of COVID. Mark and Junie and I sit on the budget committee, and we spend a lot of time really understanding how deeply staff has looked at the budget cuts. And those budget cuts include reductions in the organizational capacity. And that organizational capacity, along with a lot of the institutional memory that we have recently lost and we're going to be losing, I just don't want to put standing up a utility into that mix when likely morale with staff is very low, and the capacity is just not there. I just think that would put a strain on our already strained resources that could endanger just the kind of standing up of a utility that we might want to desire, that we desire. So for all of those reasons, I will be supporting putting this on the ballot. And I will make a last comment to Alice. Thank you for staying throughout this hearing. And I hope that you understand that Excel has trust issues. And I hope that if this were to pass and if the partnership goes forward, that your commitment that you stated to earn the trust is genuine and authentic. I hope, beyond all hope, that is true, because you heard the community time and time again, just the way they testified that there was no trust. And we got that a lot in the emails that we received. So I hope you understand that, and I hope that you will work really hard to earn the trust of the community. And with that, I will end my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. We've got Rachel and then Adam, and then I think we need to hear from Junie and Bob after that. So Rachel?
Thanks. I will just continue with Mary's last thread, and I appreciated all of what Mary said, and everybody who's gone before summed up a lot of the issues and complicated things that are happening in 2020 and why we are where we are well. So I won't rehash that. But in terms of the trust issues, I hope that Excel also expects that those of us who are going to remain on council and those who come after us will really be holding them up to even the things that we have some concerns on whether they are, as good as the paper they're written on. Like, I don't think that there will be hesitation to use the off ramps, and I actually have trust in the off ramps. I think they're legitimately written, and that's a large part of why I support forwarding this to the voters, because I do have faith that because this is, as has been expressed, a generational decision that we're making, it has to be a decision that gets us to the environmental climate crisis goals that we've always been after. And so if Xcel is not holding up their end of the bargain and not earning that trust, I would expect those off-ramps to be activated if the voters choose to enter into this agreement. So, and the only other thing I will add is that there is a lot of clamoring or has been for people who don't want to wait for several more years to vote and would like to be heard on this as well. So the go, no go vote feels far off. So this seems like a pretty good moment to take it to the voters. So in that, I think it's timely and for all the reasons that have been said. And because I do trust in those off ramps, I will be voting to put it on the ballot too. Thanks.
Great. Adam, and then Junie, I'm going to call on you next. Okay. Adam.
Yeah, thank you to everyone who participated in this, Sam and Bob, especially members of Xcel's staff. I really appreciate the pragmatism that council is showing. You know, this definitely puts a floor on the outcomes of what could happen with our sourcing of electricity. But I think I'm still just a little bit too young or something to not be idealistic. So I'm not going to vote in favor of putting this on the ballot. I've seen a lot of stuff happen in this process, and it's something that I've had to follow for 4 years. And it seems to me that every roadblock has been put in the way by Xcel. And to me, this has just been a set of roadblocks that steers us into this off-ramp. And I understand it, I get it. It's a much better off-ramp than we've had in the past. But at the end of the day, you know, I hear a lot for my generation, things like, hey, you probably shouldn't have kids because of their carbon footprint. Hey, you shouldn't drive your car anymore, and you should feel bad about it whenever you do. And I'm just not willing to put my vote forward for something that sort of enables a carbon emitter to continue to act that way. So that's why I'm going to vote the way I'm going to vote. But I do understand and I appreciate the way that everyone else is voting. So thank you.
Thank you, Adam. We've got Junie.
Thank you, Sam. I'd like to thank staff as well. I'd like to thank Bob, and I'd like to thank you, Sam, and I'd like to thank Alice Jackson for being part of this conversation. And I wanted to say as well that I heard Aaron's comment that the no-go vote is 2 years away, and we want a decision that is much quicker, and also being part of the financial strategy committee with Mary. I've seen the difficulties firsthand and the challenges that we face as a city. I'm still listening, and I'm closer to where Adam is than I am to where you are, Sam. And I think it goes back to a lot of the things that, you know, Adam said. Could be as well that I'm still kind of wet behind the ears, as people say, that we're young and we're still very hopeful. So I'm still hopeful, but I'm still listening. A lot of people today have, you know, they've let their voices heard, and they do not wish to put this initiative on the ballot. But I also hear from people who want it on the ballot. So I'm still thinking, I'm still processing all this. And I notice as well from our discussion here that my vote is not needed. And Adam's vote is not needed as well, because I believe from everything that I've heard, it's probably gonna make it on the ballot. But again, I'm still very concerned. And I think I've listened to all of you, and it's very important to me that I paid attention to what was said and how people communicated. And I think there was a comment earlier about equity. And when we were discussing equity, and I think, you know, our staff, our city staff, who I'm very proud of, actually talked about equity. And they talk about, you know, what they will be doing to help mitigate some of the issues that we face. And when it was time for Ms. Jackson to talk about equity, she didn't offer anything at all. So to me, that's something that is very concerning. So as of right now, since we're not voting yet, I'm still up in the air. I'm still thinking about it. I'm still processing a lot of the information that was offered by community members. And yes, this is a very, it's very hard because I remember I did make that commitment, to pursue the muni, and I want to keep my commitments to the voters. But I also hear from community members who want this process to end because it's been over 10 years, although I wasn't part of this community before then. So I'm listening to all of you, I'm taking it in, and on September 1st, as Sam mentioned, that's when we will be voting. But I know as of right now, I am closer to where Adam is than I am to voting yes. Thank you.
Very good, Junie. Bob, I think you're the last one on the stack.
Well, great. Thanks. First, thanks for everyone for their comments. I want to acknowledge courage. I guess I'll start with that. I know that many of you, particularly you, Sam and Mary, have lived with this for many, many years and have supported the Muni for all the reasons you've stated. And I know we have several staff members who have worked on this for many, many years. And so it would be far easier to not put this on the ballot, to not do anything other than keeping our heads down and pursuing what we had started to pursue 10 years ago. And that would have been the easier but less courageous route. And so I really appreciate the courage that those of you who have come to this decision are exhibiting. So I really appreciate that. I want to touch just on two areas, and I'll try not to be redundant to what has been said before. I want to walk through really quickly why I like this deal, and then I want to speak to why I think we should do this now. I like this deal because for the first time ever, there are interim greenhouse gas targets. The 80% reduction in greenhouse gases by 2030 has been the law of the land here for about a year and a half. But one of the things that we achieved out of this settlement negotiation is a commitment from Xcel that they would hit certain interim targets between now and 2030. And those interim targets are not limited to Boulder. Those are statewide goals. So every customer of Xcel in the state of Colorado has the benefit of that. And of course, the whole planet has the benefit of those reduction goals because Xcel has to meet them. I like this deal because it develops a partnership between Xcel and the city to go into the state legislature and eliminate that silly, crazy 120% rule, so that those big churches and warehouses can put on lots and lots of solar panels and generate more electricity than they need, so that that electricity can be shared with the neighborhood. I like this deal because it preserves all of our options to pursue other opportunities, including, and this is something I particularly support, is community choice aggregation or community choice electricity. We have the right to go to the state legislature, as we did this year, and demand that the cities in our community, in our state, have the right to choose their electric provider. And I like the fact that we have that right. I know Xcel's probably not real thrilled about that, but we have that right to do that. And I will fully support this bill when it comes back next year. I like this deal because of the partnership that it assembles and allows us to collaboratively work on piloting and experimentation and creating a test bed here in Boulder. And we might get some electric buses out of it as well. I like this deal because Xcel commits to providing $33 million in undergrounding. I think I heard an estimate a couple of years ago that if you added up the cost of putting all of our wires underground, all of our electric wires underground, it would be about $100 million. So this gets us a third of the way there. And maybe even more importantly, we get to prioritize. We get to tell Xcel what to do first, second, and third. And we're probably going to start with very fragile and sensitive areas like Chautauqua, get those wires underground so the Chautauqua historic cottages are no longer at risk. I like this deal because it facilitates broadband. We now have a trenching agreement with Xcel so that when they open the streets to do work, we can put fiber in and vice versa. It has a pole attachment agreement, as we talked about tonight. And probably most importantly, it unblocks our financing limitations. One of the things we learned a couple of years ago when we were looking at broadband is we simply do not have the bonding capacity to do both municipalization and broadband. And so municipalization has stood in the way of us building a ubiquitous broadband network the way that Longmont has. If the voters approve the end of municipalization, that will free up several $100 million in bonding capacity that we reserve for the muni and will allow us to go forward with broadband. I like this deal because we don't have to spend $300 or $400 million to buy what Xcel already owns and operates for us. We don't know what the condemnation award will be, but it'll probably be in excess of $100 million and maybe closer to the $200 million contemplated by the settlement agreement. We don't know what the stranded costs will be, but they won't be zero unless we commit to buy all of our electricity under the muni from Xcel for many years. And on top of those things, we heard from Steve tonight that the startup costs for the muni will be about $30 million and the separation costs will be about $180 million. If you add all that up, it comes out to a minimum of $300 to $400 million. So I'm happy that we don't have to spend these hundreds of millions of dollars or even to spend the millions of dollars in legal fees for the opportunity to spend hundreds of millions of dollars. And I like this deal because the governor likes it. And I'm a big fan of Jared. So if Jared likes something, I'm going to pay attention. And even if all that doesn't work out, we have 5 outs, 5 exits over the next 10 years. And if we exercise an out, we're in a much better legal position, as Sam said, than we would be if we didn't settle, including the substations, the $200 million cap. And so in short, this settlement saves us probably several years of fighting in court and many millions of dollars in legal fees. So even if we enter into a franchise agreement, then decide to opt out after 5 years, we'll be in no worse position than we are now and arguably better than we are now. Finally, I want to talk about why we should do this now. I was a merger and acquisition lawyer for 25 years. And one of the things that lawyers and business guys learn is you do deals when they're before you. You do deals when they're before you. I did probably 200 deals in 25 years, but I also saw a couple hundred deals that fell apart because one party or the other got greedy. It was a deal that was meant to be. The parties were aligned, but one party wanted a little bit more and the deal fell apart. And often live to regret that. The best time to settle a lawsuit is during a period of uncertainty. And that's because neither party has undue leverage over the other. And if we don't, and this is a point of high uncertainty because as you heard from Tom, our condemnation action effectively has not started yet. We have not started our FERC or our stranded costs proceeding. We have a lot of things that are up in the air, and that means that neither we nor Xcel really knows what's going to happen over the next couple of years. If we don't settle and we proceed with municipalization, there's going to be many, many interim rulings in those various legal proceedings. Now, if those go in the city's favor, then maybe we'll have a little bit more leverage and maybe we can get a better deal out of Xcel in a year or two. But if those rulings go against us, we may very well wish that we had taken the deal that was offered to us back in August of 2020. As Jan Burton and a couple of other people mentioned, we are nearly out of money. And this is just a reality. This is just a fact. If you go back and look at that chart that the staff showed early in the evening, and that's all set forth in a memo that staff filed a couple of weeks ago, by the end of this year, we will have spent $25 million on municipalization. Now that's excluding some indirect staff costs. That's $25 million in checks written, mostly to lawyers and engineers. The voters only gave us $29 million to spend on it. So we're down to our last $4 million. To put that $4 million in perspective, in 2019, we spent $5.2 million on the muni. And this year we project we'll spend $4.2 million in the muni. So that $4 million is only going to last us another year or two. Now, as Steve Katnack said this evening, all the stars would have to align for that remaining $4 million to do the trick over the next 2 years and get all the numbers that folks are hoping for. And if those stars don't align, and quite frankly, over the last 10 years, they seem to have never aligned for us, then we will run out of money in the next year or two, and we'll be no closer to having the full packet for the voters to decide on. We simply don't have a plan B. We're not close to the muni. People that think that we're at 11:59 or it's just right around the corner, it's going to happen in a few months, or it's going to happen next year, really are not looking at the facts. The FERC has not started. The third condemnation action has stayed. We are several years away from being legally completed. And then it would take us another 3 years at a minimum to separate the two networks. By a baseball analogy, we might be on first base. We have a long, long, long ways to go to get back to home. And I want to observe that the gap between Xcel and the city is much narrower now than it was back in 2010 when this started. As Sam said, we're not getting everything we might want with a muni. This is not a muni, but we're much, much closer now than we were a decade ago, in part because Xcel and the state legislature have moved significantly on carbon reduction, which was one of the principal goals of this back in 2010. And we don't have to spend $300 to $400 million to close the little gap that remains between what we'd hoped we would get and what the settlement would provide. Several speakers indicated they felt that this was a rushed proceeding. I just want to remind folks of a few facts. First of all, this settlement is a revision and an expansion of an earlier settlement that was negotiated over a lengthy period of time in 2016 and 2017, and Sam was actually on that team. And back then, that settlement was shared with the community, and ultimately council decided not to put that on the ballot. So we took that 2017 agreement when Xcel came to us in April 20th, actually, exactly 4 months ago today. Xcel came to us and said, we'd like to resume settlement discussions. We dusted off the 2017 agreement. We crossed out all the things we didn't like about it, and we kept the stuff that we did like about it. And so we've built on an agreement that was a settlement that was started 4 years ago. And the community's been kept brought along every step of the way through the last 4 months as we've had community engagement sessions, we've shared drafts of documents with the community. So I just don't understand this accusation that this is rushed. This has been years in the making, and certainly months in the finalization over the course of this summer. And if we put this on the ballot tonight, the voters, of course, will have another 2.5 months to look at this and consider how they'll vote. And I don't have any doubt that there will be a very vigorous yes campaign and a very vigorous no campaign, and the voters will be inundated with all sorts of information with which they can use to make informed decisions. Winston Churchill said, however beautiful the strategy, you should occasionally consider the results. And to consider those results in the community, we have checked in with the voters every couple of years. We did that in 2010, in 2011, in 2013, in 2014, in 2015, and in 2017. And the voters in each of those elections told us to go forward, and we have. Now, we originally promised the voters a go, no-go vote in 2019. Then that was pushed off to 2020, then off to 2021, and then off to 2022. And as you heard tonight, that's probably pretty doubtful. We haven't checked in with the voters since 2017. This is the longest gap where we haven't actually asked the voters, do you still want us to keep doing this? Now, we heard from dozens of speakers tonight, some who want to vote, some apparently who don't want to vote. Maybe they're afraid of the outcome. But this is Boulder's civil war. We're split right down the middle. If council were to decide tonight to refuse to put this settlement on the ballot, the 9 of us would be rejecting the settlement and deciding for the voters. But if we put this on the ballot, every adult resident in our community will have the opportunity to decide. And that's the way it's been in each of the elections over the last 10 years. Much has changed since the muni vote last occurred in 2017. It's now overdue time to let the voters decide whether to continue the litigation that has been going on for the last 10 years to little effect, or to enter into a partnership that will result in immediate and meaningful climate action that is replicable and scalable. And we can do all of that while remaining fiscally responsible. So I'll close by saying that over and over through this decade-long endeavor, we have trusted our voters to make wise decisions. I still trust our voters to make wise decisions for our community. Thanks.
Thank you, Bob, and thank you all of council. Those are very thoughtful comments. Much appreciated how much attention all of you have given to this decision, because it is a big decision. Fortunately, the decision that seems likely that we'll make is to let the voters make a decision. And so if we put this forward, are not making the final decision. We have September 1st. If we do it tonight, it'll probably go forward September 1st, and the voters have all the information from the bids and so on. So with that in mind, and since it is likely to pass, I think there are 2 items that I'm going to turn to Tom and think about. One of those is the Xcel non-participation in the 2026 5-year opt-out. So we have that one to get resolved and part of a motion. And the second thing is that we have the 16-month question that Rachel and others asked about. And so Tom, I'd turn to you and ask for your suggestions on those 2 items. You're on mute. Tom, you're on mute.
With respect to the modification of the settlement agreement is actually not part of the franchise. Our proposal for that is that we will make that agreement and bring it back on the 1st and have council approve the city manager entering into those agreements by motion. So that's separate from the ordinance process. So I don't know that you need to take care of that tonight. With respect to the franchise, I would appreciate if council would amend ordinance 8410 to incorporate all of the changes that were made to the franchise since the first reading. So those are all in the packet, and there's two versions, one redlined, one clean, that incorporates all of those. So with respect to the 16-month issue, I've drafted some language which I'll read aloud, and I don't know if Sarah can let me show my screen so you can all read it. But what I've written is in paragraph 2.5E. The termination contemplated by this section 2.5 may be effected by the City Council by December 15th, at least 16 months after the relevant trigger date by either this bullet, and the rest isn't changed. So I think that, Alice, that's what you were suggesting, that we just pick a December 15th date and make it so that the 16 months runs, but I'm not sure if I've captured it. Sarah, can you display my screen?
I can't display it for you, but I did make you a co-host, so you should be able to share your screen.
Okay. Yep, share screen. And you should all be able to see the language now.
We can.
You might want to zoom in a little bit, Tom, if you can. It's better. Thank you.
So Tom, so I have a question. Why does it say at least 16 months after the relevant trigger date? Couldn't it be as long as or as late as December 15th, 16 months after the trigger date? I just don't want us to have to wait 16 months necessarily.
Well, that's the deadline is for the city would be December 15th, the first December 15th, at least 16 months. You could always do it before then.
I was thinking the issue might be 18 months that was needed.
Well, but that,
I wonder why the months at all is what I thought Alice was saying. Sorry, I should have raised my hand.
it's okay.
I have a drafting suggestion.
Go for it, Bob.
How about, Tom, we say may be affected by the city on or before the December 15th the December 16th, yeah. Which is I'm trying to get the concept, which follows the trigger date by.
Bob, how about in on or before the December 15th in the year following the relevant trigger date?
That's what I was trying to say, Aaron. Following the occurrence of the relevant trigger date.
And that way you get a minimum of 11 and a half months where the end of that period is an election. So it gives you plenty of time.
I thought I was thinking we were at 2 Novembers.
The concern that I was carrying forward and was that you wanted to make sure that you had at least one November election where you had many months to prepare for it.
Yeah, where the petitioners could carry a petition, right? So a citizen petition could be if a council didn't want to exit, but there were petitioners who wanted it to exit, that they had the next year. So the report comes out in Q3 of, say, 2023, that the petitioners have all the way until November of 2024 to have an election occur. Is that right, Aaron?
Yeah, and if the report came out in February, you'd have that whole year and the next whole year.
Yeah.
Rachel, I think the reason why we were suggesting December 15th is our elections are usually not certified till like the 3rd or 4th week in November, and we wanted to give a little bit of time for delivery of notice and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I guess I'm just thinking through, like, you get, if they issue their report in December, and then we've got the whole next 11 months. Like, is there some period of time during which city council considers whether we would initiate it, and then you've used up the community's time to gear up for a petition?
Well, presumably that if I was a community member and I didn't trust council to terminate it, and I got up to like maybe March or April, and I knew that I had a June deadline to get it on the ballot, I'd probably start circulating petitions.
Asked a different way, is this something we can also change on the day of, on September 1st, or do we have to get this right now?
My preference would be to get it right now. There's a provision in the charter that says no franchise shall be awarded by emergency. I would construe that to mean the ordinance actually awarding the franchise, but it creates another argument that I would prefer to avoid. So if we can do it tonight, it would be my preference. I should say my recommendation that you do it tonight.
So I think this does it, meaning that it gives not only, so let's say Q3, let's say in September, the report comes out. Council has, at that point, 6 months in which to take action. And if they don't, like Bob said, that means that March of the following year, they can begin circulating petitions. So I feel like it gives the council a long time and guarantees that the people will have a petition cycle that they can act on after the council's had months to do something should they choose.
Is there any benefit to saying or 16 months, whichever is more beneficial to the community?
Yeah, I mean, I imagine you could say or 16 months, whichever is greater.
Yeah. The challenge with that is that you could end up with a 60-month period that ended in the middle of the year. And the way the nice thing about this is structured is it's always going to end after an election. Yeah. It gives a full year for people to do whatever, because even if the trigger date's December 31st, they have from January 1st till November, and you're only allowed to gather signatures for 6 months.
I think this is much better than the 16-month version, to be quite honest. I think this is good.
This works.
Okay, so then I'd recommend a motion to pass on second reading ordinance 8410 or 8410 as amended in the packet, and with this amendment in section 2.5.
Well, Rachel, are you okay with this, or
in front of December?
Sorry?
Get rid of the word "the" in front of December 15th.
Yeah, that works.
Rachel, does that work for you?
Well, it doesn't have to work for me. I just want to make sure it works for, the concerns that community members were raising about whether we had enough time. And I think it works. I wish that we could verify that. But if you all who have more experience with this are saying it works, then I will trust in that.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. So with that, Tom, just to make sure I understand, motion pass on second reading, 8410, with the changes reflected in the packet and with that amendment about the duration after the trigger date. Is that what you're looking for?
Yes, and I think we'd also like to amend section 2.4 to change December 31st to December 15th. I think that was something we'd agreed to previously and I forgot to change it. That's so that we're not giving Excel notice of a termination the day before it's effective.
Okay, very good. And
So-
before, go ahead, Aaron.
Well, yeah, sorry, Tom, was there not a late addition of another year that Excel would agree not to make contributions?
Yes, Aaron, that was in the settlement agreement, and my recommendation for the
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, that's in the settlement agreement. Got it.
Okay, so looking for a motion. Who would like to make a motion?
I'll make the motion if no one else does. I move that we, on second reading, adopts ordinance 8410, including with the amendments to sections 2.4 and 2.5 discussed this evening.
And the amendments in the packet.
And the amendments in the packet. Thank you.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor indicate by raising your hand on screen, and I will count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 in favor. All opposed, raise your hand. So I see Adams opposed. Junie? You're opposed. Okay, so 2 opposed. So the motion passes 6-2. So then, Tom, if I'm not mistaken, we would move on to the utility occupation tax. Is that correct?
Yes, although you should pass, if it's okay, 8419 on first reading, so that it's teed up for the second reading if the ballot measure passes. And that can just be a show of hands.
I move that we adopt ordinance 8419 on first reading.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. Stacy 6 opposed. And Junie 6-2 for 8419 as well.
And then the question is 8416 or 8417, do you want to, you've passed them both on first reading. Unless if you want to change, so if you want to make any changes, my recommendation is to make the amendment now and pass it on second meeting as amended. If you're not going to make any changes and say you just want to pass 8416, which just is the repurpose, then you can just continue that until September 1st, or you could pass neither of them and just kill them both.
If I might add to that, there are a couple of kind of very minor technical amendments that I would suggest on either one that you might choose to move forward.
Okay. Do you want to tell us about them now, or should we discuss which one to move forward?
Well, so one of them is just a word's misspelled, implementing in the third bullet in both of them. In 8416 on packet page 236, I would suggest that you strike shall, or in the last clause of the ballot title, the increase in extending portions of, that you would delete that term. And there's a similar but smaller change that I would suggest if you decide to amend and extend in that same, in the same clause in the other ordinance.
Okay, very good. So I think what we need to do now is decide first, do we want to repurpose? I think as a companion measure to the franchise, that repurposing, at least for 2 years, allows the partnership, if the franchise passes, to have some ability to initiate the projects and to fund the work going forward. My personal opinion is I would support repurposing and extending all the way to 2030, because that funds the work on the Boulder side all the way through when we're done with the ramp down of Xcel's greenhouse gas emissions. So I would personally put out there, I would extend it. What other people think? Bob, your hand's up. Is that from the last time, or?
No, I was going to say the same thing, Sam.
Okay. Rachel?
I hinted at this earlier in the night, but I would repurpose, but I would hold off a vote on extending until next year, until we see where people are with COVID. And I think just providing a little tax relief right now for our community members, or at least waiting to ask for a further tax until next year would make sense to me.
Then we've got Aaron, Adam, and Mary. Aaron?
Yeah, and I would go a step further and not pass either of them. It's not a huge amount of money, but it is, consequential for some folks, and it does, I think it ends up being more money percentage-wise for lower income folks than for higher income folks. And given the financial difficulties a lot of people are having right now, I would let it lapse this year and then come back to it in a year or two when hopefully the financial picture is better for our community.
Adam?
Yeah, I could go for either of them, but I think repurposing is kind of important because it was pretty clear that if this passes, there isn't exactly a lot of equity sort of items involved, and this fund might be the only way to provide those through the agreement. So that's why I think it would be important to at least extend, or maybe not extend, but repurpose.
Thank you. Then we've got Mary and Mark. Mary?
I have a question for Bob. Bobby had brought up the idea of the cap tax. It's coming up, and to somehow utilize that.
I think Jane has disabused me of that, because apparently the cap tax has some very dedicated purposes, and we would be robbing Peter to pay Paul. I don't know if Jane, you want to jump in here.
That's exactly right. The cap tax has dedicated funding already for projects that we are funding, including staff members that are doing those other projects. And we're very strongly urging you to at least pass the ordinance that repurposes these funds so that we can be a full partner with Xcel if the franchise were to pass. We need to retain staff to work with them on the many projects that we are hopeful to initiate.
Thank you.
Okay, and then Mark?
Yeah, I want to key off of something Rachel said. I am in favor of repurposing and extending, but I don't know that we need to do it immediately. And it might be, and unless there's a particular time urgency in doing it right now, we could do it it seems to me, either in a few weeks or wait for the vote. But I'm not sure what the urgency is to get it done at 12:36 today.
Well,
I could address that briefly. The revenue dedication in the tax right now is voter approved. So if we were going to change the revenue dedication, that it would need to be done through a voter approval process.
Okay.
So I've got some people on the stack. I want to make sure these aren't old. I got Rachel, Mary, Aaron, and Bob. Rachel, do you have something?
I'll lower my hand. That's old.
Okay. Aaron or Bob?
Yeah, I did actually have something. Jane, I had not gotten quite that strong a recommendation from staff before, so that I did not realize kind of how much you felt that revenue was critical. But so maybe I might say I do see that one of the stated purposes is a low income energy fund for that. So, if we repurposed and that was a strong component of the revenue, so that we are really using it to help people who are struggling to get by with their energy bills right now, then I could support a repurposing.
Yeah, that is portions. I apologize that we didn't come out as strongly around this, because the focus was, of course, on the franchise and the settlement agreement and making sure that everyone understood that. But as Jonathan talked about, we have a strong commitment to social equity and racial equity. And our Muni was all about that, and this partnership needs to be about it as well.
Okay. Bob?
Yeah, I just want to observe, and I just want to build on what David said, and David, tell me if I'm wrong here. If we don't do anything this right now, this year, and the franchise passes, that tax goes away, automatically goes away. The way it was written in 2017 is once we stop pursuing the Muni, the tax automatically expires. So we lose the money and we lose the tax. In order to get it back, the earliest we could then vote on that, because under Tabor you have to have taxpayer approval, would be November of 2021. And then we would effectively be creating a new tax. So right now we can repurpose it and not create a new tax. If we allow it to lapse, we'll have no funding next year for the projects, as Jane mentioned. And we would have to, if we wanted to have the tax back, we'd have to convince the voters to retax themselves. So I think we'll want to think very, very carefully about letting this expire. We can have an interesting debate about whether we don't extend it 5 years, extend it 10 years, that's a good debate. But I think allowing it to lapse would be something we would probably regret.
Yeah. So I'm going to try and draw us to consensus here. I think there's good support for repurposing. And I've become convinced that if we repurpose, that gives us enough time to have a look at how the partnership's performing, what the money's being used for, how it's working, so that if in 2022 we wanted to extend the tax further, we could do it without increasing taxes, and we could also point back to how things have worked or not. So I'm going to propose that we move forward with 8416 with the amendments that David suggested. How do people feel about that?
And just to 100% clarify, 8416 is the repurpose, but not the extension.
That's correct. 8417 is the repurpose and extension. 8416 is simply repurpose for the duration of the tax.
Okay.
Mark?
I don't know if there'd be any interest, but since 2026 is our first major stay-in exit date on the new arrangement, what about an extension of time until 2026? Does that make any sense?
I would support that.
Just a clarification, though. I think since our decision, does our decision on that need to be made by December 2025 or December 2026, Tom?
I think it's 2026, Bob, but I'd have to think about it. Is that the that's the 5 year out, right?
Yeah.
5 year out, December 2025, I think. Yeah.
2025, that's right.
There's logic to what you said, Mark, but it might be 2025 because we would want the vote. We have to tell them by December 15th, 2025 that we want out, and it'd be effective January 1, 2026. So the vote, I presumably would be in 2025 as well.
Well, I would be fine with that. It's just a modest extension, and if things are working well, at that point we can revisit and extend further.
Yeah.
I mean, I personally wouldn't support an extension, but y'all can do it if you want to.
So let's do a straw poll, just so we don't have to beat around the bush. Who would support an extension till 20?
Before you do that, Sam, I just wanted a clarification on what the amendment is.
You mean the amendment from David?
Mm-hmm. I missed it.
Okay, so the amendment is in the third bullet. And now I'm looking at, the changes are similar in both of them, but I'm looking at ordinance number 8417 on packet page 240. And in the third bullet, in the ballot title, there's a word that's implement is just misspelled. So we would propose to amend to correct the spelling. And then we would delete shall the, so it reads, and shall the, and then delete increased and would be deleted. The extended portions, and then it goes on, the extended portions of the tax be subject to the same terms and conditions of the original tax.
Okay, thank you for that.
Okay, so I think the two choices in front of us are repurpose or repurpose and extend until 2025. So let's just have a show of hands for who would be willing to repurpose and extend to 2025. 3, 4, so I see 5 hands up. So then would someone like to make a motion on 8417 amended with David's changes and amended to extend through 2025?
Do it. I move that we adopt 8417 with the amendments proposed by the council and providing for an extension until 2025.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor of Mark's motion, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we've got 5 opposed. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so that repurpose and extension passes 5-3. Okay, so as far as I can tell, we're done with the business at hand. Tom, is there anything else we need to do tonight?
No, thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you all. It's a long night, tough decision, very serious issues. I appreciate the effort everyone's put into it. This is now in the hands of voters. So, you know, assuming that we don't change anything between now and September 1st, we haven't made any decisions except to let the voters tell us what they want to do in light of the current circumstances. So thank you all. Have a good sleep, and the meeting is adjourned.
Do you have any meetings tomorrow?
No. Goodbye.
Not official. Bye.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Cada día tenemos más transmisión.
This situation has driven German authorities to insist its citizens returning from Spain either be tested for the virus or go into quarantine.
Well, from today, a partial lockdown is to begin in Lebanon, aimed at stemming a string of record daily infection rates. And this comes as a